there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Yeah, there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, lose our minds? But between the lines, because you bent the truth. Now it's hard to find a place for me and you. I know you're paranoid, but that does not excuse the way we've paved a void and made ourselves confused. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Sending us before we try. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try?
But you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the I never decided what's best for you. I'm troubled by the way that I can get to you. You're tougher than me and get under my skin. I'm embarrassed by your eyes, by your eyes, by your eyes. And I think that I'm right, that I'm right, that I'm right. But you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And you would always take your time. You light the sky up like the When we were never, it's alright. I know it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies. Then there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. 'Cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Ooh, it's alright, it's only human when the feeling overcomes, like the beating of a drum. I'll be the one you call. Ooh, it's alright, it's only human when the feeling overrides, going deep into the night. I'll be the one you call. speaking louder and louder. Let it in, building an army, baby. The voices, they won't win. 'Cause there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Yeah, there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call.
To say the things I should. But can you let me know all the ways to make it up? 'Cause I want this to be good. Don't let your heart wear out. I'm not the one that hurt you. Don't let it tear you down and touch me like you used to. Come back and fight it.
Oh, good morning. Oh, welcome to day 2. We have prepared for you a wonderful breakfast show here at ÜBERFEST 2025, brought to you by Critscast, Being Esports, Manco Store, all these wonderful things. Turbo Tabs. I'm joined in the breakfast show with Epali and Beta, and you can tell it's a breakfast show because we've got the breakfast right here. We've got your Being Esport bits and your Manco Store coffee. See, they also provide for breakfast as well as they're providing for the tournament. Welcome, gentlemen, welcome. This is mainly just here just to have a little fun banter about day 1. So cheers to that.
Cheers.
Ooh, Manco coffee. You should try this, Beta.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah, it's good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, thank you. But, yeah, so if you want to try any of Manco's what Manco Store has to offer, make sure you do check in with their little giveaway. They've got a 3-pan golden pan giveaway, so you should tune into that little section of the site. But, however, let's talk about day 1. Day 1 was action-packed, wasn't it, Beta? We had all of the round robin and the open tournament as well, which we didn't really get to cover too much.
Yeah. That's the Danish team, so obviously I was paying attention to that.
Oh, hell yeah.
That over the shoulders. It was a very fun game. It went to 3 maps, and the final map went into overtime.
Ooh.
Couldn't have been any closer, and the demo night lost. So overall, perfect result for me.
Whilst over in Couchland on the Spire, Epali, we were kind of mainly paying attention to the invite round robin, which is, I guess you could call forced scrims in the eyes of these players. But a lot of them kind of took a lot of pride in their games, though, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we had a good bit of fun. You know, we got to see some highs, we got to see some lows. Obviously, Witness or TDG or
Testimonian di Giorgio.
That's probably the best you've done so far.
Yeah.
Actually, second
not too
best,
bad.
probably. Second
not too
best.
bad. But yeah, so they obviously did well, as everyone expected. Obviously, Pint kind of came out of not out of nowhere, but they definitely overperformed most people's expectations. And then we had the MAC team, the Bloodsail Buccaneers, really underperform, I think, almost everyone's expectations.
I mean, is that underperforming, or is it more that they overperformed in the online and then they've come back to reality here at the LAN?
I mean, I don't want to be a hater. I feel like something about day 1 wasn't gelling for them. But, not to say this is like the be-all end-all, because the whole point of day 1 was, seeding and this and that. But day 1 is kind of to get your eye in, right? To kind of to try and work out these problems. And ultimately, you can lose every game in day 1 and still win the tournament.
Yeah. It rarely happens that way, but yes, you're right. And the result that really popped out to me was round 6 on Gollywash, Dirty Mackers versus Bloodsail Buccaneers. It ended in a 10-minute roll.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, dude.
Whoa. Wasn't 10 minutes, it was 9 minutes. Let's get this right.
Yeah, it was like 8 minutes 52 seconds of just absolute bloodbath, and to the kind of thing that I'm amazed they
The
even did
blood
the
was
final game.
sailing very much.
Dude, it was
It was
brutal.
not the opponent. No.
Yeah.
I feel like we could have casted that while like someone was on a toilet break or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we've had pauses longer.
I'm 99% certain we have. Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the results as well. The gameplay was pretty good. Obviously, Beta, you were observing directly. Did you see anything, potentials where you're licking your lips at like, I'm going to eat well on my frag videos?
Every time they're on Badlands Spire, I'm just, I'm so giddy. But yeah, I haven't seen like anything crazy. I know I missed a bunch of stuff. That's the main thing I remember. But,
Yeah. I've seen little moments like it's not just from like Witness kind of coming in and just like slapping asses as well. It's I saw like moments from like Aragosta. Mackie had a nice like I think 3K on Gully Wash choke and all this, and
actually Patchouli is like the real goat so far.
Oh yeah, literally dodging Tomas. You could literally probably put him into like a black matrix coat and just call it out of scene.
And then like doing the crater fall damage and being on like 3 HP twice in a row.
Pint Gaming were like really balls to the wall with just like little hype moments like that. But yeah, it's going to be. I think we've even got like maybe even little replays or little like recollection actions as well. So if you've got a short memory like we do on the couch, then maybe we can remind you what you've missed out on day 1.
So the open group stage, they were split into 2 groups of 4. Each of them playing best of 2s. The winners of those would play in a final, and the winner of that would join the invite teams on Saturday for the weekend.
Well, you could see that there was nothing to miss out on.
No,
on
nothing
day one.
happened day
Yeah.
one. God, dude, day one.
Sorry. Excuse me. No, that was day 0.
Yeah.
Oh, he
See,
blacked out as
basically,
well.
that was the blackout when we got blackout drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I remember from the first day.
I'm
as well.
sorry, stream. I'm
Which
sorry.
obviously
That's
didn't happen,
basically
Twitch.
that was my POV of day 0. You know, so I can't remember any of it at all. But yeah, I mean, I guess we could roughly talk about day 0. Day 0 was just people.
So, the open group stage, they were split into 2 groups of 4, each of them playing best of 2s. The winners of those would play in a final, and the winner of that would join the invite teams on Saturday for the weekend. So, in Group 1, we had with the Danger Dinosaurs who came out on top with lots of familiar names from days gone by, from previous LEGO rosters in Prem, but they're all fairly old now, but they're back and playing the game once again. They came out on top, winning out everyone in their group. Oracle came second with 2 wins to their name after a decent showing in High this season. Third place was the Labubu Hunters after a very late change to their team name, but they had Yak, who's a Prem player who sort of stepped into their roster at some point, joined it with part of an old Chunky Kong roster. Bit of a weird mixed match, but it seemed to work well for them, at least against the Mammoth team, who finished out rounding out this group on 0 points. The Mammoth, of course, a reaction to the emoji spam, shall we say, in the Discord in the prior weeks to the event. Over to Group 2, where it was Solarlight's Demo Night team, the EP Nappers, with lots of the Fruit Mixers gang on there. We've got Potato, we've got Sharon, many others from there. They won out with a clean sweep, up with 6 full map wins. Second place in this group is actually a tie between Confen and High Team. High Team were the second team pulled from Fruit Mixers. They actually share a room together. That would have been an exciting one to watch, both teams playing each other next door. Could have been some good banter between those guys. But High Team coming second tied with Confen. And fourth and final team, bit of a pickle. They didn't have too clean of a run. I'm not sure they got around, but they said they had some good fun. And Coach Nighty, well, maybe partially to blame because he had quite a few bonks the night before, and he was their coach after all. So maybe that's part of the reasons why they didn't get anything on the board. But that left EP Nappers up against the Danger Dinosaurs in the Grand Open final for that final 8th spot up into the invite bracket, where it was a best of 3. Map 1, the best Demo Night map in the game, Bagel, was played. It was picked by, of course, the Demo Night team being EP Nappers, and they won that clean 3-0. But going over to Gully Wash, a map which is less Demo Night favoured, and the Danes were much stronger on that one. They won that one out, sending us to a decider, and this was an absolute nail-biter on Sunshine. 2 early rounds up for the Danes, equalised back, then it goes 3-2, but with just mere moments left, the Danes equalised it 3-3 to go to Golden Cap to decide this final spot. It couldn't get any closer, but the Danes managed a bit of a counter push, wiped the enemies in their own second, rolled it all the way forward and cleanly converted. So it's Danger Dinosaurs going up into the invite bracket starting on Saturday.
All right, thank you, Ben PL. He's the godly Ben PL there, just catching us up on the open group. And yeah, obviously a lot of fun games were being had whilst we were covering the invite bracket here on the stream. But it looked like, do you ever miss the days that you were playing in these open groups? We were LAN-goers once upon a time, weren't we, Beta?
Yeah. I do kind of miss playing because it's always like the vibes are great at LAN, and then you get LAN rockets.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. So it's just awesome to play.
Yeah, it's like forgiveness for all the bad ping rockets over the online season, isn't it, Epily? So
yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'm really enjoying the world of playing on Wi-Fi and have for quite a while at this point. You know, you just kind of get used to it, but then the idea of actually playing at LAN, it's such a different experience. It's like, it's not something which can be overstated in terms of, like, if anyone's never been to a LAN before, it's like you go to a LAN and it's literally like playing a different game. Like, there's a reason why there's so many teams which have stuck around the way that they have, like playing online stuff specifically for the purpose of, like, there's going to be a LAN coming up. You know, there's just something about, like, having everyone in a room together, like being able to kind of feed off each other's energy when things go good, even when things go bad, like, you know, being able to, like, finish a game and stand up and immediately be like, look, guys, let's have a chat about things, or let's look back at some of the best moments. And there's even some of the things obviously not quite the same at this LAN because everyone's got their own rooms, but just the ability to absolutely just like rail someone. You hit like a double air shot on a guy, and then you literally stand up from your desk and you go and find them and you look them in the eyes and you say, you're bad at video games.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you suck.
You can do that still at this LAN, but you have to be pretty specific.
Yeah.
Like where to catch them.
Yeah. You got to memorize where like all the rooms are, and then just sprint.
Yeah, and then where the bathroom is, so you can like intercept them.
Yeah.
Catch them out.
And then obviously in the bar later, there's just numerous moments of just obviously, kind of water cool fountain where you're just having a little talk about your little moments that happened and all this. And also it's nice to kind of get away from the trims and of life where obviously if you've got like all these other things and you're like, oh, that was a great final, guys. I have to go to work tomorrow on Monday morning and all this. But now you can just kind of relax. You haven't got those sort of distractions so much, and you can kind of just enjoy the game for what it is. And sometimes you kind of feel the power curve as well, and it takes the pressure off as well. Where if you're playing your ETF12 games, you're like, I probably should be winning this. But if you're playing against like Witness in your upper bracket, first round, then you're thinking, oh boy, maybe I shouldn't be winning this, but I'll just have fun.
I mean, it's like, I feel like the whole thing of playing at LAN is you get that whole thing of like there's no excuses, right? Especially because like the setups here are really sick. Like you have your really fancy high refresh rate monitor. You have like a PC which will run everything really well. Our servers are running great. Like obviously everything is like LAN ping. So it's that kind of reassuring thing of like, yeah, you're right. You don't have to think about anything else. You don't have to think even necessarily about being warmed up because you're playing for like the entire day. So it kind of gets rid of all of the nonsense, which I think can feel really good. I think obviously then when you do badly, you're a little bit like, maybe I do suck at the game. But I almost feel like that's kind of reassuring as well because you get to see like an honest evaluation of how you are. And, you get to make all those little changes to try and, make the little differences.
Okay, but we've just taken our word for it. Why don't we get the word of the players? The players, I believe, actually on the ground with Oracle and see what they thought of their LAN.
So, welcome back. I'm here in the Oracle's room. I'm with BV. Nice to meet you. And we're going to talk a little bit what happened yesterday in the open bracket. You guys have been participating. Please tell me how you have been doing so far.
We played pretty well, I'd say. We had some decent games. We won most of them. Teams are a bit unbalanced, the group stages, sadly. What happens.
Such as the open bracket.
Yeah, such as the open bracket. But tomorrow, I think, or today, I guess, for the B tournament, it's going to be a lot more fun for us.
Good.
Sadly lost against the Danes, so they get into playoffs. But yeah, we've been having fun.
Yeah, speaking of the Danes, yesterday they were playing against EP Neppers. I'm aware that you guys were watching this stream more or less in the Cerny and Steven personal private cast as the VIP room, hijacking your computer. What are your feelings and thoughts about how either of those teams really played? Like you played against the Danes already, you played against EP Neppers as well.
Yeah.
Right? How do you think
we haven't played against
you haven't played
yeah, on the other group.
Gotcha. So you play against the Danes. How do you think they perform?
They played really well. I was very happy. I was very happy with them. They really got destroyed absolutely on Bagel, sadly. I guess it was just the Demo Knight.
It's just
too strong.
Yeah, Demo Knight is too strong, and also like it's a map they've never played.
Yeah, it's a map they've never played. They've never seen it before in their lives. They always banned it against us immediately. First map ban. I don't know why they didn't ban it this time. Got to pay the price, but it did come around in the end. But they turned around on Gullywash. When we played against them in Gullywash, they absolutely destroyed us as well. So it's
old school maps for old school players.
Old school maps for
Maybe you
old school
should ban the oldest maps there are.
Yeah, next time.
When it goes to Badlands.
Well, they I think against the other team they like won against ProLines like 5-0, and who was it? The demo man, like Dr. Ferd, like 450 DPM. Insane.
So they're kind of scary then, like this land. They're just kind of showing up. Okay, they could.
Just don't play ProLines against them. That'd be fine though.
So as for EP Nappers, I mean, they have the Demo Knight, and it's just shenanigans. What are your thoughts about, like, if you were to play against them? Like, what do you do?
I was hoping they would win, honestly, so we don't have to play. But that's the life. I think just mostly what I saw them on Sunshine do, the Danes, they just like didn't contest mid at all. They just played in their flowers to like bait out the Demo Man. I think that's like a really good strat actually, because like you don't need to face them. I think that's what you gotta do. I think that's the plan for us, definitely.
Okay, and then ultimately, how do you think you're going to place in this tournament? What are your hopes and dreams? I know I asked you this before, but still aiming for the first spot?
It's going to be tough to get the first spot in a B tournament, but I think we can beat the Demo Knight team if we play like carefully enough. You know, we like
Right.
aware. I've seen all the threads now. You know, thread book
Yeah.
revealed.
You had everything firsthand.
Last night I stayed up late preparing. And
What
we're gonna
did you
beat them.
do? What did you do? What were you preparing?
I drank.
Okay, yeah. Mental, important.
That's it.
Okay. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck. Good luck in the tournament, and we're gonna throw it back to the studio for a post-game or pre-game analysis of the open brackets, and then get ready for the rest of the day. So stay tuned.
Thank you very much for that, Jake. And yeah, what a lovely little interview. So it goes to show that it's not the only tournament we've got going on here. We do have a B tournament. So equally, they don't feel shafted in their ticket prices to come and play a tournament and then merely get, knocked out by the Is it Danger Dinosaurs?
Yeah, Danger Dinosaurs.
Danger. I'm just making sure I'm saying that right. I got the testimony and then no.
Yeah, you got that nailed down, but
Yes, but-
danger is.
So you
Yeah.
moved on to different things.
Like I'm speaking English, German, Italian, now Danish. Just got it all.
I just want to clarify, right? Like the whole Danger Dinosaurs, I feel like people are sleeping on how clever the name is because they've got like 5 Danes and 1 German, so it's like Dane and they got the Ger for Germany.
The single Ger.
Yeah.
No, not
So
Gers.
Danger and the Dinosaurs
There's
because
no
they're old as
multiple
heck.
dangers. There's just
Exactly.
dangers.
See, it's actually kind of smart,
Oh
dude.
my god. And they're old, so it's like a dinosaur.
I know,
funny.
bro.
Funny as hell.
Oh, there's like layers to it, man.
Oh.
Damn, that's crazy.
But anyway, we've got the open tournament, B tournament. I think we might have something about the tournament, maybe a bracket or maybe like a groups or something like that. The open
We might.
groups.
We just looked at the map pick bands for the Danger Dinosaurs against Witness Gaming.
Oh,
And
It's gonna be sick, dude.
yeah, it's such good map. It's Viaduct number 1, Hellberg
Oh.
on Sniper,
okay.
right? And then it's going to be Badlands after that.
Yeah, but that's the separate thing. But for the B tournament, though, it's going to be like of just groups again and
Yeah,
going
yeah,
into
yeah.
that.
It's there's going to be 2 different separate.
Okay,
tournaments.
all right. Just making sure I'm following here.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, so I think that is going to be obviously while that's going on off, we obviously have that invite bracket. We're not going to be covering that witness the previous witness game and the Danger Dinosaurs. We're going to be going into, I believe it was going to be Bloodsail Buccaneers versus
Go on.
Pint Gaming.
Oh, dude, you're so good, man.
pronunciation. Got it. But
Yeah, you
it
can
was,
pronounce pint. You've learned that one.
oh yeah, I've
Dude, I thought
many-
it was pinned. Is it not pinned?
I thought it was faint, but whatever. Like
Dude, what year are you living in? Remember the paint gaming memes?
I think Australians call you a point.
Point.
But anything,
gaming.
before we go into all of that
Sorry, I
stuff,
just only got that.
before we go into any of that stuff, is there anything about day one we're missing? Anything that we need to cover in our breakfast show before we maybe even go off into a transition to our mainstay of day 2?
Should we talk about the actual match that we're actually streaming instead of all the other stuff?
I'm not sure if that's part of the breakfast show per se. Like, look, the breakfast is here. This is supposed to be about day 1, my man.
Right.
This
Oh, no, okay, no, I got
You
some
can- you
important
see
points.
why
I'm
I'm
happy you
going.
explained the
You
premise
know-
to me now.
Yeah, right. At the end, I've got some important points to make, right? I want to clarify all of yesterday, right? Washout because there was no coffee available on site at all. It was done for, right? Except the
Manco store coffee. Here you go.
yeah, okay, that's
go.
good. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
get
take it.
thanks, brilliant,
you
cheers.
You can see his picture.
But the important bit is, right, they just announced on the Discord a second ago that they actually are going to have coffee available now. So
Oh.
literally, starting right the heck now, people are going to get their coffee. And everyone knows that there's like a certain demographic of people who are not addicted. It's just if they stop, their body won't function.
Yeah.
But now coffee's going to be available.
You know what makes that coffee taste even a little bit better? Is that all those proceeds go to being esports and kind of fund the LAN. So you really, for every sort of cup of addiction, you're helping the TF2 scene.
That's true. You can justify a lot of things that way. Like a worrying amount.
Yeah,
But,
I bought a shirt down there. It's nice.
That's a nice shirt.
comfortable.
Yeah. Are they comfortable? Are they warm?
Anyway,
I am sweating.
It is awful.
I do want to circle back a little bit to the open finals that obviously we never really got a chance to. I know you watched a little bit of it, Beta. So what was the scene like? Obviously, it was talks about Solar Light's team versus the Danger Dinosaurs. Like, was it a best of 3? Was it just a best of 1?
It was a best of 3, 3 maps, and it was Bagel map 1, and then Gollywash map 2, and then Sunshine. There was actually a video earlier if you had
Oh, okay.
explain this, but yes, it was.
Well, I'm just trying to keep it on topic here, you know.
Sure.
It's
It
like
was-
almost there's a little man in my head
Bagel
telling
was
me to
not
keep
close.
things on a topic.
You need to get that checked out, dude.
Yeah, I'll get it after the event. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah. But Bagel was not close. Gollywash was pretty close, but comfortable enough. And then, like Sunshine was basically I was in the room with the Danes just watching. Good vibes in there. They were winning. Then I went up to the EP Nappers room.
Yeah.
And they immediately started winning there. So I was getting nervous. But,
I think we must have swapped because I was in with the Danes for the Golden Cap itself. So I guess
yeah, I think you saw me enter the room and you just immediately dipped.
yeah,
No.
God no, yeah, no, absolutely, just not a chance. No, I feel like the Danes were like they were laser focused. It was a kind of thing where like you're all there trying to like support your boys, and then Phil turns around and he's like,
Oh.
Speaking of quiet and speaking of the boys, we've got an interview with
You're
the boys.
joking.
We have. Let's see that interview.
Welcome back. You're joined here by the official B stream of ÜBERFEST 2025. Not Stephen, joined by Cerny, my co-commentator for the Open Grand Final. So Cerny, we had
One map of them.
one map of it, yeah.
I got the lowdown on right before jumping in, but sure, yeah.
And it was actually a close one.
Yeah,
It's surprisingly close. So we had the EP Nappers, also known as the Demo Night team, had Solar Light on it, against the Old Men, also known as the Danes,
Old men plus one woman.
plus a German
So, welcome back. I'm here in the...
woman. Is she German?
I mean, she's tagged as German,
Yeah.
but clearly she knows Danish.
Yeah.
So-
Wow. Maybe she lives on the border. You never know.
Likely.
But basically, game's close. First map, not close.
But it's bagel.
It was Bagel. That is like
Demo night on
the
Bagel
demo
is-
night map, right? You kind of like.
What can you do?
I also heard after the game they'd never played Bagel before.
Makes sense considering the average age of the team is like 35, so it doesn't really surprise me at all.
They literally said like we didn't know what to do. Like they've obviously seen the map, but they're like we just don't know how to play against it. And they were just like constantly abusing coming out the house. Like you see the witness do it quite often. They'll just like Uber out of left house as they're going in right, and like what can you do? Like your medics walk through the door, you're like, oh, we got through, no bombs, no gamma man stickies, and then there's just an Ubered scout on your medic, and what can you do? And there's also a solar light charging in to pour
We
it.
saw this when Odin was in Prem for a season as well, when they played Bagel. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many blind angles. Just the fact that the point is like that race platform, you're always, like, your demo knight could literally be standing right behind it.
And you would never know.
The snap of your fingers, suddenly there's a demo charging around the point, and you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. There's nothing you can do in that situation.
He's got 1,000 FPS as well, so he's actually just
Yeah.
turning in circles.
Literally.
It's nuts. I do not understand how this tech works.
Like he was posting in the Discord, like, because he can't get it at home with his PC. He was like, wow, this PC is so good, I can get 1,000 FPS.
Yeah, he was
Just
coping to
crushed
me. He was like, "Oh, I have to buy a pre-built, guys. I need to spend money." So Bagel's a bit of a wash. Frio, pretty easy. Second map, Gully Wash was the pick of the Danes, and it went the distance. It was actually really close. So it was EP Nappers. They pulled ahead 2-1. They were looking pretty strong. Danes got around, I think, bring up to 2-2 in the kind of last 5 minutes, and we were like, oh, it's going to be Golden Cap. There's only really a minute remaining. I think it was said that on the Danes' second point, they just took like a wacky fight into mid, and the EP Nappers just completely wiped, and then they just roll it all the way into last minute remaining. Danes get the last cap.
Like keeping it close. I mean, the fact that it goes that far in the first place. I had a quick step into their room afterwards, and like Dr. Phil was there and was like, yeah, it was just annoying going up against the Demo Knight. It was just annoying. They didn't really know what to do, even though obviously most of the time when your Demo Knight goes in, he ends up trading, right? And you're not really worrying about like the demo damage necessarily. But if the other team plays around it well enough, they're still going to get a crucial pick with that Demo Knight.
Yeah.
If he gets onto your med, well, that's screwed. That's one player for
Well,
your
it's
med.
just a better trade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the rest of it, as long as the rest of the team follows up a lot of the time, you just win. I watched Hellberg shoot, I think, 12 shots at him, and he just gets a kill. Hellberg's like, okay, he's just got another 100 health.
yeah.
Keeps shooting him, kills someone else, he just doesn't die, just has to run out choke. Just
All
like,
right,
there's
sure.
nothing you can do at that point, right? He just snowballs so hard. But yeah, the Danes managed to bring it back. I think it was a bit of a messy game from the side of the EP Nappers, unfortunately for them. But then we went into Sunshine, and I had a little break, had a little bit of dinner, went and talked to Potato. He said, we win 90% of scrims on this map. 90%. But the scoreline, golden cap.
3-all. until
3-all
cap.
golden cap. Pretty intense game. The Danes finally learned, let's not go Valley. The demo knight will charge into our medic every single time.
As soon, like for the first few mids, they were getting their asses kicked over and over again with Solar just going through Cafe, charging behind the blind corner into Valley, getting the medic like 2 or 3 times on the mid immediately. As soon as that happened, like the third time, the Danes decided, hey, we're gonna rotate to the other side. We're gonna go our Cafe side. Solar couldn't do anything.
No.
He was
I don't think he got a single med pick.
It was a
that.
sitting duck on the point. You couldn't really get the blind charge surprise, and then he just gets focused down, and it's over at that point. And I managed to get them back because the EP Nappers were up like 3-1. They were up 3-1 at that point, and then the Danes get 2 quick rounds to take it to a golden cap.
Yeah.
So that was kind of crazy.
It was good. And then final round just kind of goes the way of the Danes. It was pretty. They won the mid and went to last, right? They killed the medic.
I think it was a bit slow. There was a bit of back and forth, but at some point they just wiped the Nappers.
Yeah, it was basically the F2 lived, Google died, and they just managed to push last, and
that's how
that
it
was
went.
that. Yeah.
They had a bit more momentum, a bit more stamina.
Yeah, and that will be the Danes going into the
playoffs.
Yeah, playing against Winners Gaming, Italia.
What a privilege.
Yeah, good luck to them.
Nice. Stupid.
So, congratulations. First of all, how did you think the game was?
It was very strange to play against the demo knight compared to we normally play against with a demo.
How strange does it feel? Like, basically, what kind of strategy do you need to employ to combat something you've never seen before?
Well, we have played against it in scrims, but you have to, I don't know, play very different. Have to play very scout heavy to try and deny the demo man. But then again, he just makes a lot of chaos. It's not like he does a lot of damage necessarily. He gets the picks once in a while, but more than anything, I think he's just a nuisance.
Okay. And what do you think was the thing that worked in the last round? Because you know it's been 3-3. It's been very like neck and neck. What do you think was the thing that actually managed to push the scale in your favor?
I think at the end, or at least when they pushed in, they overextended way too deep with their combo.
Yeah,
and then we caught them, and I juggled the mid again completely and.
Yeah, so what do you think was the mistake that they made then? Just basically
they overextended. Yeah, the mid and the scout stayed in too long.
Roger.
Compared to the rest of the team, and we could cast them out completely.
Makes sense. Who do you think was absolutely outperforming everyone on your team?
Probably Sen. He's the usual carry. Or Martin. Yeah.
And who do you think was on the enemy team that was giving you the most trouble?
I don't know, both the scouts really.
Yeah.
Not necessarily one of them, I think they both. They were quite beasts.
Catching you off guard all the time.
Yeah, they hit hard.
So going forward in the tournament, how do you think you're going to place overall in the rankings?
I have no idea. It really depends who we meet and all that. And I have no idea who we're going to meet. I'm not really into how the bracket
you're up
works.
for the challenge?
Yeah, of course.
You're here to win?
Yeah, what else play?
So if you were to win, if you were to be in the finals, which is the team that you think you're going to play?
Well, Witness or... It's always going to be the final.
Rhetorical question, isn't it? A bit of rhetorical.
Witness is always going to be the final.
Right.
With the way they're playing right now.
Okay. Well, once again, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the victory. Full sweep today, right? Full sweep. All victories.
Yes.
Let's see. And I hope that this continues tomorrow for you guys. You know, finally, maybe Denmark win a ÜBERFEST LAN or a LAN in general.
That would be nice.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, and
thank you.
Good luck tomorrow. And now it's time to chill, rest, have some drinks, and yeah.
Yes, it is.
Catch you guys later.
Has anybody seen the credits? No. Very last sentence? No. Actually, not. That's fun. We're gonna do it again!
Day 2, ÜBERFEST 2025. I'm Turbo Tabs. Big thank you to, obviously, Kritzcast. We've got a big thank you to Manco Store and Being Esports. We're being efficient here over on this day 2 because we've got a lot of things to cram in. It's our entire upper bracket, a little bit of our lower bracket as well, and we've got some other little bits and bobs to show you later on. In the spirit of efficiency, I brought Domato, I brought Dave, and gentlemen, we're going to keep this efficient train going. So Domato, we're going to start with you. Bloodsail Buccaneers, go!
Mac Eon Jail. Jail? No.
Jail? Oh my God, Mac's in jail!
No! Juno Sail.
Juno Sail, that makes more
Sylphs
sense.
and Lev. There we go. That's perfect, by the way.
Yo, look at the graphics!
Mac is here, maybe to be put in jail soon enough with the wonderful loadout.
He is a bucketing beer, a Bloodsail Buccaneer. Look at him playing the part.
He got the hook for it as well.
Yeah, Juno, obviously the most serious scout I've ever seen in my life, will not appear.
This is how he looks in real life, by the way.
Yeah, it's
Little known
a
fact.
real gun though. That is an actual pistol.
Yeah,
so.
we didn't think he should have brought that to London, but he insisted.
That's why I said jail.
Yeah, he was not happy. Let's just say he was not happy with his team yesterday in their performance in that day 1. So he's bought a pistol now. But yeah, that is the Bloodsail Buccaneers. They're going to be playing in our round 1 of this upper bracket. But who are they playing off against, Dave?
Oh, Pint, I guess.
Pint.
Yeah,
Pint Gaming.
yeah.
There they are. Look at them.
Well,
Soki, he's playing Scout, but he's got a medic weapon. But I 100% assure you, he is playing Scout. And yeah, and Soki, Andy on Scouts, Warped Smile on the Soldier classes, and Alien on Demoman, Patchouli on the medic. The only one too cool to hold the medic items. What can you say about Pint Gaming, Dave?
I mean, they looked really good yesterday, to be honest. They were very strong. They were probably the closest team to go up against Witness. They got 2 rounds on their granary, so...
Which is wild.
Yeah. I mean, no one else got 2 rounds. I think probably 4 Fenders got 1 round, and then I don't think anyone else did. So, that's kind of a testament to how strong they are. And I think what's the interesting thing about the team is... Probably, people knew that they were a good team, but they hadn't scrimmed much going into the LAN. So we weren't really exactly sure how strong they were going to perform, particularly on day 1. Thought they might be a little bit rusty. They didn't even play playoffs. So they definitely were less prepared than some of the other teams in theory.
Yeah.
But then in practice, they just seem to have slammed everyone. Really.
I think this is a Bloodsail Buccaneer roof. There we go. Yeah, so this is the Bloodsail Buccaneers. They're obviously just getting a bit warmed up. Looks like our first map is going to be Product in this best of 3, because best of 3s are back, gentlemen. No more forced maps. King of the Hill is back to stay here on the stream. And have you missed it, Domato? Have you missed Koff?
It's a very productive manner as well. We see we start out on... We start out on Product. Yes, it is back, and I think they are all back for it. But I gotta admit, in my humble opinion, Pint Gaming is probably favored even on Product. I mean, Bloodsail Buccaneers, they definitely also have their carry players there, especially Sail. It's a scout-centric map. Maybe Pint Gaming have the momentum.
But, Dave, however, these Bloodsail Buccaneers have been kind of popping off of this Koff, at least, if you trust the ETF to well at all, because Juno on that sniper, a force to be reckoned with, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw June playoffs of ETOF 12. Having that Juno perma sniper on Product was kind of what propelled Bloodsail Buccaneers to get that 3rd spot, and they looked really, really strong on the map. Even in the lower bracket final, they won Product just based off that junior sniper. No one could really deal with him. And I think a lot of the teams in this invite bracket have been thinking about exactly how to deal with it because they just play so uniquely. A few other teams have thought about like bringing Perma Sniper and stuff. I mean, I'm not sure if Pint Gaming will do that. I don't really see anyone on the team that looks straight up like a Perma Sniper. So, but obviously, if we are going to play products, they're confident because I think most other teams probably would have banned this map against Bloodsail Buccaneers.
Donato, talk to me about resets and going into like a day 2 after a day 1 situation. Do you think a lot of these teams are up to kind of making the pivot like this, or do you think they're holding a little baggage still from that day 1?
Yeah, potentially. And what I was focusing on while the camp was ongoing, whether or not any players on Bloodstone Buccaneers are still grinning and having a smile on their face, because yesterday, to segue into your question, was a bit rough for them. Synergy, I think, is still in the works. I hope they shrugged that off, because if they haven't shrugged that off, I don't see them making it far into the playoff status.
Yeah. That is the part of the LAN magic, though, isn't it, Dave? Is that you do see these human faces after the games, and you can kind of bury the hatchet a lot more than if you kind of turned off the computer online and went off to your own little homes and just kind of let this sort of negative feeling fester.
Well, if you've been here in the Discord, you've got the other solution, which Mac has been trying to beat up anyone he can. So maybe he's been throwing a few punches at some of his teammates, because I don't think he was happy with how yesterday went. I did speak to him earlier today. He was jolly himself. He's always pretty relaxed.
We've actually
most
got
of the time.
map picks and bans for you here, and well, obviously we see them sitting on product, and we can make educated guesses here, but this is the actual breakdown of their map picks and bans. So Pint Gaming were the first to ban out a ProLands map.
Because none of the players was probably around when that map was still in the competitive
yeah,
map
so
pool.
safe. Then I guess it was a bagel ban?
Bagel ban from Bloodstone Buccaneers. They lost it very heavily in the regular season, so I'm not surprised. I think that is definitely Pint Gaming's strongest map as well from what I've seen of them this season. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that Bloodstone Buccaneers banned that, because it is a very, very strong map, and they did get rocked earlier.
But they do both settle on product. This is interesting, because obviously it's definitely for proof that Bloodstone Buccaneers have a strong product, but they feel confident over on Pint Gaming. Plus, if you take this pick away from them, it kind of feels like declawing a cat. What's it got left to defend itself with if they haven't got their precious cough?
I mean, I'm always just tempted. Bagel, King of the Hill, Product, King of the Hill. Yes, different map geometry, still the same map format. Hello, Sylphs. But aside from, I'm very surprised by the Bloodstone Buccaneers picking Product, honestly. I think, honestly, my prediction, Pint Gaming is better on that map. But anyway, Metalworks comes afterward.
Yeah, Metalworks, I think that's just a pretty clear sort of game plan for Pint Gaming and on Metalworks, just sending the 2 soldiers, double jumping off the sort of thing there. Plus, it's a map you can kind of play, I would say, super aggressive or super defensive. You've got that valley area to absorb. It's more like a game of everybody knows they're playing cat and mouse, but who's stronger, which one they want to prefer.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, looks like Sultry was the next ban for Bloodstone Buccaneers. They didn't actually play this map yesterday, so I mean.
Well, they must have played it once, because everyone got played forced maps, didn't they?
Well, they did, but everyone also had a bye.
See, this man's paying attention.
Yeah, all teams missed out on one map, and Bloodstone Buccaneers missed out on Sultry. I don't think they played it during the regular season either, so it makes sense as a ban for me, because it's probably the map the least practiced on.
Yeah, and all these other maps, Granary, Gully Wash, I think maybe leaning more on a Derriman advantage and kind of can slow things down a bit more on Granary, which is kind of shocking, because they showed a bit of punch to them over on Pint Gaming against what the team we are calling Witness on the couch, but they're not actually called Witness. They showed them a good show on that.
And the most cookie cutter map of all coming in, Process as a decider, so I think that actually features well into that. Again, baffled, I don't know, Bloodstone Buccaneers. I don't know about that pick. Product. Metalworks, I can understand. Process Decider should be anyone's game. I don't want to take your job, Turbo. I was almost going to ask prediction. What is your prediction?
Yeah, but I think we're not going to waste too much time here, I'm afraid. I want to get into all these questions. I know. I heard one question coming from you. My production are telling me, please throw it to the casters. So I'm going to listen to my production overlords and send it over to our casters, who should have the games ready.
Thank you very much, Turbo Tabs, for expertly dodging your prediction questions. Equally, you aren't so lucky.
No, I'm going to be real. I would love to say the Bloodstone Buccaneers are going to be bringing it back, but I think it's going to be an uphill struggle, I think so much is going to depend on this product, right? I feel like when you have a day 1 as deeply, deeply unpleasant as the Buccaneers did yesterday, I feel like they're going to seriously need map 1 to get the energy going again, get themselves hyped up, get that momentum. I feel like if they kind of lose map 1, that could be the whole series right there.
Yeah, it's a product that they really sort of came to rely on in the playoffs. It got them a map win versus both the Frenchies and the Maggots. Proved very, very strong on it. And really, you can see Silv's already warming up on the scout. They know exactly what they're going to do. And
Nah, it could be anything, bro.
Sniper.
Could be anything.
I've been speaking to other teams about this map, right? For the Buccaneers, and it clearly is their strongest. But I think, yeah, I got to speak a little bit to Pint this morning.
Yeah.
Particularly Smile, and he's not that scared of it. He thinks he has a bit of an Andy Dude perma-sniper in his pocket as well to counter the sniper.
Honestly, I feel like it's really fun to see, like, there's, you know, on a map like Viaduct, something will always be going on. And guess what's going on right now, man? We're going in right here. Pint Gaming versus Bloodsail Buccaneers. Our first best of 3 of Day 2 of ÜBERFEST 2025. And as you can see, we're starting right off with double sniper.
Sniper on either side, both of them electing to go from the cliff area, and so that means you see a pretty passive mid from both sides. Neither team wanting to give immediate positional advantage. So far, it's Andy peeking across and doesn't fight the first shot onto the enemy medic. So that now means that Juno peeks a bit forward. A lot of damage here taken by Smile, who's up on the scout roll instead of the soldier he normally plays. A lot of damage dealt. Neither team really finding much of any kind of position, but there we go. 2 kills now coming in for the Buccaneers means that Juno and Soki blows. 2 players down. That's Mac walking forwards onto Cliff. He's being very aggressive here.
He really, really is. You do still see Andy trying to get some little sight lines, but actually, they're doing quite a good job on the side of the Buccaneers, just kind of keeping them forced all the way back. And right now, it is just going to be a minute for Pint Gaming. They're going to have to play nice and far back. Uber are in the hands of both teams, and with Bloodsail Buccaneers having control of point, it is going to be an Uber trade all the way over point. There we go. Alien does jump all the way in, does get that force, manages to jump away to some relative safety. As Silves isn't really able to catch anything with the tail enders Uber. Now it's all going to be about this post-Uber fight. Onto point is where Pint Gaming want to go. The body shot onto June is going to open things up just a little bit. Not quite that same threat of the sniper, but the fight's going to be on point. Alien does go so weak. They're having to back up on the side of Pint Gaming. But can they possibly go for a bit of a repush? It's difficult with the sniper, surely.
Yeah, Andy really needs to start hitting some headshots and is not quite finding them yet. This is now Pint Gaming losing a lot of time at this point because while they took the trade, it wasn't successful in actually forcing off the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers have racked themselves already a minute advantage onto this point. Leth is pretty far back and there's a decent amount of spam, but it's Juno. Another headshot comes out onto Warp. Andy yet to replicate the impact that Juno's having immediately, but this is such a weird, scary angle. Andy barely misses that shot onto Eon. He does it again, doesn't quite find it.
We cannot keep peeking the same little sideline. Uber does get used all the way in and just about manages to get off this Uber. Bloodsail Buccaneers, they will have a much better Uber, but Eon is actually really weak at the tail end of this. They're not able to secure any frags here, and the health on the side of the Buccaneers is not looking too good at the minute. They do still have control of point, though. These snipers. Oh, there we go. Andy finally locks in, and a second on the bloke as well. Finally, we've woken up a little bit. Does lose their life eventually, but finally, Pint Gaming kind of get into the game.
Yeah, now Juno has to find a lot of work with the sniper. He's going to sort of corral the rest of his team forwards. He's back playing very aggressively up and towards point. Stickies are coming out. Point capture is also sort of slowly being edged across. It's Sail in there on concrete, just finding a lot of damage onto the enemy scout. So that means the Pint Gaming back for now. The enemy team does get the cap. However, it's Sail taken down by Alien. I think maybe there's an angle of attack here for Pint. Juno really needs to start hitting some shots here as well.
No, 100%. Andy getting a second one as well. That's pretty good on the side of Pint. I think it's so crucial getting that first kill onto Sail once they, literally like the second the point was capped, Sail then died and had like a massive like 16-second respawn or something. It's so huge. So Pint Gaming, they are trying to claw themselves back into it. Andy with this aggressive position towards point does make things very difficult, but Uber is going to get used, going to go for another classic little, oh, I would say Viaduct trade. Actually, that's a much later use. Maybe could have used even later again, but they seem pretty content to keep control of point. They do need to secure a frag at some point, and it's actually somehow Alien going down. That's not a great trade in terms of players. The refight might be a little bit difficult.
All the health bars are so low on the Buccaneers side, right? So 2 players falling already. Yuno now does not find that crazy little headshot onto Smile, who does clean him up. And so that means that now Pint Gaming slowly crawling themselves back in onto this round. It's the fight there for the Buccaneers not entirely in their favor. They get that early kill onto Alien, and it looks really good for them. Unfortunately, the bombs come in a little bit desynced, and so now, once again, it is just Pint with control. Andy backed off for now, and Mac really needs to start laying in the damage here. Soldier Bomb coming in behind as well as Leth. Taking decent amounts of damage. Sail edging the point. No sniper shots really being found. 50 damage onto a scout from Yuno, but that is warped, taken down, traded with Silves. Andy bombed and is still alive, but just barely. forced back onto the cliff, but with left cleaned up, this is suddenly a really hard fight for the Buccaneers to take. They have about 10 advantage here, but they're not really using it.
No, headshot is... Oh, and Andy absolutely activates, just domes Eon. That is everything they need right now. You could not ask for a better situation. Mac just about managing to survive, but it doesn't matter. On the side of Pint Gaming, that is everything they wanted. They have 100% Uber advantage. They have almost all of their players alive. They need to just breathe, heal up a second, because in 40 seconds, they could be winning this round.
Yeah, that is such a massive shot there from Andy, really turning the tides. It's a massive ad now as well. With the kill onto Sales, suddenly the momentum completely eliminated from Pint. You can see Andy now starting to feel himself a little bit. Another kill onto Mac, and suddenly this is much of the wins out of the sails of the Buccaneers, who have to find some kind of a consolation prize. A single kill onto Soki is fine, but it's just not enough. Yunu now, I think really all eyes on him. He has to be able to counter Andy, who is just on fire right now.
Yeah, absolutely took a little while to warm up, but suddenly Andy is hitting these shots, and the rest of Pint Gaming are looking pretty good as well. But we do see the Buccaneers. There we go, one after another. It's a little bit of a dodgy situation to begin with, but getting those early frags, oh so important. So there we go, Pint Gaming. They're right on to overtime at this point, so all they need to do is cap once. But this is Uber advantage, player advantage. This is a lot of different advantages for the Buccaneers. They need a little bit of a perfect hold, and I think once again this might come down to the sniper play. Who can hit some of these early crucial shots and make things just a little bit more difficult for Pint Gaming to get towards point.
Every single second that you keep Pint off of the point is absolutely gold here for the Buccaneers. Any kind of shot from Junu to slow the enemy down, slow down this push, this trade that is inevitably kind of going to come out in a second, as Patchouli does reach 100% Uber. You see Smile already edging the point. He knows that's all he needs, and it's an early kill for Addy onto Sil. 7-kill streak now for him, and this is an Uber from the enemy Buccaneers that is not finding that much work. Sail with his medic, but Eon is so low here. You can't let them cap because they are just going to win the round, and unfortunately for the Buccaneers, it starts off so good for them, but heroics from Andy, and that's round number 1 on the board for Pint.
Yeah, I'm going to be 100% real. Like, the first half of that round, I was looking at Andy and I was like, guys, I do not know if this is the best idea. Like, you know, I feel like their fundamentals as a team was shining more than the sniper. But once Andy got about halfway through, warmed up a little bit, locked in, that really was just the difference maker on that round. Going from a 2-minute deficit to winning the round is huge. That has taken completely just like all the momentum from the Buccaneers. This is Pint's game right now.
Buccaneers really needing that strong start today. They did not have a good day one. The mental was kind of crumbling. It was sort of all falling apart. Now it's Andy Sniper shutting down Mac before the mid even starts. And it gets so difficult now for the Buccaneers. Junior doesn't quite find that counter shot onto Patchouli. And so the Buccaneers now are going to have to fight without their demo, without both of their scouts. I think that might just mean the mid over.
Smile.
Eon unprotected by Junu, who's still just not finding the shot. As Smile running forward steals the health back as well. And that is bullying here onto the Buccaneers.
That is such a brutal mid. That's such a, like, insane shot from Andy. It was one of those things where you're like, no, dude, I swear that demo's head was nowhere near the crosshair, but just because of how the hitboxes work, absolutely brutal to lose a life there. Oh my god, okay. Okay, right, we're going to get some frags here, but ultimately, on the side of the Buccaneers, they're not going to complain too much, because as long as the Uber gets forced, they are kind of happy. You can see the rest of the Buccaneers players all the way towards spawn. They're just building, they're trying to get this Uber up, and with this Uber advantage, they should, once they get the players, be able to start moving forward. Still, the constant ever-present threat of Andy and his sniping, but they do get a bit of an opportunity. Juno is once again on the Pyro, maybe expecting a bit of a foothold. There's only really one soldier here right now, and no one else, and we don't even need the air blast, so we can just kind of stare at them until they leave.
This is now Sills up on the soldier as well. Maybe to break the forward hold, but that's Mac getting picked off by Soki once again. And that means the wind's once again just out of the sails. I keep saying this, but you can't lose Mac in a situation like that. It's so much momentum gone. So Sills forced to go for some kind of sack in onto the enemy, but goes down way too early. Now is left alone. Hits a nice rocket onto Smile, but it's just not enough here. Junu needs to find a shot. Starts early with a kill onto Alien, but this is warped in on behind as well onto the enemy. It is a complete collapse. Decent damage dealt, but Junu's found the headshot onto Andy. Doesn't quite find the shot onto Patchouli.
No, not this time. So, okay, they get a moment. They get a second to breathe. They will capture point for the first time this round. They will start that clock ticking down. And with an equal Uber, equal player, equal sniper situation, like you said, it's going to be all about if Junior can find any little picks just here and there. Just taking their time. The little peek there. Possibly. Andy might have an angle here, but this is going to be Smile going all the way in. He doesn't want to wait on this trade at all. They do manage to get that one frag there. They have taken a decent amount of damage in. It will be a slightly better Uber for the Buccaneers. Mac really wants to commit off this. Not quite catching this medic, though. Somehow, these players just about surviving. Logue with the follow-up has been really good, but this is so little health on the side of Pint Gaming. It's going to make it a little bit difficult, but somehow just about keeping control. Juno surely gets nothing. Okay. For a second, I was like, dude, is he going to hit the nuttiest shot we've seen at Ulan? And then it's
insane.
like, nah, it's all good.
You saw it happen before your eyes. That was a really nice surf there from Patchouli. Really did such a good job getting out in main and really sets his team up for success. Now it's bombs onto Cliff, kills onto Sylvs. I think Mac might be soon to follow here. Early kill actually onto Alien. Warp is going down as well. This choke is not going the favor of Pint in the way that they wanted. So now it's Andy still stuck on point, not finding the damage either, as the rest of the Buccaneers collapse in onto him. Do manage to wrest control off the point for now, so they still have a minute advantage, but they're off the point. They have a little bit of an ad, but Sniper down. Not good for the Buccaneers.
No, it's not fantastic. You know, they will get that clock ticking down just a little bit. I like Uber's getting close enough. It's going to be all about this play towards point, really. We are going to be seeing Pint just trying to pickle that point, trying to bring some of these players in. The early frags towards Sylvs is very, very important. Uber does get used. They will just about be getting on the side of Eon. That was a little bit scary just then. But with 2 players down, this is a very, very difficult Uber to try and go aggressive off. So I feel like they're going to have not much choice. Once again losing Mac. I feel like there's just way too many situations. They're just getting absolutely crunched by the warp flank. That is absolutely brutal. They're not going to stand a chance, surely.
It's just Sylvs left alive of an off-class as well. That was such a nice flank by Warp, and you could tell he was driving Sail back. He couldn't figure out whether or not he wanted to go forwards to push or to go back, and so now we see a bit of a pause coming out.
Cheeky little tack pause, you know?
Probably.
Game one of day 2. And yeah, we're already getting ourselves into a pause. Does make you wonder whether that's a little bit of a, guys, we need a breather. We need a moment to relax, because this is the thing with Viaduct, right? Like on Koth maps, there isn't downtime. Because even if you take like 20, 30 seconds to just think about what your game plan is, that's 20, 30 seconds less that the enemy team has to worry about on the clock, right? Like there is no just waiting around. It is just absolutely brutal in that regard.
I really, it's weird, right? You look at this Buccaneers product success that they had online, right? And it really was based off of 2 players. One, it was Sail playing insane. Like better than we've ever seen him play.
Dude just popped off
on the Frenchies and continued on, went like 30-3 against the Frenchies, something like that. I don't remember the exact scoreline. He had like 3 deaths, so I remember that. But yeah, 1 million kills. Sniper of Juno, super effective as well.
Yeah.
And we're just not quite seeing that from them this time around. Sylvs also had a very impressive game on Scout Online. Just not quite seeing that impact. But I think the real diagnosis, to be honest, probably due to a lot of different things, but Mac is just kind of getting caught over and over and over again here.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right in what you're saying, in that like this doesn't feel like the same level of togetherness from the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Like they're not able to play the map exactly the same way. They are losing players as a result, and the casualty often tends to be Mac. I think it's something which they'll be very aware of, and they'll know that they do need to focus on. But there we go, unpause, we're back in the game. You know, we do have a little bit of an advantage here on the side of Pint Gaming, but Bloodsail Buccaneers is going to be all the way towards point. They're going to be fighting this immediately. Junior once again trying to look for some heads while the fight is happening all towards point. You have these super long angles, but ultimately not really much of a contest down the side of Pint. Point does get capped, but then immediately losing Bloke again with a long respawn makes things so difficult.
So now the sniper duel comes out. Juno with the first shot. Quite hit the headshot, so that means that actually Juno just gets taken down by a very nice bomb from Warp. That allows Andy to play with so much more freedom. Immediately capitalizes, gets a headshot onto the scout, quite by the second one, but you can see the pressure is already on. Mac is low and has to walk forward to Eon, stuck behind a corner and just taken down by pipes from Alien. This is a disaster here for the Buccaneers. They do manage to get the force, but look at the timer. It is 17 seconds left and you cannot give an inch. It is left stuck so far forward here, but you just have to bomb the point. 9 seconds and the Buccaneers have one fight. to stay in this round.
Yep, this is it. It's all going to come down to these remaining 4 seconds. A frag doesn't really matter. It's going to be all about time on point. They do manage to get a little bit, so they will bring things into overtime. Good damage from Mac, but actually somehow Alien manages to get the frag before losing their own life. Scrappy fights all the way towards point. Sail is starting to hit some shots. But they just didn't stand on it. They couldn't stay on there. It was just too much to ask.
Too many players, unfortunately, on the points, so that means that now Pint Gaming up 2-0 here. The Buccaneers completely feels like, yeah, I don't know. This product feels like broken. It showed up. It was very powerful in playoffs. But it feels like Pint Gaming really just have an answer. Wow, the sniper from Andy now. He's not finding every single kill ever, but he is just, you can tell like how he warps the game for the opponents, right?
Yeah.
They really have to respect him, and because of that respect, Pint gets so much extra space to capitalize off of it. And it's so hard for the Buccaneers to play.
Yeah, it is just making things so difficult, and this is just an absolute disaster of a start. They have such an uphill struggle on the side of Bloodtail Buccaneers, but maybe the start of this is dealing with that sniper nice and early. We do see Jack losing his life, but it's still 4 versus 4. There's little opportunities here. They have a lot of pressure towards point on the side of Pint Gaming. But they're just kind of getting frag after frag. Ooh, nice little headshot. But I mean, they can't contest a point. This is all just going to be about whether Junior can hit any shots. This is the moment where we see exactly how aware Pint Gaming are of this sniper. If they're playing correctly, Junior shouldn't stand a chance.
Yeah, Junior unfortunately not quite finding the angles. Eon once again testing Andy. Not quite finding a shot, but there's a lot of damage onto Junior as well. Health bars. So the Buccaneers not looking too hot, so they're going to have to retreat form now. About even Ubers, and you want to force it off ASAP! Andy again with another headshot drop onto Eon, and that sets a spanner in the works for the Buccaneers. Left unable to find the air shot onto the enemy, and so that means that now, yes, it's Patchouli forced all the way back onto Cliff, but expertly dealing with the aggression. And now Pint Gaming, once again, massive advantage here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, this is basically perfect. That late frag onto Sail, who's on the backlines trying to desperately get onto Patchouli. The fact that Pint Gaming were completely aware of that player and played really nice and smart around that is so significant. So now, Uber advantage. They have all their players up. They have control over point. This is everything in their favor. They're going to look to try and 3-0 this right now. This is Buccaneers. They have no choice but to go in to try and get some kind of force, some kind of play. Uber does get used, so it doesn't really matter about these remaining players. As long as they don't lose their medic, that's all that matters. And Loke actually managing to get a little pickaxe kill towards the sniper. He's going to make things maybe a little bit easier on the repush, but we've got some long spawns to deal with first. So there we go. Goal achieved for the 2nd. They managed to force off the Uber, but the time is still ticking down. They're going to be up against it.
And Andy's going to be up in time for the push to come out as well. Just spawning now means that Andy is still a threat for this Uberad push, which they also don't have quite yet, might I add. It is still 85% for Eon, so this Uber is going to be effective in about 10 seconds. It's a very nice opening shot there from Junu. On to Warp, and that means he's going to back out. Sylv's immediately capitalizing, taking that extra little space, and it's Sylv's now onto the Soldier, not quite feeling the scout. That's the change-up that the Buccaneers are attempting to keep themselves in this round. Junu now finally ringing true onto his sniper opponent, Andy falling, and now the Buccaneers have control.
Yeah, they do. It feels like maybe for the one of the first times this game, or at least in quite a while, that they do actually have control here. They have a controlling position. Just not quite connecting the shots. Not quite comfortable, not quite hitting it. That would have been so crucial. Uber does get used now. It is going to be a trade. We do see Smile trying to do everything they can. Andy hitting a crucial shot on Junie. This is going to make things really difficult in this post-Uber fight. They do at least manage to trade things out, but with Sims going down as well. Oh my god, Alien is just nuking right now. Even with Patchouli dying, this really isn't all that bad for the side of Pint. It's a total wipe. You can see them just delaying the cap here because they don't want to delay Patchouli on the respawn. You know, they know what's going on. They've played the game a couple times, so they'll be waiting for that respawn and then go for that all-important cap. So there we go. Point once again in the hand of Pint Gaming. Their heals will be forward fast enough. The clock is still ticking down, but this is basically the opportunity you want to try and take if you're the Buccaneers. If you can go for an off-Uber fight here, that is so crucial. And that first headshot onto Smile, an important combat class, is going to open things up for them. They should be moving all the way towards point. That frag towards Warp is fantastic. Just need to be aware of Andy on this long sight line. Surely they know at this point. Surely they won't let him do it.
Yeah, hard scoped up, not finding the shot. Eon ducking behind the rock just in time. So now Andy, once again, is going to continue to sit on this sideline, but he must have been called out. It's a dangerous peek to make. But Junior on the other side, sitting on the rock, is just trying to scope out literally anyone. But everyone hiding behind a wall makes it so hard for him to find much of anything. So Andy, once again, has superior sightlines, but not quite clicking. Finding the headshot, sees just a glimpse of Eon. It's just too tempting to go for it.
Oh my god, dude, Mac is really playing with fire right now. Smile's getting aggressive. Ubers are going to get traded once again. Smile being so happy to try and walk forward, trying to get this frag. There's 2 shot into Mac is going to be huge, and all the way towards Juno as well. The second frag is very significant. We do lose a couple players on the side of Pint Gaming as well, though, so it is a little bit of a scrappy fight here. Alien with a follow-up, though. This is going to be very solid for the side of Pint. Warp on a big bomb, doing huge damage, just not actually managing to secure the frag zone. This is getting a little bit scrappy right now.
Sylvs has an excellent bombing opportunity here. In onto Patchouli, eats a lot of damage, but just manages to stay alive. Sylvs not committing, and Eon is taking his back to the enemy sniper. It's a lot of damage there. Very lucky. That's not a headshot. But you can see the blue health bar is not that high, and so they have to back off onto Cliff. But this is now, once again, peeking into the sniper of Juno, which still does not ring true onto the enemy medic. Eon, though, just falls to the bomb of Warp, gets hit by a beautiful rocket from left. But is that enough to stave off the aggression? Patchouli, massive advantage, and Juno falling to the sniper.
Oh my god, this is all about individual plays right now. The clock is still taking down for the Buccaneers. Let the jump all the way in, not quite securing that frag. That would have been so crucial, and now that Uber is in the hands of Pint Gaming. They don't have control over pointers yet, but they will surely get it now.
Oh!
There we go. What a headshot rings out. But they actually managed to force off the Uber. This is actually really significant. Forcing the Uber here is so good for the Buccaneers. 10 seconds left on the clock. This is basically going to be an equal Uber situation. If they can try and off Uber, push themselves onto point, get any frags, this is absolutely enormous. Losing Junu's not great. I'm going to be real. They need to be aware of Alien playing this aggressive. But okay, they need to take a minute. They can breathe. They have a few seconds to play with this. They need to get their players up. Any frags they get here is so important.
Yeah, that kill onto Juno and onto the left is a bit unfortunate, but you can see now the forward hold does come out. 22 seconds left on the timer for map number 1 for Pint, and it really just falls onto Juno. Once again, scoping forward to cap, and then 10 seconds holding would be a lifeline for the Buccaneers here, but they need to find it ASAP. The timer running low, and the soldier bomb's now coming up high. It is a lot of damage onto Andy, but expertly surfing it out means that both Sylvs and Bloke will go down. It's Warp, but Juno finally connecting a shot onto Patchouli, and that means now Pint Gaming are without a medic. They still have control of the point, and Bloodsail Buccaneers cannot let it go. So the Uber will come out onto Andy, and he is low, but he will survive with his teammates around him. And so now the Buccaneers, they're going to capture this point, and you just have to hold, because the counter aggression, neither team has Uber, and Andy's still up. He's still lurking, and he can still find a shot. Smile already onto the point as the soldier bombs are coming through, but it's Warp taken down in the air by Juno. The rest of the team, however, is falling. It is Sylvs, Bloke, and Sail all taken down, so Mac must do it. All Alien finds a kill onto Eon, and it is not enough. Pint Gaming 3-0, and they break the Bloodsail Buccaneers.
Oh my god, absolutely brutal there. It was so close right at the end. There were so many little opportunities for the Buccaneers, but they just didn't quite manage it. That is an absolutely wild game to lose there. Oh my god.
That is such a close final round, but my god. We're going to throw it over to a desk basically instantaneously. We need to catch our breath.
Well, it looks like they don't like the taste of their own medicine, Bloodsail Buccaneers. They get counter-sniped, and, well, can you really call it a counter? It felt more like the sniper over on on Pint Gaming. Not Bloodsail Buccaneers, though. They're in tatters, aren't they, Domato?
They definitely are. I mean, people sometimes know me as the funny guy. Now you have this 1 minute where I'm actually serious. I'm unveiling the secret weapon. Maybe also it is Dave talking a bit more about it. Andy Dude showing the ropes, showing Juno where the ropes are. This was their secret weapon all along. They knew that they would play on product like that. So that's for starters. Then Sylvs has to go on Perma Scout because double scout is so important.
Yeah.
Because Juno is Perma sniping.
But then he doesn't.
then he doesn't. Then he switches back to Soldier when they have a double Soldier on the third map because they wanted to take deeper fights. And that actually boded well better for them. But the problem is then Eon drops once and complete momentum lost again.
Dave, what was the atmosphere like in Pint Gaming? I know you were like have your ear to the ground. You were in the room with those players. Were they feeling good throughout, or was there any stressful moments?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say generally they're just very, very focused, very, very confident as well. They obviously feel they've got the beating of this team. They feel this Max team is kind of on a downtrend and they can kind of stomp them. So, I mean, Pint Gaming were very confident. I think it was interesting really to see when they swapped classes. I mean, it's a brave decision because of how good Andy has been on that Pocket Scout role for so long. He's been the main kind of element that's propelled them to their success recently. So to see him move over to the Sniper, I mean, he was hitting shots, but crucially, the other thing was Smile moving over to the Scout, and he was doing quite a hard main call from that Scout. He was really leading his team forward, very belligerent and very dominating presence in the comms, and it seemed they were just very, very prepared on this map. They knew exactly how they wanted to play to counter the Bloodsail Buccaneers, and they really executed it perfectly.
Yeah. It's very tempting to just look at the snipers here, Domato, but that choice between rocking the Soldier, rocking the Scout, and all this, was it detrimental to Bloodsail Buccaneers? I know you said it felt like things were improving when Syl switched to the Soldier class, but I don't know. Do you think if you had like a Smile Scout on the Bloodsail Buccaneers, it would have been a different story? Or was it just a tale of two snipers?
Yeah, it was a tale of two snipers accompanied by interesting calls on the Bloodsail Buccaneers. I was in their cabin. I heard that. Mac also called for the tactical pause, and you hear and see why he's the team leader. You know, jolly but can be serious once some fecal matters hit the fan because he just typed in pause and goes to Sail, I don't want you to be this aggressive. Go back, support me when I jump out. And then to Juno he said, you don't whine 24/7 on me, because Juno wasn't feeling it. He said, you're always taking fights out of my angle. I can't support you. So I would say the detriment really lied within the comms. And to come back to your very first question from before, evidently they have not overcome that hurdle from the first day.
Sniper, Dave, it can be seen as like kind of an ego class. Do you think there's ever a room or a decision to be made about like, I'm not doing too hot on this, maybe I need to come off this? Or is that like a loser mentality? Are you supposed to just keep trying at it? You know, maybe eventually I'm going to get those heads ringing.
I mean, I think traditionally you probably want to use Sniper like selectively when a player's particularly feeling it, or when it kind of makes sense because it's countering what the other team is doing or what you're expecting the other team to do, or if you're just losing in a kind of straight 6v6 fight, chancing your hand with the Sniper makes sense. But with this team, Bloodsail Buccaneers, clearly they have this strategy and they want to make it work. And when they're obviously very, very committed to that strategy, and it's served them really, really well so far, but was not working. And yeah, as you said, they adapted a little bit, but wasn't enough. I mean, I think it was a smart adaptation, to be honest, but they could have maybe tried without the Sniper, but I don't know if it would have made a difference, frankly.
All right, one last question about that first map, and we'll go talking into our second map. Should Bloodsail Buccaneers still have this map as their trump card, Domato, or do they need to look elsewhere?
The next one, you mean? The next one?
I'm talking about, like, just in general, for the rest of the tournament, do Bloodsail Buccaneers count Product as one of their best maps?
I now have to rephrase because I wanted to say I told you so.
Oh, right.
It happened as I told you so. But no, I don't think. I think they should write this map off. Like, they weren't even discussing whether or not Juno Sniper was not the play to make. They basically only discussed, okay, Slivs, are you on Scout or on Soldier? And when you went to Soldier, they wanted to take deep fights to force the Sniper out of position. Didn't work at all.
All right. Well, fortunately, this is a best of 3, Dave. We are, going into a second map. I know it's a bit strange, but it's day 2, so we're going to have more than just one map here on our day 2. So it will be an opportunity, but sad to say that this is the map pick of Pint Gaming going against Bloodsail Buccaneers. What do you think the atmosphere is like after losing your map pick and going into the second map?
I mean, Yeah, they're probably not looking really forward moving over to it, but losing product, losing the map that they're very, very confident on in previous, the recent memory, and now they're moving over to Metalworks. It's a rough one. I'd say Metalworks is a map that they've played before, and I don't think they particularly mind the map, but it seems everything from the side of Bloodsoul Buccaneers is just not going well for them. Seems they're really in a bit of a rough spot and probably need quite a big reset, to be honest. I mean, the good news for them is it is a very, very different style of map, so they're not going to lose in exactly the same way, but maybe it is a case of, now you're going to see Andy back on Scout, and that's another absolute menace you have to deal with.
Our Bloodsail Buccaneers full emo here, Domato. Do they strike you as a team when you're in that box that would go particularly emo? Are they dyeing their hair black? Are they wearing their socks high?
When you open the box, Max springs out and wears the pirate hat.
Right, so it's like, it's okay, guys, hey!
Maybe, if they get the hook. No, but I'm really interested. I really probably want to monitor the next game from the cabin of where you just were. I'm exposing you two from Pint Gaming, because Smile to me before said he's a bit more comfortable in this team than in the previous team where I played with Ems.
Oh, interesting. So obviously Metalworks is our next map. Dave, when you think of Metalworks, is there anything that kind of strikes to your mind? What kind of makes this different from the rest of the map pool?
I'd say the mid-fights are slightly different. Certainly, your demo being fast can be very, very important, and the soldiers as well.
Yes.
We've seen yesterday as well how impactful the soldiers very early on in the mids can be, and if one of the demo men is just under a lot more pressure than the other, it can really kind of shift the feel of the map. And like any map in 5CP, if you're not winning the mid-fights, it becomes a lot tougher. There is ways, it's not a super quick map, Metalworks. Generally, you don't get a lot of quick rounds unless one team is absolutely bulldozing. But, so there are ways to come back, even if you're losing mid-fights, but it's always obviously better to win them.
Yeah, I do like this point that he brings up, Domate. I just want to touch on it a bit more. These two demo men, Alien, Mac, who strikes you as the quicker, the speedy Sonic, and is one of the others going to try and match that speed, or are they going to buckle and go to Valley?
I would advise Mac to not be as fast as he was before. I can get exposed now. I think they played four fans, and we casted them before in the group stages, and the problem there was Mac arrived so early, but there was already a soldier there, and he was down to 80 HP and then had to hide in the lobby for the next 10 seconds.
First in line to just wait back for the rest of his team, I see.
No, but I mean, this is definitely an issue. I want to back this up. I think maybe he has more success against Pint Gaming because arguably they probably don't have as strong soldiers as Forfans.
Okay. Do you agree with that at all, Dave? Do you think the soldiers are a
far
factor here?
As far as I know, none of them are as efficient as Brugman is, especially on those mid-fights on Metalworks, so... The fact you're not having to deal with that is a little bit easier. I mean, they're still pretty good, Smile and Warped. I mean, they're both pretty good soldiers, and I know Warped does a lot of jump maps, so probably practices the fast rollout on Metalworks quite a bit as well. So I'm expecting Warped's probably the one to be really aggressive and try and shut down Mac. But we saw, honestly, the mid-fights weren't too bad for them at the end. They kind of adapted. Obviously they couldn't have Max super fast, and they couldn't have him kind of shutting down. But they kind of played more towards the Valley area. They kind of played more back, often allowing Forfence forward. And if they replicate that against this team, could work out. But maybe Point Gaming have some other ideas anyway.
Admittedly, Metalworks is also the map where you have basically one of the farthest distances. So it's basically impossible, even if you wipe on a mid fight, to not be able to set up on your last.
All right, believe it or not, we've got the gamers in the server. They've finished the cigarette breaks, and we are going to throw it over to our casters. It's going to be Wandom and Epoli casting our map 2.
We are still casting match 2. How are you feeling, Epoli?
I'm pretty good. I feel like after that first game, it was one of those games where it's like, oh yeah, back and forth, you kind of, you're getting into it or whatever. But then when like the scoreline ends up being a bit one-sided, it's almost like that game where you kind of feel like you wanted it a little bit more, right? Like, those tiny little micro situations where you're like, if I just done this, if I just, this tiny thing a little bit better. But ultimately, I mean, TF2 and Koth in particular, it's a game of small decisions and micro advantages, and ultimately that is just what it comes down to sometimes. So, it is what it is. That was map 1, but at least we're going into Metalworks, we're going into 5CP, something where you can play a bit more kind of controlling, take more of a moment to have a mental reset. Sometimes it's quite, it isn't quite as pressured every moment. So I'm hoping for the sake of the tournament that the Buccaneers do get themselves back into it a little bit.
But I can't help being really, really worried for them now, right? Like, the product was sort of their pocket pick, where they looked really, really strong, very, very good, looking to compete with everyone else in Europe. Now with that taken away from them, and the way that they lost it as well, it was, the individuals just weren't finding the impact they had in the season. So now you're on Pint's map pick, much more standard, much more traditional TF2 here on Metalworks for map number 2 of the first round, the knockout bracket here of ÜBERFEST 2025. Pint very clearly took away map number 1 of product from the Buccaneers, and they have to respond if they want to stay in the upper bracket.
Yeah, 100%. So this is going to be Buccaneers seeing what they can do. It's actually walked on the initial aggressive bomb, not committing to the frags, and we are just about combined to find some players. First 2 frags are in the hands of the Buccaneers, and he does manage to get one back, so not too bad. Great little serve from Eon, but slammed into the dirt by Warped there. But ultimately, after all is done, Soki is the only remaining player, and Leth doesn't even care. Not bothered. Fine, you can live. Tell your friends what you saw here, because the Buccaneers are back in the game.
That's absolute heroics there from Warped, getting that kill onto Eon. I actually really like that we got to see Eon's beautiful serve.
Oh yeah,
just
it was great.
Shut down.
And
it didn't matter.
It was great, and then you died.
Yeah, and then you just died. So now we're actually aggressing very early on, in onto second, taking a lot of damage here. Actually, Bloke falling down to spiral bombing across. Now back on soldier duty. We're no longer running a perma sniper. So Smile can play his real role, but this now means that the Ubers have effectively equalized, right? You can see both teams about 50%, and now with Pint Gaming already established on second, it's been quite difficult here for the Buccaneers to sort of push in, get a side spot advantage. They're looking to go through alley, but this is going to take them a little while, I think.
I mean, it's a classic, right? If Viaduct mid is held and you're pushing forward onto second, do that thing where you go Valley and then you like jump one or both of your soldiers really high off the wall. It is like an absolute classic thing, done, I believe, in every single div. It is just such a like how Metalworks has played 101, and I think we're going to see exactly that. So Silves is getting a big buff. We do see some stickies on the high ground, but Bloke does get really deep, doesn't get denied too much at all. What a great little surface. Somehow is lit. Hello? Can we shoot him? Like at any point? What? How do you allow that?
That is insane. What a misplay from Pint. No one near Patchouli. And that is a mistake that can cause chaos. That is the momentum that you need for the Buccaneers, because look at Eon. Just sat back in alley, and with 2 soldiers respawning, this now, huge advantage. Of course, massive rockets from left, but you have to feel like that is Pint dropping the ball.
That is actually ridiculous right now. Okay, so Buccaneers, they do still have to convert second. Warp does get in. Great first rocket here. Does manage to force off this Uber onto Eon. He's taking a long time to get cleaned up as well. Only now are they getting that frag as they try and move forward towards putting the headshot from Andy onto Mac. This is disaster. The rest of Pint Gaming, they're already playing towards last. They were playing a little bit safe here, so they will be conceding the second point, but this really isn't too bad for them at all. Maybe just about Buccaneers can be trying to get that cap. They will. The repush can happen from Pint Gaming if they want. Alien is trying to go aggressive through this doorway, combining onto his player on the right-hand side. Loke will go down.
Oh, wait, did Sills in on last? No one's there to stop him, just a singular soldier. Shooting up into the air, and I think that means that 4 now Pint Gaming do reply, but that flank from Sills now actually keeps the rest of his team alive. It lets them back out on second. Stops that meat grinder fight. It looks so good for Pint. Oh, for the Buccaneers, rather, right? But they're just, like, losing players, bleeding in, trying to push forwards. Really nice pipe there from Mac onto the enemy. As they're trying to push forwards, they have a bit of advantage. Actually managed to find the kill onto Mac. Eon's 80%. That means he's back on second, and I think Pint regained control.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit sad losing Mac there. I'm going to be real. Uber is now in the hands of Eon, so they should be able to hold this mid at least. But with Mac, it would be just that little bit easier. But there we go. Equal Ubers now. Pint Gaming do seem to be a little bit more on the aggressive, you know, peeking into that lobby area, but not quite seeing the opportunity. I think they just took that moment to realize, okay, it is equal. We'll play it as such. We'll get ourselves set up, you know. Sometimes you do just want to lower the pace that little bit, and it looks like, once again, you know it, you love it, it's Metalworks. All the way towards Valley. I mean, we've seen this before. Surely they can't do it again. Silves is all the way in, this time combining onto the Scout, but that's going to be it.
Yeah, it's a singular kill there onto Warped. Unfortunately, he was the one who stood in all of the rockets. So now with 2 soldiers down on the Buccaneers side means that we're just going to see immediate aggression from Pint as Soki runs in and with Patchouli kills everyone in the combo. So Juno gets flashed at Uber that will not accomplish anything, forced back onto second. And so that means now Pint finding themselves with a massive 100% Uber ad, 2 players down, including enemy demo, and they're going to take second for free.
Yeah, nice little air shot. I love how it didn't make any difference at all. Absolutely didn't matter. Junior's on the backlines getting an all-important 1v1. That's a good frag. He's actually going to be dragging some of these players back. What a sick little surf there as well. Surely, okay. Does get cleaned up by Warped. That will delay things just that little bit. Maybe just buy, you know, the Buccaneers a couple seconds to get themselves set up towards last. Only now are they getting a gun. This is going to be difficult because Uber is coming all the way in now. Alien trying to find this gun. Should be able to take it down relatively easily. Players are moving towards point. Oh my god, the double parachute. What can you do against this?
Double parachute is so strong. You see the other kill onto Smile, but now both soldiers are actually taken down, but they deal so much damage, and the Pint completely lose the positional advantage that they had at the beginning of that push, because that gun was only a level 2. It came up
Andy?
Oh, late.
Andy?
But
Andy?
is just
Andy? All the way on point?
You are not looking at him in the 1v1, however, thank God, it is Juno that saves the round. So we're back on second, everything's fine. We have 100% ad. Push on to second, we even have a kill to work with. What could go wrong?
Oh, don't say that. Can't believe you just said that. Warp's on high ground in a really good position. Uber's actually getting forced immediately. That is such a good force for the soldiers on the side of Pint Gaming. And they're actually going to escape with their lives as well. So quick to get away. The sniper on forwards does take one shot, but then going for the back spawn. Ultimately, they don't need anything else at this point. That force is great. They're happy to concede the midpoint for the sake of forcing off that Uber now. They're 90% on their own. Sills playing this high ground position. Just take a lot of damage. They will be forcing him back. Now, the dream for Pint Gaming is to try and push forward, get some control, maybe a frag, ideally without having to use it. And they're doing great, fantastic damage onto the side of the Buccaneers. Looks like Mac might be going down. What a crucial arrow from Eon. That is such a scary position. He will manage to escape.
Now, it's the Buccaneers on 75, right? So they can potentially try to hold this second. Uber's going to come out through Patchouli, and it is just straight in onto the enemy combo, who have scattered to the winds. As the Buccaneers are sort of dispersing and regrouping, with the Uber coming out for themselves, as Leth corrals the entire enemy team into alleyway, just keeping them, luring them back. The soldier respawner is going to clean him up, but everyone else on Pint is out, and Sills onto Andy, shuts him down. Lots of damage onto Eon, and that means that the Uber is forced out, but Alien is low and will get taken down. So now, can you find anything else? This is a very low scout who is going to get out alive. Smile, though, is on the back cap. He won't get anything, but now he's alerted the enemy to his presence. They are just going to come out straight for him, but he can just distract, and it's completely fine, because look at the Ubers. He's also out, by the way. Oh my god.
Funny map, funny doorways, funny hallways, you know? There you go. Yeah, Smile managing to live. There we go, opens things up a little bit for Pint once again. It's about kind of 30-35% advantage. This is definitely enough to push off of, and it is definitely enough to posture. You know, the dream really would be just to try and walk all the way through here. It's going to be so difficult to get all the way towards this combo. God, dude, Patchouli went so low there. The force does come out. Just about combining onto that frag. They do get positioned towards point. Ubers will be in the hands of the Buccaneers in a couple seconds. It's kind of unfortunate timing for them.
Yeah.
They're just that little bit slow building, so they can't get the Uber to go for that immediate repush. So they are pushing out of last, which is a little bit riskier.
This is scary for the Buccaneers, to be honest. You were just walking on a tightrope. Mac already eating so much damage. If he goes down, the round could potentially be over, even if you have the Uber ad. So it is just going to come out, and you can see Pint Gaming running away immediately. Warp underneath is going to take a lot of damage. He can't go for any sort of play. Just gets taken down. Soki now as well. And so suddenly this push is mildly successful here. No Uber on the side of Pint means the Alien's alone in-house, and the Buccaneers are surging forwards. They have to get in onto Patchouli before his counter reaches 100. So he's going to sit back in-house with 2 players down. You have to retreat. to the low ground, but what the Buccaneers are taking as much space as they can.
Yeah, they're really going to try and get some position towards point. They're going to make it so difficult so that if Pipe wants to come in, they do have to use, and that is exactly what will happen. We see almost this entire Uber actually kind of being used on Junu there, and that's a very reasonable trade. We'll have to get more. I feel like the Buccaneers kind of overstaying their welcome right now. This seems... My God, they were in very aggressive positioning. Just that, dude, Andy doesn't want to stop. Unaware!
We don't turn around. Let us just...
Unaware! okay.
We got HP.
It's all good.
We are down 2 now. No soldiers are up, which means that you can't just go in straight away. Eon does not have. So if you push this ASAP, he won't have an Uber. So Sail up on the sniper is going to have to find a headshot onto Alien and instantly taken down. That is a medic peeking a corner that you cannot take because a soldier now warped is going to come in, try to kill the enemy medic, but Junu is on the shotgun Putis.
Dude, I love that. I love that so much. The funny thing is that is the objective correct weapon.
Yes.
Like to be on for heavy just there because the minigun spin up time, that's actually just correct. I love that.
I love me some Fat Scout coming forwards. Now it's a bit of a big advantage for the Ubers. I cannot believe that the Buccaneers are actually trying to play this. So the trade is going to come out. A lot of damage onto Julie. Actually, this post-Uber looks a bit scary here. 4-Pint Gaming is all of their health bars are low, but Silvs is equal to 0. So Beta's going to flash his name on the screen. Hello, Beta.
Hey.
But the trade comes out, no frags really being found, and so instead now it's Mac up on 25%, and that is just a warped on point, uncontested. Bloke is taken down with Eon falling to the pipes from Alien. This is now the Buccaneers struggling to hold on because Soki is dealing a lot of damage, and the enemy team can regroup around the medic and heals, but it looks like they are just going to choose to stay back, keep the advantage, and push for the killing blow.
I'm actually going to kind of massively shout out Warp there. Like, it seemed like such a funny just I'm a jump on point play, but it actually dragged so many people. It focused so much attention towards point and actually got so much time that they had no choice but to play on point there, which obviously allowed such a distraction. So yeah, no, Uber's going to be in the hands of Pint Gaming. This really should be their round to lose at this point, you know? We do still have the funny parachute, so Wan, how do you play against it?
The Ubers are going to come in. This is a level 2 gun being built right now, and Andy's just instantly onto the point, gets spammed, but just not fast enough. Sticky's not dead, and that means that Andy can run onto the point completely for free and take round number 1. This is Pint Gaming up once again. Eon had an amazing serve, taken down by Walker there, so that means... Buccaneers, I feel like they had opportunities there to push with advantage and win a round. Unfortunately, not quite finding it. It's really nice mechanical plays coming through for both teams.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I feel like that was such a hard-fought round. That was one where like both teams really got like pushed to the limits. But ultimately, it's going to go Pint Gaming's way. So they're going to be that little bit more confident going into mid-2 right now. We are seeing pressure, dude. I love how Andy just doesn't care, just literally fears not a single player on any server, I think, at this point. First frag is going to go their way. It does look like it's going to be Bloke going down as well. Dude, Warped actually having quite a low-key big mid there. Just getting those 2 important frags, and that's actually all they need to win the mid.
Yeah, it's really nice from Warped finding both of the kills, and as you say now, a 2-player disadvantage here for the Buccaneers. They are sitting on second. They will have at least Sail up for the fight, but you can see the aggression coming in. Silvs!
What?
That is a disgusting shot onto Vachuli, completely eliminating the advantage, and Pike immediately press their W keys as they try and get the serve. The force successfully onto Eon, but where are his players? Everyone else is dead and low, as that is Warped on the high ground, hitting rockets and shutting down the Buccaneers. Heroics from Sills and a disgusting shot onto Patchouli, but it's just barely enough to keep the team in the round as everything is still crumbling.
That is absolutely wild. I love how I feel like both teams right now, like there's so many ways where they're playing great, and there's so many ways where they're just kind of getting picked apart. They're that perfect combo of like, what the hell is going on? That is, yeah, no, dude, that was kind of huge from Warped in a lot of those situations there. I have no idea how he lived. I don't think he knows how he lived.
I don't know. It's about 30% advantage here for the Buccaneers. 20% rather, I can count.
Ooh, nice.
Which means that we're fully in stalemate position here, as
are we spinning?
Is not enough.
No.
On Metalworks, especially pushing out of Lust, something you preferably do after you wipe the enemy team.
Yeah.
Anything but that is a bit of a risk that you are committing. So the Buccaneers are going to sit back on Lust. Juno up on the sniper, hoping to be more successful than he was on map number 1. Early damage onto the soldier, at least so far, is decent, but the demo is going to start peeking. Very weird angle here for Juno. He's watching far away. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is one of those positions where, you know, Pint Gaming being on the more aggressive side, looking towards the Buccaneer last, they can kind of do a little bit whatever they want. Yep, Soldier is going to be jumping on in. Dude, I love how the response to seeing enemies... Oh, great work by Sills, picking up Alien.
Yep.
Actually,
this is
does
pushable.
Sills want to go for it? Has Sills been not... Okay, just about been spotted. Okay. Scout class has seen us, that's fine. We can go for the aggressive sniper peeking. But no, I do think it's genuinely funny how like the immediate response when you see an enemy player towards your last is, I'm a soldier, I'm just going to go sit in the skybox with my funny parachute and just try and make things as annoying as possible. It's actually the kind of thing where like, when you think about it, is just ridiculously annoying.
This is now both teams spy checking at the same time.
I love that.
So I wonder if Sylves actually does see properly that Soki is electing to go for the spy play here. Takes a little while to set up, and there's 3 minutes left on the round timer before we just reset, go back to middle. But it should be enough to set up the spy play, but...
Okay, no,
okay,
they are aware because Junu's going for like the wall hack play.
Imagine.
Dude.
Okay,
yep. Dude, we are so aware. We are so aware.
You can even see Warp goes for the sack play at the same time while the spy is creating the distraction, but Bloke is just hovering across. It looks so funny. I know so players hate playing against it, but from a viewer perspective, I love the parachute. Yeah, I forgot the weapon existed.
Literally, from a viewer POV, I can guarantee there's like an entire demographic of people being like, dude, it's such a dumb weapon, like they move so slowly, how do you not hit them? But that's how you can't hit them, because they move so slowly.
Yeah.
It like ruins your brain like falls out your butt.
Yeah, and also like you expect them to go down, but you can like parachute up, parachute down, and then you can like stagger your fall. Okay, Judo gets a bit aggressive there with the peek. Well, he is able to find that kill to stave off the aggression. Still even Ubers for both sides. But the kill with the sniper, maybe perhaps this is the time Pint Gaming to get a bit more aggressive. You can see them posturing already with their soldiers, but you're taking so much damage just walking in here as well. The upwards to Rex is actually relatively successful. It actually does manage to pick off the sentry gun from Sale as well. The bounce kill onto Warp, then a headshot onto Andy. Should stave the aggression off for now. It's Smile straight in onto the point onto Eon. Doesn't connect with any rockets. Sale is actually just kind of bombing crit.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, this is like value for money Frontier Justice right now. Ooh, Juno, what a little crack shot there. And does he want a little bit more? Maybe not. Maybe
it's still just one pick, right? It's so hard to actually peek that. Pushing out into Metalwork second when you don't have a huge advantage is so scary. So you kind of just have to let the enemy team walk into the lobby. Remind them you have a sniper.
Just like, hello, I'm not going to kill you, but I'm just going to make things a little bit annoying.
Minute left now on the timer as well. So this is beginning to become go time for Pint Gaming. 13 minutes left on the match timer as well. But the Buccaneers still, I mean, they can run down the round time and go back to mid, but they still have to get around themselves. Uber gonna come in onto Alien, gonna find a sentry gun and not much else at all. Gets the Uber Force out of Eon. Comes out quite late, but no one really dying on either side. And Pint Gaming gonna have to dry push this. 30 seconds left. We're gonna set up this push. Warped with a very nice early rocket on to the enemy of left. As now it's actually Mac taken down super low, but does manage to find the kill of Smile. Does not get bowed out though. And so now without a demo, it is warped onto the point, and you have to play this with your life because the Stickies are not doing anything. The Fat Scout cannot find the frags. Instead, it's Andy and Soki against the world, and maybe they like those odds. But Sale with the 3K has to stop Andy with his own, and he does manage to find all four. It's 7 seconds left, and Smile is nowhere near. So we're gonna go straight back to middle because Smile's gonna jump in, and there's a little bit of cap time. So we do actually let Sale get a 5K.
Just, you know, just for the vibes, okay.
I like that. We're being nice to Smile. Or to Sale, right? We're not being nice to Smile.
We're being incredibly mean to Smile.
Yeah,
Dude's got fragged like 7 times.
He's Danish.
Crazy, bro. Crazy. Yeah, dude, imagine.
Ostracized. That's such a beautiful, disgusting shot for himself. We didn't quite see what happened to get him in that position, but I imagine it's something of like bombing into yard, or into alley rather, and shooting up the medic, and then getting shot up with him, and hitting the rocket as you're kind of flowing.
It's like the alley-oop into a Dragon Ball Z. That is like...
It's like a self-alley-oop.
Yeah, a self-alley-oop. Dude, that's what I'm saying. All right, this is third min, right? There we go. Another little opportunity here for the side of the Buccaneers. You know, maybe things are starting to work, maybe not. We're not really sure. First frag to the good, but to Pint Gaming, they have this position on point. Yeah, dude, the Buccaneers are just nowhere. Like, it's one of those mids where you're just like, oh, do we stand a chance? And then you lose a couple, you're like, ah.
So now you're down 2 players here. You can see the timers are 10 seconds as well. So Pine Gaming really can't just push him through alley here. This is a bit scary, as Sylvs is going to go for the counter bomb, is going to get called out, so immediately has to call it off, but is going to eat so much damage, and he'll just get taken down by Andy. So now you're down another player, and Pine can just continue pelting you and force you all the way back onto last even movers. But I think the result really is just going to go straight away. Trade going to come out, and that is Patchouli excellently surfing away from Sale, who doesn't even manage to get the force. And suddenly, this was an even Uber situation. It was completely fine. We tried to take that trade, and this is now disaster for the Buccaneers. We're on last. Enemy team has Uber. That's not good.
I'm gonna be real, that was kind of a dog Uber. Like that was really one of those where you're like, oh yeah, we're going for the trade, and then it just kind of sucks. Uber does come in now. Mac is just living his best life. He has sticky bombs on the point, I suppose. The enemy team doesn't really seem that bothered about him. I think he has been spotted just about. I believe he's gonna watch all his friends die from such a fantastic POV. Mac's in! And it's not enough.
Yeah. Okay. How did you say this nicely?
Go on, say it. say it not nicely, it's fine.
What are the Buccaneers doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. That whole like kind of, oh yeah, we're gonna trade Uber in a second, but you gotta walk through like 3 doorways to get there. And then you, like, I don't know, like it just seems so optimistic going for that. Like you're just not set up for it at all. It's just such a throwaway Uber situation. And then suddenly you find yourself just standing no chance at all. Like, that seemed really optimistic.
I appreciate the KDA saving, like Max just sits on lamp and AFKs while the rest of the team tries to fend off the push, but also not quite successful. It's an early kill onto Warp once again. Blow for the really nice bomb in action. A lot of damage dealt onto Pine Gaming, but they're staying alive for now as Patchouli surfing forwards beautifully from a bomb from Sylvs, but the cleanup is coming out for Sale. It's alone with Eon, and that means that they're going to back off. And again, we are leaving mid with neither medic going down, and even Ubers on second. The red second.
The red second, that is true. I mean, this is almost feeling like the start of a little bit of momentum for the side of Pine, because, you know, I mean, they're 2 rounds up. There's a lot of game left in the game. That is true. One of the undeniable truths of life. But also, with Pine already having a 2-round buffer, you know, the more that timer ticks down, the more they're going to be happy to, you know, play a little bit more conservative, a little bit more safe. You know, they're still going to be, you know, wanting to get some more rounds in, you know, assert some dominance, all that kind of stuff. But really, the ball will be perpetually in the court of the Bloodsail Buccaneers, and they need to actually kind of make something work. And having something consistently work without then making a mistake, it's just not been happening for them. Like, they've been losing players in really dodgy situations. They've been making some slightly questionable team decisions. Yeah, they need to find some way of just, I don't know, shaking things up and just kind of changing the entire narrative.
Yeah, they need to find some kind of rejuvenation, and they kind of need to find it now if they want to stay in the upper bracket. Early bomb's going to come in from Smile. Not going to find any picks. Done a lot of damage to himself. We try to take a lot of space here, do Pine Gaming, but they survive. It's actually not the end of the road. Time to get geared up.
Yeah.
It's giving the Buccaneers nothing to really re-aggress on. You can still see how Pine respecting the opponent, backing off, making sure they're full HP before they try peeking again. But they have time to kill, as you say, right? 8 minutes left on the clock. You're up 2 rounds. Ball entirely in the Buccaneers' court.
Well, this is the thing on the side of Pine Gaming, right? Like, so they're the ones with rounds up. They're also the ones aggressing, and they're going to be the ones aggressing again, right? It's the kind of thing where, for as long as you're the ones aggressing, really, eventually, something will work, right? Like, if you just slam it and nothing is against a brick wall, eventually the brick wall is going to, like, falter, and it's going to be all about Buccaneers finding some way of actually capitalizing off that. They do manage to get 1 frag this time towards Warp. That's pretty good. We do see Flo going aggressive towards the flank. He's been spotted out, though. It's going to make things incredibly difficult. The rest of the combo on the side of Buccaneers, I mean, I guess they're trying to go through Valley. Are they going to try and send a stack of their own? That's probably the best opportunity that they can kind of take. They really need to combine on some frags, but the spawners are going to be up. They're going from a low ground position. It is just so difficult.
Mac is really pelting the opponent with damage here as well. Really nice position in Valley, but unfortunately, there's just not really much to follow up on it, right? They have no positioning on mid.
No.
So
like,
forced
yeah.
to back off.
Well, that's it. It's like, you know, if you get a bit of damage there, other than Mac hitting like 2 pipes, like, how do you follow up on it? I guess maybe if you hit a pipe on a medic, you can deep bomb a soldier, but that's about it. So, you know, they've got to go for it, but also it is just a difficult spot. It's one of those kind of just, you know, difficult aspects of this map. That angle is just very, very difficult, but here we go. Smart does jump in once again, not looking for that full commit. Is going to be ducking away a little bit to try and just draw some eyes, draw a little bit of attention. Alien hitting just a little bit of damage. And here we go, frags once again. First one, going to go to Buccaneers. Uber has got forced out, though. Even getting 2 frags off that is not that good on the side of the Buccaneers. Sale really trying to get aggressive, trying to walk forward. I don't see really the rest of the team with them. Only now are they combining. Uber has been used by Patchouli now, right now, and he's going to be trying to chase all the way. There's like 5 players in that one room, and I think maybe Wisely just backs up at this point. That frag's significant. The damage is actually really, really significant on the Buccaneers. They're managing to keep them just about out these doorways. Sale does get cleaned up right at the end. It's turning into a very scrappy little fight here, and you can see the Buccaneers getting caught all the way towards these hallways, and Eon desperately tries to survive. Not quite connecting.
It's a singular kill there onto Warp, but it is such a poor consolation prize. It starts out so nicely and finishes pretty decently with a kill to Patchouli as well, but they sacrifice so much for it. And so now the Buccaneers are all the way on their last. Once again, Pint are going to get Patchouli up as well. They're going to have a slight ad. We don't really think it'll matter much because we are on Metalworks last, but Sniper rather up now for Sale because you know that the quick aggression from Pint can come out with you being down, and that's Eon electing for a crit. We are trying something else because you have to look at the round timer now, right? It's 5 minutes left until the map and the series go the way of Pint, and you need an answer, and you kind of need it fast. This crits is kind of the last hope of the Buccaneers.
A little bit, yeah. You can see them getting aggressive towards the second point. I guess they want to try and get control of second. Actually, they've done a lot of damage. This is really good. Potentially a big bomb or some kind of frag here on the side of Sylvs. Just about manages to get one before getting cleaned up. A little bit difficult here. Uber has been used. This is going to be so difficult. Andy's trying to get through this little hallway. Going to be trying to get forward onto this combo. Actually, not managing it. Chris is about to be up. Oh, please. Please, can we have a good crit?
99, this is Scout crits in. Unfortunately, not finding that much. It's 1 kill to Andy, but the rest of Pint scattered to the winds here. There's still 3 down, though. So this is a lot of push that can come out of Buccaneers should they choose to. But unfortunately, Sale has to turn around and see that the rest of his team cannot run as fast as a Scout. Unfortunately, Mac taken down by Alien as well. It's a beautiful rocket onto Warp that shuts his aggression down. But with left on the low ground means that he just gets taken out. The crits is nowhere near completion. And Buccaneers are scattered everywhere, not in unison. And that means that Pint Gaming can clean them up. It's Sills bombing forwards, cannot find the kill onto Patchouli. So the rest of Buccaneers are just going to collapse. They get wiped on mid as they try to push out. This is Patchouli, 80-90% Uber, sending it straight in onto last, and I think they're looking to take the series.
Yeah, 100%. They're just not going to care at all about anything that's going on. The only possible option here is this Sales Sniper desperately trying to look towards these doorways. Any kind of early frag, anything would be so crucial on the side of the Buccaneers. But Pint Gaming, I love how in all of the momentum getting so into this game, they're not letting it fall away from them. They're waiting for their spawners. They're getting those buffs. They're not rushing things. They know they're in such a commanding position, and all they had to do was take that minute, and there we go. Left-hand side, Uber has been used. Andy walking all the way through. Gun has been spotted. Should be dealt with relatively easy. We're going to be focusing onto this heavy right now. Just about managing to get that frag. Is Alien actually losing their life? Mac and Bloke combining onto these two so important players. Somehow they're keeping control here. Smile, great rockets! Absolutely nukes Mac.
He's uncontested. He's going to run in. There's 3 players looking at him, but the cap time is so huge. Andy does not quite find the shot onto the enemy Sale. Takes him down, but just barely. And that really slows down momentum. Buccaneers, they have 1 breeze of momentum. You have to just ride it. You have to push the ball now. You don't have time to wait. And so that means that the Pint is going to re-aggress. And if they get any sort of hope at stopping this ball rolling, it is so good for them. Early damage, though, onto Soak does fall quite low. Buccaneers have to keep pressing. They just have to keep going. If they lose, they lose. Sills going down early. Uber comes out. A lot of damage onto the enemy demo man. Alien is falling, but that is Scouts shifting everywhere around him. It's Andy running in onto the point uncontested. The enemy demo man is not healthy enough, but the taunt gets him picked off by Junu. And so the Buccaneers are holding on, but look at the aftermath. Oh my god, no.
What the hell is going on? Junu gets the second hello?
And we're gonna not lose to Mac. Lose to Soki, but Mac dies also to Sticky.
Hello? Wan, help.
I'm trying to like do the maths in my head of like, are we dead time?
Physically speaking, maybe. I mean, okay, all I'm saying is Pint Gaming is about to get their Uber. So surely anyone playing close is going to find themselves getting nuked pretty quickly. Yep, I think that may be everything that's about to happen. There we go. Yep. 4 players down on the side of the Buccaneers. Pint Gaming.
It's like actually dead time now.
They're going in. They're getting an Uber. They're getting onto last. This is going to be your opportunities for air shots. Oh! Yeah, that was an air shot. That was an
Yeah,
air shot.
that was technically, yeah. Love it. All right, Pint Gaming, 3-0 in the end. That looked quite close for a lot of it, but I feel, commiserations to the Buccaneers, man. Like, falling to the low bracket like that is just not how you want to go. Like, and I think like this is as harsh as it is to say, it like completes the arc of like. I feel like the Buccaneers are fully broken now. They come into this, they're like, okay, but there's no coughing group stage, and we're really good at product. But then the product is also just completely broken.
Yeah,
Like,
go on.
They lose product 3-0, they come into this, they're unable to really convert much of any advantage that they actually end up getting even. Losing that as well, and it's just, it's a bit sad. They go down to the low bracket, they're not eliminated quite yet, but this is now, they need some kind of intervention, I feel like.
In the nicest possible way, they now cannot afford to make any mistakes as the team that has historically this LAN made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, and it feels like one, yes, it's the team macro plays are not quite going their way, but equally just individually, like, they're just not where they were a week and a half ago.
No, it's if you were to show, like, if you were to take all the name tags off and to show like team and like team then and then team now, it just looks like completely different creatures, like a completely different thing.
You can see the instant disconnects as well. Actually, they are.
That is I've deleted everything. I have unplugged all of my peripherals. I'm gonna see you guys in a minute.
But yeah, congratulations, Pint Gaming, of course, taking the win, taking revenge. I think they all fancied themselves for 4th place, at least, at ETF 12, and they're sort of making that work so far, stamping their name as sort of the outside contender, maybe a little bit. We saw them play for the first 20 minutes of their Granary game against Witness. They played Witness closer than any of the other teams in the tournament.
They were actually hot. Like, that first, like, minute and 5-second round was actually hot for the side of Pint Gaming. They did things no one else has done this event so far. Like, I feel like theirs is the kind of, you know, a hell of a story for the LAN.
To help us tell the rest of the story, the rest of the LAN,
go on.
We have a little desk lined up. Double taps.
That's my formal analysis. If I was doing more pirately, like shiver me timbers. Like, okay, Domato. We switched rooms for that one.
Yes,
I'm glad you had the happy room. The Pint Gaming room for me and Dave was very, very sad.
That would have been my prediction, by the way. I think I definitely had the better viewing experience on that one. Like a well-oiled machine. Obviously, it is easier if you're winning to have good comms, to have good morale. But nobody is name calling. They are even counter name calling. They're saying, "I'm sorry, guys. For me, that wasn't even a mistake. He's still. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I admit it. Sorry. I didn't wipe their team this time around."
Dave, I don't know where to start because I feel like everybody had a bit of show and tell in the Blitzeo Buccaneers. Like, oh, you have this problem, but I've got this problem, and I've got this problem, and I've got that problem. Everyone was kind of.
My problem is you.
Yeah, it was. Where do you begin?
Yeah, I mean they started off okay. I have to say they didn't seem completely dejected. They didn't seem like they felt they were completely.
They won mid. They won the first mid.
Yeah, but kind of as it went on, every time. I mean, they were okay in the holds as well. But every time they had an opportunity, had a little bit of advantage to go for a push, they seemed really unsure of themselves. They seemed really on different wavelengths. Mac was calling things people were not really following. Even when it worked out, I think one of the drops was Mac called "Don't Bomb," Silv's "Don't Bomb," and then Silv's bombed and you got a drop. So that was kind of indicative of the fact everyone was kind of second-guessing each other, second-guessing themselves. And they really didn't get any kind of forward momentum going because of it.
Yeah, this is great for analysis, Couch, because we've got a lot of problems to dig into and all this. That's one of them, counter-calling. It's a tail order's time. You do A, you do B, then you end up doing a weird C and all this. Was that like the problem factor you saw in the game, Domato? No. Okay, let's go on to the next problem then. So,
not for my team.
The next problem was maybe like teething issues with, I would say, like Sale. Couple of times that boy is running away a bit too much. Would you agree, Dave? Did it feel like a couple of times Sale was detaching a bit from the combo, or?
Yeah, a little bit. I think overall like Mac and So were not playing close together for long periods of time, and generally, if your demo and your scout are splitting, particularly on a map like Metalworks, where often you're having to enter through different doors, and yeah, you can avoid kind of spam via that, but it meant that was kind of dragged every which way. He either had to commit to following Sale or had to commit to following Mac, and it meant whichever one, not only would they get very, very well punished by Pint, but it also meant that they then yelled at the other.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's put that through the Domato machine. Domato, was that the problem?
Not on Pine Gaming.
Okay.
No, but can I please don't anybody look at that? I think we also have some players joining in, by the way.
Yeah, we're getting them mic'd up, but in the meantime...
I just want to have a quick, before they can tell me that they have a completely different feeling about it. I also felt like the last pushes were a bit more prominent for them, because even if they had the time to park the bus, they never did. They just still went proactive on those last pushes. Go to a sentry gun. They basically, by the way, cautiously used an entire Uber to kill a sentry gun and then wrap to the other side.
All right, and...
Locked.
Oh, okay, but yeah, so while we're still getting them mic'd up, we have the logs here. In seamless transition, we'll have two players that just magically pop onto the couch during this. But in the meantime, is there anything you can do to look at the logs and distract Dave?
I mean, we expect Andy to have a good game, right? But yeah.
Oh, look at it.
Once again, he managed it. Never seems to be able to be stopped at the moment.
Yeah, what a tactically timed glazing you're Vandy, huh? well. Who would have guessed it? It's bigger, it's bolder, it's beautiful here on the couch. We welcome in two players from Pint Gaming. Obviously, we've got Smile and we've got Andy Dude. Okay, well, welcome, gentlemen. Obviously, congrats on your first step in this upper bracket. I'm guessing you're feeling quite relieved, Smile?
I am. Yeah, I was trying to. Well, we really didn't want 60 kills from Sale on product, so
yeah.
So I'm quite glad that didn't happen.
Andy Dude, who's the mastermind when it comes to the map picks and bans? Because obviously it's kind of hard to pencil between your team who's really the one that gets the go ahead or the first choice of map.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's everyone as a team, and of course, Smile's the one who has the word at the end. He's the one deciding then.
Was there anything about the map picks and bans that was interesting, maybe from the players' side, that we didn't catch here on the analyst couch?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of really wanted them. We wanted them to pick product. We know they're quite comfortable on it. They've beaten Forfence, I think, in the season.
Yes.
And we are also quite comfortable on product. So so we were hoping that if we just leave it in, they would pick it.
Yeah.
And they did. So so that worked out well. And then for what was the second map? Oh, Metalworks. Right. we just played it, but yeah, also Metalworks. We were just I don't know. We were between Metal and Process, I think it was. But yeah, in the end, we thought that they were probably worse on Metal than they were on Process. So so that's why we picked it.
Andy Dude, at this point, are you still is there any sort of training mode of things? Do you feel we should be picking these maps or we should be trying these things out? Is there, or is this completely now guys, we're not going to save anything. We're not going to think about working on our weaknesses. We're just going to play to our strengths. What's the objective for the team right now in this part of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, our goal right now is to win the tournament, to beat Witness. This is our goal.
Okay.
I think we can beat Forfence and the Jolly team. I think we're pretty confident in that.
Is there much growth left in the team, do you think, or do you think this is this is where we're at right now?
No, we can do way better, I think.
Okay, that's cool to hear. That's really cool to hear.
They just need better opponents.
All right, Smile. Talk to me about these maps in particular. Product. You've decided to run Andy Do full time on Sniper. Was this what was the plan if that actually flipped on its head? What if Junu was just completely popping off and Andy Do was struggling? What was plan B if it did come to that?
Yeah, I think before the LAN we had a scrim on Monday, and I wasn't there for it. I couldn't play, but I think Alien was running a sticky jumper, so we might have pulled that out in the case that Andy was getting diffed by Juni. But that's also a very unrealistic scenario, really, because Andy is just a better sniper. So, yeah.
Andy, assess the sniper situation here. Do you feel there was something that Junu was doing wrong against the sniper? Is it just basically who's feeling it that day, or do you think there's just no, there's an extra layer of sniper that you have over him.
I mean, his aim, of course, is like really great. I think depends on the day it is. I think he can be very good or very bad. Like today, I don't think it was his day. Honestly, like usually he's very good. I think, but in the end, I do think I'm better than him on any class.
I want to put this into a macro perspective on product. Juno was complaining about the fact that his team was taking fights outside of his own angle. Did you sort of try to give Andy the helping hand there? I mean, obviously your sniper should follow a bit more individually by himself and not the entire team playing around the sniper.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't really tell my sniper. I didn't tell Andy much of what to do. There's sometimes like we're taking into consideration that if say they had 2 soldiers at the end of the game, right?
Yep.
And we knew they would start like bombing a lot because
Yep.
they were getting diffed in the sniper v sniper.
Yep.
So I would tell him to go hide, and I would tell Soki to play next to him.
Okay.
So we could try and just clean up the soldiers when they did bomb. And but outside of that, I'm not really like considering much of the angles. I know he's playing somewhere behind me. I'm just like focusing on telling my medic like how to avoid their sniper sidelines, and then obviously finding the points so they don't get capped for free when we have the point.
All right, well, that's enough map 1. I want to quickly talk about map 2. It looked quite pretty much overall clean, locked for your team. Andy, dude, we were theorizing what was the problem or, all the many problems. But if you looking from the other side, what do you think was going wrong for Bloodsail Buccaneers? What was like the mistake he really kept punishing?
I think, honestly, the mids. I think on every mid, Mac was locked out on mid. Like, we had so much space on mid. Like, I think we had Smell going fast. Looking Mac out, he had like no chance to play mid. We had like insane space. There was nothing for them to do, and we just kept rolling them. We pressured second. Everything worked out, I think, for us.
And Smile, for your team, was there anything that you were like, okay, yeah, we won that Metalworks, but you Prem play as a perfectionist. Was there anything that you still weren't entirely happy with, and you hope to fix going on into the tournament?
I would like to ban the base jumper. That would be a very nice addition to this tournament, I think, because pushing last into metal with the infinite skybox and then seeing a soldier base jumping in the sky.
I think at one point Mac was in the lamp.
Yeah, he was in the lamp on one of the
so
of the
it's like
pushes.
a pseudo base jumper.
yeah, they had
the base sitter.
One soldier at least on the base jumper jumping around, and Mac on the lamp. I think on that push, like he was the last one alive, and I was like screaming above. Like I was so afraid like everyone would run onto point and he would sink them and stuff like this. But
he only had 4 stickies when he was in the lamp as well.
Yeah. So it was just the most threatening security camera you've ever seen.
Yeah, I see. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Mac has that in him to get a 5K there in that moment or whatever it was. But,
yeah. Now, you guys have seen the upper bracket. You probably theorize who your next opponents are going to be. Do you know who they are, Andy? Do you have a guess?
Yeah, it's the big guys. It's Witness.
It's Witness. Okay, so obviously, is that a big game for you guys? Are you planning to this is the best journey to go through it, or are you guys kind of expecting to make this low bracket run instead?
I mean, we want to go for it. Like we had a good game on Granary against them. It was like it was a bit unfortunate because it was a 2-2 like with 10 minutes left or something. I think even less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then they they started winning the mid. And they won them in a fashion where we pretty much wiped every single mid.
We got a couple of replays here. Yeah. You notice you can hear in my thing. It's just pew, crit sound, crit sound, crit sound, crit sound.
I saw Ian dropping twice there to the sniper rifle. Also, one of my favorite moments on Metalworks. I don't want to glaze anyone, but Andy just wrapped around behind the point. The medic was not a priority at all, but just double lead shot. That is quite fast. I did like how you approached the last points. Do you have anything? Maybe Smile, that is the duty of the team leader. On those last pushes, I was really surprised on one occasion you spent mindfully an entire Uber to kill the sentry gun and then wrap to the other side.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, that was like an Uber trade because I think there was like 2 minutes left on the round time. I think at that time.
No, it was 10 minutes left, and you said we just go for the sentry, kill the sentry with our Uber. We don't even care if they pop. They did pop in the end, but.
I mean, the idea just is like, because they're on metal last, right? And if we just get in, like use the Uber, kill the gun, and then even if they have full ad, they have to push out 6v6, and we can send back caps and make it really difficult. Yeah. So honestly, I was just kind of trying to force an error out of them. That's the full process.
Okay. Yeah. So basically bait.
I guess, yeah. We're trying to bait them into 2.
And here we are. We've got the upper bracket now. We've got the results over in. So spoilers for people out there. Dirty Maggots did beat Aragosta. I know, you're shocked. Please pick your jaw off the floor. And Forfence do take it over Alan's workshop. I don't know how that's possible, but they did. And yeah, it's obviously you guys versus, oh God. Testimonianza di Giorgio. That was not okay. That was actually all right. You know what? I want like a crowd. If there was a crowd out there, I want some clapping or something like that because this has been my bane of my entire LAN. So, Pint Gaming versus obviously the artist formerly known as Witness. Is there anything you could give me, Smile, Andy? Like any, do you have anything cooked up? Did you look over any demos or anything like that? Do you have any sort of like tidbits or sneak previews maybe going into this match?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think like we have a solution for what went wrong on the last because I think we started off by winning most of the mids. I think we won like the first like 4 mids or so.
Yeah.
And then we started losing and getting wiped. But we do have like a solution. I'm not gonna say what it is, but
okay.
I do think we have enough.
That's cool. That's good to hear.
On Granary.
And my last final spicy question is, okay, so you're living on the good timeline. Cinderella has, come out and put the glass slippers back on and you guys win LAN, okay? Are you guys still going to break up the band and reform this team even if you win this tournament?
I mean, if we win LAN, we might have to reconsider, but...
So that's the motivate. That's the carrot you're holding in front of Warped and company, just like...
I mean, yeah, I think...
Come on, boys, you got this!
I think any team that can beat Witness is I mean,
there's got to be
splitting
something
up after
there.
Beating Witness is a bit of a troll move. I think so.
Do you agree with that, Andy? Or are you like, nah, get this Warp kid out of here, get them... Soki, bye-bye.
Yeah, I think Warp is especially a very good player. I think this LAN he stepped up a lot. Like, especially like, not like this game, but like the other games like before, like we played. He played very good, honestly.
This
like
guy's making, it's because this guy's making a wreck post, really, kind of 5D leading, if I do say so myself. What better motivation than to make them want other teams want them so they play out their minds. But yeah, it was very nice to have you on the couch, Smile. Very nice to have you on the couch as well, Andy Dude. Tomato, I mean, it's okay, I guess. And yeah, Dave,
Fair enough.
yeah, hi. And yeah, but that's the couch. Obviously, no, of course, I do adore you two joining me on the couch. We're gonna go into our next round of games. We'll see you then. Otherwise, it's just gonna go to a little break and maybe some content. Who knows? We go to break. Break it will go. Yes.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, lose our minds? Look between the lines, because you bent the truth. Now it's hard to find a place for me and you. I know you're paranoid, but that does not excuse the way we've paved a void and made ourselves confused. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Sending us before we try. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? It's alright, I know it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, and there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall, 'cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. I'll be the one you call.
they won't win. 'Cause there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Yeah, there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call.
I just wanna sleep forever. I wish you'd call. Stuck inside a dream forever. Climb only to fall. I don't wanna bring you down, so I lock myself away. I told you I don't need your help, but now I wish you'd stay. I wish you'd stay.
Has anybody seen the credits? No. Very last second. No. Actually, not. We're gonna do it again!
Welcome everybody. My name is Jake. I'm sitting on the couch with none other than Mac, representing bloodstained Buccaneers.
Bloodstained? It's bloodstained.
Now they're a little bit bloodstained, aren't they?
Oh, massively.
Massively?
Massively bloodstained.
How are the current stress, adrenaline, and confidence levels?
Adrenaline is low, confidence is low, stress is at an all-time high.
Okay. Yeah, I was watching the last game, right? And it just was a bit of a tough break because everyone would you can do it, but considering how I was talking with you guys yesterday and that you weren't really feeling it. And I felt how do you approach this situation right now where you're kind of down on games, you're not out yet, you still are in this and you're going to be playing the Danes in the next round. How do you reset from there?
Realistically, no disrespect to them, we should dispatch the Danes. Definitely that. But anything can happen, seemingly, with how it's going at the moment. So maybe I shouldn't say things like that and then get embarrassed.
No.
Deal with them. Get one of Frenchie's or Geordie, the dirty maggots, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Both those teams in the best of ones, we didn't get completely dismantled. We lost, decidedly, but kept it tight, 2-1, 3-1.
Yeah, the games were going on for quite a while.
No, actually, the Geordie one was a 5-0. That's bad. That's inexcusable. But
against Pint,
shouldn't happen again. Pint, our worst map today was the Metal on 4-0.
And that was your pick, wasn't it? No, first map was your pick.
First map was our pick. 3-0 is a pretty bad scoreline there, but we pushed every round to the limit, more or less. I don't know. Deal with the Danishes, get a little confidence back. We're gonna try some dynamic shifts. I'm gonna try mellowing out, seeing how that helps. I've already been pretty zen, but more mellowing out in the sense of taking the back seat. Let Sale do his thing.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we were watching Yuno having the sniper duels and on basically the first mountain product. How do you feel you can kind of encourage and capitalize on the fact that Yuno is just absolute phenomenal sniper?
Play more product. That's pretty much the only answer. Play more product.
You said that was your pick, right?
If people let us pick it, we're going to try it. Those guys were good at it. And online, we'd never seen them snipe. We'd only ever seen them run cookie cutter into us on sniper.
Right.
So that was I don't know if it's hidden strat or them coming up with something last second, but we weren't prepared for something like that.
Okay, so from now on, what do you think is the next step for your team to prepare for the rest? It's the Danish first, then we'll see who is next in the next stage. Yeah. How do you want to approach this in terms of play style, team comp, strategy?
Just keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
It's LAN.
Comms, clean.
It's been hard to do it. We've been trying. I've been trying my hardest, but with even more of a focus on it, you can't stop focusing on it, I guess.
Right.
So continue on that way. What was I gonna say? It's not coming back to me. You can keep it moving. If it comes back, I'll bring it up.
So if you were to just basically delete one map from the pool, just straight up delete it right now.
Easily bagel for us.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is it
I don't want that going out to the other teams though. But it's our permaban anyway, so.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Is it just because you didn't play that much on the map?
We're not great at COF so we only really discovered we were okay at product because we started one-tricking sniper. We're not actually good at COF.
Okay.
We're good at playing with a sniper.
Yeah.
and seeing where
you
the
gotta
chips
capitalize
fall.
on Uno essentially.
Exactly.
Just, like, being a phenomenal sniper.
So you can't do that on Bagel. We're not actually that good at COF. We get massively exposed.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you more of a personal question because I remember having interviews with you last LAN.
Yeah.
And it was just an absolute riot.
Yeah.
But you were playing medic, and now I'm watching you play demo.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of wondering what made you play demo.
I was always a demo player.
So you just played for season?
Medic was I took almost a year, 10 months sort of gap to play a bit of medic. And the demo is Lucas. Can't really say no to that.
Yeah.
It's not doesn't feel too bad to end up on med for Lucas. But any other demo, I'd be like, nah.
But now you gotta play against them, right?
Yeah, that's not fun.
So what do you have to say? Final words to Lucas then, as your former teammate from last LAN, now your opponents.
Let me back into your heart as medic.
Aww. All right, man. Mac, thank you so much for the interview. I wish you all the best of luck. Our heart bleeds for Buccaneers. But I love the hat, I love the drip, and I love the energy, man. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Good luck against the Danes, and give us an absolute show, man.
Thank you so much. I'll try.
Throw it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Captain Mac and Jake, there for that nice little interview. We heard a good bit of insight there, partially about the map pool stuff and other things to do with that previous game, but always good to hear from them. But we're back now on Metalworks Mid with not Stephen, and we've got our special guest Sodium here. How are you two guys finding LAN so far?
I'm having a fantastic time so far.
Same here. Yeah.
Can't complain. Games have been good. I don't know.
Beer's been flowing.
Oh, beer's definitely been flowing.
Yeah.
Red bonks, blue bonks. Oh, are you red bonk
Yeah,
or
we
blue
need a
bonker?
team.
Blue bonk. Team blue bonk.
My man.
Yeah, we had a split desk last time, didn't we? We had you a team blue, and I think Piggles was red, was he?
Piggles was red.
Yeah, no,
very disappointing.
Yeah, it's really contentious here about which flavour of our drinks is picked. But yeah, no, absolutely great stuff. So we're going to talk a bit about that previous game just first up, because honestly, I think Mac might have been underselling that a little bit. I think they got quite dominated. I think it might be worse than he's letting on. Obviously, he's nice and zen. He's the sort of the leader who tries to lead by example, tries to keep everyone calm, tries to at least bring the illusion of things going to plan. But I don't know. I feel like maybe after that interview, I was like, maybe. I think he's maybe oversimplifying things.
Or maybe it's just the arc for Pint, potentially. They've just looked really good this LAN. I don't think anyone was quite expecting what they did in regular season. They got some points, but they were pretty firmly 5th place during the season, right? But this LAN, they've looked like another beast. Andy is
indeed.
Andy come out of nowhere, right?
Insane. I mean, he diffed Juno on product, on sniper. So what more do you need to say?
Yeah, I do actually want to call out Mac on one thing. I swear we saw Andy Sniper on product in the ETF2L season in a game that was casted. And he hasn't seen it. And apparently they've never played with Sniper before, and Andy. But no, it worked fantastically well. But even on Metalworks, I thought that was like a map where I was thinking, I didn't think Buccaneers would really struggle in the way that they did, but that's how it went. But I guess we can look forward now. We've got 2 new teams. They've obviously we've seen Buccaneers drop down to the lower bracket. Pint are going to be facing up against the Italian Witness, Testimonianza di Gioco, up in the upper bracket semi-final. But we're moving down now into the lower bracket for a rematch of one of the most exciting games yesterday, if not the most exciting game. On this config, it is the closest you can go to have a decisive result. 5 rounds to 4 on win limit 5, and the 5th round coming in, I think it was around 20 seconds left, maybe 15, 20 seconds. These are 2 crazy, crazy teams. What do we even make of it? That game yesterday was utter madness from moment one. Is that just LAN things, or is that something we're going to see again?
I think these teams are just so evenly matched. I mean, Aragosta, obviously, were playing Prem last season. I think this match of Alan's Workshop. while they didn't play the regular season, they play LAN together all the time, right? And I think they're just kind of on that level, and they have somewhat similar play styles. And I think LAN, you always just get such a buff. Yeah, we can have a little look at Alan's workshop. I mean, I always like to call out Omga whenever I see him, because I feel like he's the most like underplayed, undersold players. I mean, he's well known for playing with the Demo Night team. I had to bring it up somehow. But he honestly carried that team. That team does not win without Omga. He is just so good. He's so consistent. And you have players like Kasuki. It's just a highlight reel. And then, yeah, Phoenix is also goated. And then Sneaky's unemployed as well. So it's a great roster overall.
Ever the buff for these players, and they got all the time to practice.
I don't even think he plays the game. I think they played like one scrim before they turned up or something.
I do believe they didn't have much practice before this. No.
But over on the other side, we've got Aragosta, who have kind of had a similar sort of trajectory in terms of where they've ended up in this tournament, but via different means. They did play the season. Yep. They played a lot of games, but it didn't quite go to plan for Davey and the
I think they might have imagined a bit more from the regular season, indeed, coming into this. And I think they're still a very solid team, and they have that practice from the season under their belt. And maybe that can get them across the line here in this game against Allens.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the roster up. We've got some pictures as well of some of these players with various props as well. We've got the crossbows out. We've got hats as well. It's what a gang.
We have some very long hair, apparently.
Oh, we do. Yeah, there's a few.
Davey
of them
over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Vanu is such a good pickup for this team. I think he actually works so well with these guys. I think you have to kind of enable him a little bit. I think we saw it being a little bit rough in other parts of the season, but I think on LAN so far, it's actually looked really, really nice with him, allowing him to do some shenanigans here.
Yeah.
And I think if they can really enable Vanu to do some silly stuff, it might throw Alien Workshop off a little bit here. Because, like, how do you play against an engineer who just brings a sentry gun onto second? Like, what do you do?
I think that's where Vanu thrives, is when he gets to do silly things.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have to speed us up a minute because the game will be going live in a moment. So very, very quickly, not Steven, who do you think's going to win?
Ooh, I got to give it to the Alien Workshop boys. I think when they're at LAN, they just play better. We got to look at the time guesser. Where are we saying? this is Spain?
There is a famous airport where they land. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
what year did he say?
We'll have to find out.
We've lost it. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to give it to Alien's Workshop, but I mean, we're going product. It's closest as a good map for the scouts, but
and
I'm
the
going to give
classic
it
sniper.
I'll give it a 4-2.
What about you, Sodium?
I'm going Aragosta for the series.
Aragosta for the series?
But a 2-1. We're seeing map 3 here.
You think we are? Right, well, we'll find out soon because we apparently have our casters up and ready. Take us away, our casters, Demeto and Dave.
Welcome back, guys. I'm Dave, joined by Demeto, and these two teams, Aragosta and Alan's Workshop, they obviously had so much fun yesterday. They faced off against each other. A really close game, really exciting game, went down to the wire, and it seems like they're happy to just play again. They're looking forward to this game, starting off on Process. So a little bit different flavour of things compared to Gullywash yesterday, Demeto, but I mean, I'm expecting it to be a tight game once more.
Still a 5-4 in the potential works here, but you know, you shouldn't be opinionated as a as a caster or someone like that. It's very difficult to hide my sympathies for Alan's Workshop. While Piggy, for example, is featuring a Portugal flag, and then Sneaky has his Welsh pride, but they've also had their name known in German pickups. So I know those two players. I've also stuck along with those players. So I'm a bit tending more toward that prediction, but I know you, Dave, you have some of your friends and players in Aragosta.
Yeah, I know a few of the guys from Aragosta. And I mean, they've had a rough day one. They've lost a lot of games. They've obviously lost here starting off, but looks like the teams are ready to go live here, ladies and gentlemen. Aragosta starting off in the blue. It's going to be Alan's Workshop in the red as we go into this first mid-Demeto.
What an immersion that was set ablaze by the cut, but now nothing really is cutting the edge here as it's a slow approach. Davey was the first to the Smith, but Kusuki is already high panorama bombing. Doesn't really find a consequential position to land in. Picks up the health pack. Now Phoenix might initiate so much damage. Which one? Solo Rocket. Sia is the first one to fall after this entire fight concluded a little bit early on, but they're still flickering about.
Yeah, just the one pick, but it feels they have to get out of there now as it goes on longer with the firepower. 5v6 is going to be difficult for Aragosta to continue the fight. So they're just going to back up to second, stabilize, get themselves in position. Everyone playing around the high ground. Oh, I say that actually. Vanu's just sitting under, watching that lower area. He's spotted Phoenix there. So they know where that flank is likely to be pushing in from, but at the moment the combo is in sewer.
They're conglomerating up upon Al-Qaeda. Now it's a high panorama bump once more from Kazuki. He's bombing in so much damage into the face and into the backs of those players. Maurice lives on around 40 HP. Very fearful already. We're in the lower bracket. You have no second chances. It's all to play for.
Yeah, Maurice just holding on to that nicely, informed by the rest of his team that no one else was committing there. I think if another player had committed, it would have been quite an easy force. Maurice definitely would have had to pop there, but just the solo bomb doesn't quite work out because he got pretty close there, but wasn't quite enough. And at the moment, I mean, we've seen basically nothing here from Aragosta. They haven't really chanced their hand whatsoever. They're happy to sit back, absorb the aggression, and it's probably going to be back up for Alan's Workshop to break this open.
Suki on the Sniper class, he just tried his hands on the bombing class, but now has the upper hand, a greeting from Counter-Strike. Traveling, trundling, traversing to Sewer and maybe even to Al-Qaeda, which is a little bit of the left launch pad. Now waiting for players to open up the shutter. 150 damage. It's a fully charged body shot. Snipers tend to say they took headshot. Vanu, however, is falling to Jumpo's stickies.
Yeah, with Vanu going down now, the flank is potentially a little bit vulnerable, a little bit open, and you can see it's actually Omga thinking about running it in, but Maki is more than a match for him. It's allowed some space.
Oh, he had the full sideline there on Maurice, and Maurice saw the sniper. He was on full health, but if a headshot rings out there, that is a completely different story. It forces the Uber.
Yeah, beautiful force. Just the combination of Phoenix taking the space, Kazuki on the sniper. You can't dodge away from that soldier and avoid those sidelines. So Maurice smartly has to pop in that situation. Now they're stuck back on last, and Wild Piggy himself has full advantage.
Juxta is juxtaposed to the players that are on their cookie cutter classes. He was on sniper, didn't really find a favorable angle. Now the sentry gun is once more turned into the ground. Phoenix still battles about in the panic room. A little bit of cap time is already secured. Umgar is still on it. No one is really contesting it. It's a 3K. Sneaky and Phoenix and Umgar, they all perish from the scene. Vanu is on here for the chase. Kazuki only on the sniper, really has to leave. Finally, he's still staying in somehow, but Davey says maybe you have something else to say about it. Jumpo, however, responds in kind.
Yeah, I mean, he's going down there, but the good news, at least for Alan's Workshop, is they did get Wild Pig out of there. It's still going to be considerable Uber advantage for Maurice, but good defense there on the last point. And now Maurice thinking about moving in through this midpoint. He's been able to negotiate it pretty neatly there. Quite, I'd say a comfortable negotiation. But actually, the bomb comes in from Phoenix, gets damage down to Maurice, but there is a health pack waiting for him. And once more, the solo sack is not enough.
Phoenix has spread his wings so often there, but ultimately did not find it. However, you know how the story goes. He does get reincarnated and maybe even gathers additional strength. Now 100% Uber guns glowing on both of those sides. Here only has a little bit of idle spam from behind the lines. And now Becky is already charging in. No really singular big rocket flung upon Maurice. It's a very safe trade out, but Juxta and company, they're leaving their forward positions.
I like how Alan's Workshop played that, because it looked like they were very committed there on Aragosta. I thought they were going to have to commit to a trade, but Alan's Workshop, they just held strong. They just held their position, backed up a little bit, allowed a little bit of space, but crucially, the bomb came in, they dealt with it, and then they made sure they didn't eat any of that long-range Demo Man spam coming in from Impo. So, crucially, just once more, it's going to be Wild Piggy, nice and safe, Uber ready to go, so they can just wait once more for maybe some kind of sack, or maybe we'll see some other kind of shenanigans.
It has been the soldier showdown show for the majority of the 5 minutes that we have already witnessed this game. It is obvious, since we are settled on second points for a prolonged period of time. Meki now coming through the IT area. IT sometimes stands for intelligence, since he is not spotted, and that's a very intelligent play. So much damage, not able to follow up.
No, not quite. Maurice actually went down very low in the meantime as well with the counter sack. And Sneaky is thinking about it. They know that everyone has to play super far back to make sure their medic is nice and safe. So, I mean, there's a brief window there, but obviously with just the single pick, they didn't feel they could really chance their hand.
poking and prodding. A rather orthodox approach. Vanu now switches to the sniper role. He has the bone in hand with the skull attached and maybe sending shivers down their spine. Now Vanu is creeping up to field progress, I want to say. But, okay, third. No, you can do it. Fourth. Yes. Way! Fantastic, Vanu, you've done it. But he is now in a position where he can also be seen from the scout that is peering toward the fence.
Yeah, you can see a scout, you can see the fence in the way, so can't actually shoot him, but maybe deny that angle, and yeah, smartly, scout just backs up, doesn't want to go down, but probably spotted Vanu himself, so now they have information that that sniper is there. It's a lot easier to deal with.
He has the Manco reskin. I just realized that. I'm not sure if you even paid him for that. Now Vanu also still scopes out the angles there. So much damage flung upon Mackie since they rotated their combo. Sneaky that is with Wild Piggy to the IT area. Now the force is eventually coming out since so many players were forward. It's an exchange. Sneaky is trying to assume the top role indeed. And now all the compatriots are coming in. Tau on them. It's a double bomb into the choke. Nothing of value was lost, however, and Sneaky is dying in this afterfight.
Yeah, no health at all on Aragosta, but they're just about able to go in. But actually, Kazuki flanks right, takes out Debbie, takes out Maurice Mackie down as well. An absolute nuke from Kazuki.
The collapse comes in. If you think you have one flank checked, yeah, that's great, but maybe you should have also checked the other soldier. Now, though, as Maurice is spawning, that's a 50% Uber advantage. Vanu still walking around on 18 to 43 health. Doesn't really find any consequential damage shot, no angle either. And it is now Alan's Workshop posturing up on the second. And do you think they will push with that?
Yeah, I mean, they still have considerable advantage there and dealt very well with that second push, just waiting, probably knowing that Vanu's up on sniper. Vanu plays a lot of sniper, so they're more than ready for it now. Their own Uber is up in Wild Piggy's hands.
The dot push comes forth here, stampeding and trying to gore some players. It's only really the sentry gun that gets turned once more into the ground. Sneaky is clapping this point with his body, so something is gained, but it's a scuffle now on the right side. Davey is falling, so no defensive stickies anymore. Yimpo still on the field, can maybe progressively come into the afterfight. Yes, sticking toward that point, but it's a flank. Sia and Vanu, Sneaky down, Phoenix as well. It's easy to read the kill feed because 3 players are down. Kazuki there's a 1v1 battle here, wins that versus Mackie ultimately. This push is thwarted.
Absolutely. We joke about Vanu spinning a wheel to come up on a different class. He came up on a visible heavy this time. Nobody focused him, nobody shot him. He was just able to sit there with the Tomislav doing rat-a-tat-tat damage over the course of that last point. And very difficult to remove it in that situation.
Flying once more in, and he would have dropped the medic if Maurice didn't even pop. He didn't even see the flying soldier, but they essentially saw so many red players in the front, and their eyes were glaring up with frag potential. It attenuated, however, the stakes here for the red team, as they are already also sort of early forced, but Jumbo is jumping in, and Maurice has to surf it out, but no, it's Kazuki once more coming in from behind, and the pincer movement might work out. Juxtaposed to all those other players into the respawn queue, joining them conjointly, so only Sia left alive.
Absolutely no escape. Kazuki on the wraparound from behind, perfectly positioned for the pincer.
What? That was wild. That was wild. What was that?
Crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, Wild Piggy going down is bad news bears here for Alan's Workshop. They're going to have to back up. They've got the second cap at least, so they have that in their possession. They have a little bit of space and control, but they're going to have to back up now. Maurice, he's got the heals crucially forward now. A little bit of Uber advantage, but it's still quite a while before Uber comes up through the side.
This is one of those small infinitesimal moments that can really cost you in the mindset, but no, don't worry, full mindset reset. However, no Uber gun reset as a 20% Uber advantage. I'm tempting toward a prediction that Aragosta might not make anything out of that if they don't get any proactive situation. It seems to be the way, though, of the red team, trying to find something cheeky from Choke, from IT. Nothing of note is found. Aragosta only capping it now.
Yeah, very easily and smoothly taken from Aragosta. Both of the soldiers were down. They knew there was no attempt for a sack, but then now is an opportunity. Phoenix sinking rockets in that choke point. Actually takes out Devi. Maurice backed up and went away from it, kited it backly, very nice, but Davey is going to fall either way. Sio's up in the air, both soldiers.
The bomb from Wild Piggy, White Piggy did not bomb, he got bombed. And now Sneaky though on a 4K. It seems to be the soldier showdown once more, but let's see. There is a wonderful win there from Vanu versus Sneaky, who has his combatant readily set up with the deathmatch, and Yempo is now charging forward. They have man advantage, they have health advantage, and they are probably happy to bunker since it is 6s in process.
Yeah, slightly questionable going to Uber, I have to say there. Just the 2 scouts on the beam and no explosive damage to follow up on, so didn't really work out. They're going to have to back up. At least they have control of mid still here, Tomatoes, so, I mean, at the moment, neither side really piercing.
Simply buffing their soldiers up to a higher health bar, and once players reach the fullest fitness, Mackie will do that once he spawns. And maybe we see some more shades here, but Sia only having, I don't know, a field day, practicing rocket jumps there, but essentially we are only waiting for another crack shot go at it here, waiting for Mackie, Sia to spawn, maybe even an off-class coming out. Never mind, it's a double soldier, so very cookie cutter.
Yeah, at the moment, just chilling, neither side really chancing their hand, neither side really doing anything crazy. I mean, this would basically be the kind of time you'd expect Vanu to find some way to sack in and probably go some crazy class. Maybe Spy, maybe Sniper.
Maybe Sniper.
Who knows? Spin the wheel and find out.
Maybe Sniper. I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh, Vanu is on Sniper. Who would have known? I'm also guessing that he probably has practiced the jumps here onto the rock. You see my third eye is open. Okay, never mind. He's not even tempting his luck. He's going toward this interesting position now, but you need a complementary player to hold it open, and nothing is found. The Yumpo also crouching. Since he did predict something definitely with his third eye, but the soldier also waiting here concurrently though, jumping out, pronging himself up, but Wild Piggy has to hide behind this wall, and now Sia has Phoenix walled, Kuzuki however walls Vanu.
Yeah, crucially taking out that Sniper. Could be very pesky to deal with in that sewer. Actually, bomb coming in once more. Sia getting, I mean, not really significant damage at the end of the day, just nicely dealt with, nicely juked away from Wild Piggy and allowing his scout just to follow up. And now they're thinking about moving towards this choke point, or at least posturing up, taking their position. I mean, Kazuki can't enter from sewer. I don't think there's an entry either for Phoenix, so they're probably just going to back up and once more hold position.
Somehow the medic wasn't nuked. I wasn't even sure why there was no damage number going onto that medic, but maybe imbued with some more cardboard suicidal waves. We have soldiers high bombing. We've almost hit the mid marker. Phoenix, that is fantastic. That would have been even better if there would have been a player there to shoot. Now 100 HP, really only trading out the health pack numbers. Mackie now has another leap. And they are having a double soldier sack here, but unfortunately Wild Piggy hit behind his own players.
Yeah, a bunch of players hit there for Alan's Workshop, but crucially no frags from that double soldier. Now it's a lot easier to take this choke point. You can just roll on through, don't have to worry about bombs, don't have to worry about spam at long range. With Sneaky going down, that's probably going to be a cancelled push now for Alan's Workshop. Back to this second point and a full reset. Seems we've been on this for a while now, Tomato.
That must have been faulty intelligence. They're very weird that Sneaky, who is the spearhead of this entire push, just falls down there while they are in the transitional phase of taking space. But Yompo is so weak on HP. Ultimately not Kratos, but the secondary soldier is flying in. Sia at 2k. Sneaky cleans him off. No Uber use from the blue squadron. So far, Juxta, though, firmly set in the respawn queue. Sneaky forces his ultimately.
Yeah, and it's just imposed Wild Piggy backing up. I mean, I thought that was really smartly played. Great bomb from Mackie. Knew he couldn't, he got a clear opening through IT, but couldn't get onto the medic. But just crucially got the damage down, followed up syncing with his other soldier partner, and they just got the damage dealt, even if they didn't get the important classes.
Then Vanu didn't get the memo. 1 HP is enough. Phoenix cleans off Mackie on the side flank. They weren't really aided by the spawn times of Alan's Workshop. I think if Alan's Workshop had 2 to 3 more seconds onto 2 to 3 of those classes, probably pushed it and maybe even nailed the last push. But now we have entered the half-minute marker. No team is leading so far. It's a mild Uber advantage for a team that is holding last, which will mean nothing of note will come of that. Ongo's checking in the spawn on Spy, no off classes on Aragosta either.
Bit of a crazy contrast from yesterday, isn't it, Tomato?
Yeah.
We saw these two teams really just scrap it out, take every fight, take every chaotic situation they could, and now they're playing much more sensible, much more measured TF2, and it's good to watch in a different kind of way. Might not be super exciting, but you're seeing both of these teams play a lot smarter and kind of testing each other out, feeling each other out. I mean, it could be a long game. It is best of 3 here.
Vano is cracking this one open from the one area, and already Yompo down to 3 HP. Can they follow up on this damage? He receives now an aiding bolt, but Sia also has a lot of rockets forward, and they are slowly busting this open. Vano still in the panic room. I think they want to turn this into a force play if they can, or even into a better push. Piggy drops! Sia comes in with the most crucial rockets, and Aragosta, the lobster, has the grabs on that last point, but not if they have something else to say. Maurice is on a 5k, somehow Sneaky falls. How did they not manage to get that push?
Oh my god, they committed to the push when they didn't have the players. It was just Medic and Demo. He had the Uber. That was exactly what he wanted. Could have just backed out of there, but they committed to try and take the fight. And Demo is never going to kill 2 scouts in that situation. Just really bad decision macro-wise after what was really nice play. I mean, it was a bit of a mistake as well from Alang's Workshop. I think they swapped off the engineer at a really bad time. It really exposed Wild Piggy, and once they took him down, it should have just been plain sailing to back out and utilize your Uber advantage, but they just overcommit to the push and really pay for it. I mean, at least they're still on second here, Aragosta, so it's not the end of the world. They have a tiny bit of advantage, probably nothing to push with that.
But can be the same bane as yesterday, Dave, when you don't solve your conversion rates, maybe the enemy team will do on the flip side. Vanu, I think, wants to lead this push a bit more prominently. Hello, there's a soldier. He is ultimately flopped out and swapped out. One is still occupied and officiated by Davey, who's still up to 260 HP. Maybe it's a force play this time around, and if you force the enemy medic, you don't push as in the prior engagement that we saw. Nothing really is happening though. A lot of damage numbers being flung up, but nothing of relevancy is found.
Yeah, Sia peeked through 3 and looked for some kind of opportunity to bomb, but kind of saw that level 2 sentry gun and thought better of it. Just trying to focus down the spam. At the moment, the sentry is holding strong, up to level 3 now, up around the point. You're actually going to build a dispenser, so we're going to do full engineer defensive hold here on Process. And when you've got this medic hiding in this dispenser like that, usually sniper is what you turn into.
What are these reskins, by the way, on the side of Aragosta? It looks like Cosmic Horror on those explosive weapons on the primaries. Sneaky only scoping out the angle. Hello, Kazuki finds someone there. Maggie in the rollout side, and it's essentially a 1v1 trade. 150 HP. We only see the kill streak flaring up in the top right corner, and it is a trade until Sneaky decides, hey, I get one more, I get shot by a scout, and he even claims me after all. I was already getting ready for the close range headshot.
Yeah, seems less a trade and more a really good deal here for Alan's Workshop, but I mean, with only a minute left before round reset, they're not going to push out. They're not going to risk it. It doesn't really make sense. Even with 3 picks, it is way too risky.
And force play! Oh, it is that dispenser armor blowing up, and ultimately Wild Piggy has to use. We saw the level 3 dispenser pre-damaged by the winger, and then also the sentry gun rockets flying in. If a medic hides his own sort of ragdoll inside the dispenser, you can't take this, but they now have a full 100%, only 30 seconds to go though.
Yeah, they've got to push on the dot here. Trying to go in through 4. It's going to be onto a demo. It's going to be Mackie jumping forward as well. They've still got a Bootis up in the heaven. He's taking a lot of damage, but Sneaky's just going to shoot down. Let's cap time coming in now, surely. It is going to be enough to see out. Devi walking towards the point, bombing from Mackie once more, but it seems that the Alan's Workshop game is a second stroke, just Devi to deal with.
1, and it's all glowing red here finally. The only casualty there was Sneaky going down, and they might even be able to catch out Maurice and then lay a claim on that second point, because overtime only resets the entire round if you don't have the grabs on one of the points, and they exactly did that. Now Feature is 60%, Uber at advantage. It was interesting. I mean, Sneaky just soaked it up all on the last sort of hold. There was the only one going down. Yompo now trails, traverses and trundles through his own IT area. There are high bombs. They are safely securing it. 30% Uber advantage.
Yeah, just a decision as well. They could have opted not to cap that out, but feel that the advantage is enough for them to work with. And now they're going to have to try and chance their hand. At least they got cap on mid now. Moving in through Alcohol. Now just going to pop straight in Impo. And Kazuki bombing Super Sympathy Phoenix, actually, he's going to be gunned down he's going to be taken out. They've taken out Devi for the meantime, but Juxer is ready to go with the Uber himself. Seer just missing a close air shot onto Sneaky, who swivels in the air out of that incoming rocket. And with once more an Uber more or less wasted here for the side of Aragosta, actually going to try and push dry.
Still 0-0. Anyway, we have really just been flip-flopping to one last point, to one last point, to the second point, to the second point, always ring around the rose ring and eventually piggybacking off their own advantages. Phoenix now assumes his own role there on the little roof above. Sua, Kosuke, however, tries to put some more players into the abattoir. Nothing is found. It's a very methodical game. I will repeat myself until the semantic situation sets in, Dave, because this is the last chance to stay in this tournament. It's a lower bracket. Once you lose here, you're out.
Absolutely, and they are playing a little bit more cautiously. I mean, I like the idea there from Aragosta. They would definitely try a little bit more with only 4 players up, just peeking in, knowing it was off but knowing it was dry. But this time it's actually going to be Alan's Workshop, and they do get the foresight quite early there with the Seer Bomb.
While Piggy is trusting in his mechanics, but ultimately only does so much. 8 HP on Yampo as well. They are cutting their losses, barreling out of there, hurrying, scurrying at least their entire squadron out alive. It's a daunting prospect, a barrel of 80% Uber advantage. They're still eyeing up toward as Maurice is beaming his own players in the choke. There's a high bomb from Phoenix. Still on 200 HP there ultimately! And Kizuki snaps him with a Thanos finger. The potatoes we have at home are great. He is definitely showing the Irish pride right there.
Yeah, a little bit greedy there from Maurice. Kazuki landing it on top of him, didn't really hit a nice enough surf, and he pays for it with the drop. Now Wild Piggy, he himself has 80%. Second is already done and dusted. This is a chance for an Uber advantage. This is a chance for a round now for Alan's Workshop after what has been an enormously long first round.
Don't worry, Alan's Workshop, we have a carry player at home. Carry player at home, Kusuki. He's been doing so well this entire game, honestly, and this was just a cherry on top. They are opting now for the 5 area. Sentry on only level 1. It is a very easy spam, and now Idle Prattle might come in for the enemy team. So much cap time already gained, and now the reflash comes in too. Then Safeguard, the own capturers, and so much damage still. Sneaky though falling. Omga not on the field. The heavy weapons guy might come into a more active situation right now. It's prevalent here that Kazuki, Yampo, and Will Piggy still live, but they hold on with a hair.
Really, really nice hold by Aragosta. See, just putting his body on that point, putting his life on the line. Kazuki's in with a bomb now, but he's just gonna puff. Oh, knock Davey back, and Maurice himself eats long range spam. But he looks just about safe for now, and they have Uber ready to go.
Ready to go, ready to rumble mayhaps through this choke point area. Phoenix once more high bombs, but I have another soldier. Let's meet in the next 10 seconds again. 10 out of 10 stars, a high 5 in mid-air. Unfortunately, Phoenix is the recipient of that play. It narrowed down the Uber deficiencies here, 10% only, capping the midpoint. 6 minutes still to go. I'm just repeating what you see on the top of your screen, but it is so incrementally of importance since 0-0. I can't repeat myself more often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it hasn't been slow, it hasn't been stalemate.
No.
It's been back and forth. They've been
Yes.
scrapping with each other, but it seems these two teams are so neatly matched. Cannot put a piece of paper between them. And at the moment, I mean, we're going to have to play at least another 5 minutes here. Potentially golden cap as well. And actually, yeah.
Vanu is on the Assassin's Creed Spy class. I thought he was only checking, but maybe he's also checking whether or not Wild Piggy is turning around. No! Oh, what was that? Not a backstab! Is he going to butter knife him? Almost there. Yampo, bit confused, most probably. A Frenchman at that. That just adds injury. No, that's not the case. But Kuzuki is down. What else?
Yeah, immediately they put themselves in that choke there, Alan's Workshop, and look for the counter sack. Seer, though, is bombing in, but doesn't really get the high base. Just the Bay and Mackie. He gets the force.
He is claiming the force, the counter force once more, and now Maurice has a 100% Uber advantage. It has leapfrogged once more. And really just salting the wound there, that is what I wanted to say since I stumbled through the Oxford Dictionary. They are now opting toward this IT side of living, buffing their troika of Doom up alive and maybe can even catch out any more players if they are not able to watch this lower area. No, it's a very methodical approach. Davey has Sticky's forward. They still do feature a 50% Uber advantage.
Yeah, they can still go here. They're looking to go. He's in through forwards onto Davey. He's got a sentry gun in front of him. Sentry gun deleted in double quick time. Sia's going to jump up top. Everyone is just landing on top of Sticky. Sticky's very, very low. They're going to have to block the cap as well. All the nukes are coming in. The soldiers are onto the points. There's still Sia in the back, but that's about all. Maurice claimed as well by Phoenix jumping forward.
They didn't get enough done with their Uber, and that is a nice stance. But they didn't get enough done with their Uber early enough. Kited it very easily from Aragosta through Panic Room, then back into spawn, and then the soldiers could re-bomb, essentially cover so much space. Phoenix is a bit shot there in mid-air. Kratos ultimately. Vanu takes that frag any day of the week.
Yeah, very, very nice. Not clean by any means, but it's effective regardless. Mackie as well, eating a little bit of spam, almost met the same kind of fate that we saw by Phoenix, but he's going to land on a health pack for his troubles. So once more, they're just going to hold on to territory. And maybe they're not, because Vanu's just going to peek alone at the moment.
Vanu, what are you? He has 0 support, he has 0 over here, but they're trying to bait the counter jumper. You saw it there as our POV faded a bit looking at the choke. Also, I think Vanu is just looking, he's staring at the rock. That is his final boss, as we saw before. But 4 minutes, basically 3 minutes, not even in round reset territory anymore. Just very, very slow and methodical game once more.
Yeah, that was a considerable Uber advantage there from Wild Pig, even a full 40 seconds of advantage lost. I mean, I guess they just felt they didn't have the momentum, and pushing onto mid, even with an advantage, if you're a couple players down, can be very treacherous. So just thinking better of it, but I don't know, I'm seeing a play from IT here.
Perfect. Since they realized Vanu was in the sewer area, so they instantly repopped and pushed behind them. The problem is they have a much longer Uber duration, and now this inconclusive insurrection might help Piggy to be brought back to the slaughterhouse. It is the only frag they have gathered, but they have Uber advantage now, they have heals advantage now, and that should definitely be boding very well for a last push that is oncoming.
Absolutely crucial. Didn't get too many kills, but got the important one. Got the one onto Wild Piggy with that speed shot through the choke. So now they have over advantage. Maurice not building as optimally as he could by any means, but they're still going to have quite a large window here to push with. Just waiting outside, making sure there's no shenanigans, making sure they're not going to go down over peeking to a sniper until that Uber's ready to go.
You can tread slowly but calmly, buff all your players up to a higher fitness and slowly travel Vanu on his main class, essentially, even on process. It is a derivative. If we see, by the way, the Uber is coming in, there's nothing of note found. Only the sentry gun really is turned once more into the ground, and now, though, the counter bombs are unleashed. That was not the play that they are banking on. Vanu also falls. I'm not... Maurice should also be... What is he doing? He is holding the solemn vow, and that is the head play, the intelligence play. Do no harm. Well, harm is done.
Oh my word, what an absolute fail push. But then he just sneaks in Maurice. He is absolutely on fire. He has too much brain power for these Allen Workshop gamers, and Aragosta go 1-up with only a minute left to play.
You can only say solemnly, wow, that was fantastic. I mean, he was just having the head in the hands, and now it's basically speedrun here. Speedrun for Allen's Workshop, since you really have to pressure cook this, as Sia is trying to control the top area, but once you delay like 10 or 20 seconds on each point, it's probably going not to matter. Maurice is being bombed, but they can safeguard their own medic, a little pipe there in mid-air. Maurice ultimately claimed, but that seemed to be the last resort play.
Yeah, Davey doing his best, hitting every of those close range pipes to defend his team, and defended most of his team, but crucially didn't defend the medic enough. Sia's absolutely deleted as well from Impo, just absolutely stomped. Nowhere near enough time to work with though, and it looks like they're already settled.
It's garbage time. Now it's going to tick down only 10 seconds. I'm a bit phantasmagorically put out of proportion here, as at least the midpoint for Allen's Workshop is there. Phoenix bombing in. Come on, Maurice. You ruined the game for us. At least you can die. He doesn't even die. So it's Aragosta taking their revenge. Yesterday, they lost that in a nail biter. I already said it, Dave. I was ready to say, okay, and Maurice also gets caught out, but is that player of the LAN? I'm not sure, but definitely player of this very day already.
Crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, it was very big contrast from yesterday, but I mean, I don't have too many words for that backup, so maybe we'll pass it over here, back to the desk, back to Spire.
Absolute cinema there over in that final few moments. Maurice, the pug star himself, taking on a 1v5 clutch CS style. But unlike in CS, in a 1v5, you normally have a weapon to fight with. It's like going into a CS 1v5 with just a knife and winning and just clutching completely.
He got the ninja defuse.
Yeah, it's a ninja defuse. It genuinely is. It's the equivalent of that, but in TF2. I've never seen anything like this. What about you, Sodium?
You must feel so bad for Kazuki, to be honest. He jumps in, pretty much gets a 4K there, and then they just let the medic backcap a 1v5.
Yeah,
yeah, we were chatting so much rubbish on the sofa about they beeped another full advert, and then they pull that out of the bag, and I don't know. That was gimmicky. That was a rough game, I think, for both teams though.
It was, and I've got to say, looking at like how those pushes were going, I think they actually on Aragosta needed something like that to happen. What about you guys? I don't know, they had the better of the play, I think, but I wasn't particularly impressed by how some of these pushes went.
No, I think if you look at the game between these two teams, something ridiculous had to happen for someone to make a round, because full Barrett pushes were failing left, right, and center. Both sides. It wasn't pretty, but they did get it over the line.
Yeah, the whole game just felt like it was a lot of unforced errors. We saw a lot of Uber forces that I don't think should have happened, or just a lot of Uber pushes that didn't really need to happen, or just focusing down the wrong targets. I think Aragosta really were struggling on those last pushes a lot. I think we just saw them not focusing the right targets or trying to go for flashy plays that weren't working, rather than just playing the point or, killing the gun and just walking over and killing the heavy. Because I feel like every push that they failed, I remember two specifically, the heavy just doesn't die. And it's so simple. Just that you kill the gun, you kill the heavy, you seem to win process last, right? Unless the soldiers are crazy, hit some air shots. But they'll have to take that into next map, because that was messy, that was close, and I think both teams need to take a breather and think about how they're going to approach product.
Yeah, there's one weird thing to mention here, because it turns out that was actually Alan's Workshop's map pick. And I'm going to you, Sodium, because obviously you've admined many, many tournaments in your time. You've obviously dealt with many, many pick bans. I need an opinion. Does pick ban actually matter in TF2?
I think so, but I think more in regards to the game mode sometimes.
Okay.
More, because some teams struggle on COF, some teams don't. Do you have a good perma sniper for product, or do you not? And then from that, you already get a slight disadvantage.
We're seeing Vanu Classic, aren't we?
We might well be. We actually have the full pick ban here, but yes, it is product next, and it's going to be an interesting one over with that potential classic sniper, potential other off classes as well. Kasuke loves a sniper play.
That's true.
As a soldier classing off, so yeah, fabulous stuff there. And just a quick little aside before we get into too much detail into what might be happening on product. There's actually some news posted just on the Discord a moment ago. If you are in the building, there is a new viewing area that has opened up. We're seeing it on our screens now. It's just on the first floor. If you go up the stairs, just on the right-hand side, this whole new area is not been populated too much yet, because I'm not sure people know about it. But you see lots of cool little couches, sofas, and lots of space to go and watch the rest of these games. Because as more teams get knocked out, the bar might be getting busier and busier. So yeah, if you are in the venue, do feel free to hop upstairs and join us just next to production to watch any more of the games. But speaking of the games, there's potentially a long way to go in this series. I honestly thought that was going to Golden Cap. I thought we were going to still be playing at this point. I do not know how on earth we managed to have that final round. But now coming into products, they played a very messy game yesterday against each other. It was really scrappy, aggressive, back and forth. Koth feels like the perfect game mode for that to get unleashed.
Yeah, we can have a little look at how scrappy things really got here. I mean, those medics, I'm surprised actually to see those stats of the medics dying so little. Maybe it was just they were getting forced more, but it felt like the medics were constantly just in danger. But I guess it was just kind of back and forth, soldiers dying a lot, sacking through, trying to get something happening. But yeah, as you said, a lot of the time, if we go to product, those scrappy plays can work, or sometimes it's just playing those Uber advantages really well. Can you edge cap the point well? Can you take your scout trade effectively and not have to multi-flash? And I think we might see a struggle, I think with Aragosta especially. Even though it's their map pick, I worry. I see Davey a lot overextending, and I do worry if he gets disconnected from the combo and he goes too deep over the point and doesn't have the support. That it's so easy on a pin, just that one demo man down just means so much pressure is gone that it just allows potentially Anne's Workshop just to steamroll over them.
Yeah, I think it's, as Ben mentioned, it's a map that lends itself really well to some scrappy plays, and this has been the scrappiest of plays between these two teams, not only today, but yesterday as well. So I think we're out for a banger.
It's going to be weird as well, because we sort of alluded to a moment ago that that both these teams have players that enjoy playing Perma Sniper. We're going to have Vanu on over on Aragosta, probably going on to Sniper with whatever rifle he chooses. He's picked up pretty much everything at this point. We know he's willing to test the limits of the meta and you know, just pull out whatever he feels right. The Classic has served him well in the past as well. But when it's like Sniper v Sniper, obviously a lot of the eyeballs are going to be on those snipers. Is there anyone like around the supporting cast that you think could like thrive in a Sniper v Sniper environment?
I mean, I think the Sniper's the only one who thrives. Who will survive is the question. I think it comes down to a lot of the pocket scouts and the demo man just holding down control of what you can. So I think it will matter a lot about keeping those medics in good positions, out the sight lines, making the good calls. But it can also be the soldiers going for crazy plays behind. If you don't protect your sniper properly and the soldier can get in behind, it just causes absolute chaos. I mean, we saw that with Witness a lot, right? In the olden days, especially when the previous one, when Sil was on the team, Sil would just do so much and just go behind. And I feel like there is a little bit of that in Seer, actually. I saw Seer going for some behind plays, potentially Mackie as well here. So I think their soldiers might do a lot, but I mean, we never know, right? I haven't seen too much of either of these teams on product.
I think we also got to look out for, you know, Varnu switching off to that sniper, but then do you bring in your second scout? Do you ask one of your soldiers to switch over to that scout position? Because if Kazuki starts to snipe, you have to two scouts still. So I don't know who normally switches back on Aragosta to scout in that case, but
I have seen Kazuki scout before, so I think it's not unheard of. But I think it will be interesting to see what they pull out. Also, there is the chance of the heavy. It's a bit of an unseen play, but the heavy sniper it's a strategy. It's a strategy of all time.
It has been
used. That would break the game. But speaking of the game is going to be going live in just a moment. We're going to have some final predictions. Sodium, who do you think wins product?
To keep my 2-1 prediction from earlier in life, I do have to have Alan win this one, so I'm going to go with that.
Okay, Alan for Sodium. What about you, not Stephen?
I'm going for the Clip Farmers. I think they win this one out.
You think they do think Alan's going to do it?
I think Alan's has got it.
We're going to go to map 3. We might be going to Sunshine, but we might first be going over to product because we've got David D'Amato ready as casters for map number 2 of this low bracket round 1 game.
We are slowly reassuming the actual action, and the theory crafting might come in later once more for everyone who's, by the way, aware of Maurice's online nickname. You can just say he slayed that very first round, but that was really slated for success and setting his own team up for success. That was, you know, a lot of last pushes. Ultimately, the medic was the backcapper, but we enter very productively the second map, product. Alan's Workshop in the red, Aragosta in the blue.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Impa immediately taking control of this midpoint, just spamming stickies every which way, and as we expected, both snipers up. Kazuki.
Vanu. Sometimes, as a medic, you have to cross through the sideline, but for Wild Piggy that is also very hazardous, but the jeopardy here is unleashed by Phoenix instead. Hit in plain sight. Davey falls to the fully charged body, shot almost Omga on a 2K as well, finishes off Sia firmly. Alan's Workshop won that very first mid-fight. They still have to keep the eyes out on Vanu.
Absolutely, just popped enough players up into Kazuki's sightlines, so he's able to get the crucial frag. He's able to win the SVS now as well, taking the first one of that ego matchup on the sniper. And that is going to be really, really nice for Allen's Workshop. 2 players down, 2 picks for them to work with.
Down to 10 HP, and that forces the Uber to be popped responsively, rather, even though they wanted to end up in a proactive situation. But ascertaining the positioning here is Allen's Workshop, instead as on the confluence of those players meeting within the pocket area. Davey falls once more, Iceborne back into the respawn queue. A greeting from Kazuki up to 4K.
Kazuki just finding the frags he needed. Varney once more taken out. Another shot onto Juxta. He hasn't got the crucial one that he wants onto Maurice just yet, but it seems the team doesn't need it. Already minute wiped off the clock now for Allen's Workshop, and so far Aragosta really haven't got going.
And you can rub your hands, forward hold coming out, Vanu on the pyro though, and there's another crack shot go here. Davey is plucking Wild Piggy apart. There was also Mackie flying in, I think, and still keeps alive, but that was a sizzling cacophony. Phoenix tries to respond in kind, but no, Maurice keeps alive. Forward hold halted.
Always a little bit tumultuous to try and utilize this forward hold with that sniper. Doesn't quite work out this time. They pay for it. They were aware of it on Aragosta and just went for this. Got Wild Piggy out of there, and now Maurice has full Uber ready to go, but no Demo Man.
Did not die. I feel like I probably say Kazuki 20 to 30 times this match, but still on 6 here hasn't died. Maurice also forced you saw it there with the silhouettes as there was accompanying just fire unleashed. Maurice not able to back out, however, as the glimpse of immortality fades and some more players are fading here. Fading memories only in the respawn queue. The death rattles that signal Allen's Workshop to cap it once more.
Really a nice collapse there from the Allen's Workshop boys. Looked like they were caught out. That Uber went super, super deep onto that side. Really deep onto that cliff, but crucially, the players that were alive, they just circled around, they emerged, and they struck, taking out Maurice and then cleaning up the frags they needed at the tail end of there, and they continued with a big time advantage.
Aragosta do not feature a sniper this time around since they felt they were hamstrung by it, but the headshot in midair! Kazuki died within before, but do you care at all? Even it takes down Sia. Finally, the Dangerman is down. Dave, you said before, he doesn't have a medic frag after all. This is one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, this is the one he wanted. Devi is lurking. He's looking about thinking of going in for some kind of play. They want to make a play onto Piggy because they really do not have much time to work with. Just over 30 seconds left. Piggy has Uber ready to go, and they're just going to pop it straight in. Quite deep in from Ipo. He's gone all the way up to try and find that sniper man, but it's actually going to be only Juxta, the casualty, and everyone else from Aragosta seems to have got out of
Vanu
there.
still has a very potent position here. Wild Piggy is scarpering out alive. He wasn't even aware of what danger he was in. It's only 10 seconds to go! And Kazuki rips them apart once more in the sky. Finally culled by Sia, but only 3 singular seconds to go.
Yeah, really nice sneaky flank from actually Sia it was rather than sneaky, but Vanu now is... I mean, was that his first kill on sniper? He hasn't really found very much. It's been all the Kazuki show so far, but maybe now an opportunity for Vanu to show what he can do. They have control of the point. They took that quite nicely despite Mackie going down there. So now Vanu has some position up towards this point.
And neither a one-trick pony only. I mean, if they can keep that up for 10 more minutes, I think that's definitely going to bode well. Vanu is now trying to peek and scope out the angles here. They try to, yes, enter from a main, helped by the accompanying players, but Sneaky charges in behind. Vanu might not even fall down after all. Ultimately called out, but it was the safe trade eventually. No one else overcommitted.
Yeah, I think they're just playing this smartly. They have such a large time advantage. They only need one successful fight to emerge in their favor. So not taking too many risks, just pushing it slow. They know eventually once they utilize one advantage, it will be enough.
Hello, Kazuki doesn't even take damage. Okay, Mackie was focusing on Wild Piggy instead, but now this ends in 1 second. Kazuki not getting another med frag for his logs, but ultimately though, it's still a scuffle for this fight. Yes, the guns are unloaded. Everest Terraces as well to frag down some more players. And Juxta...
Oh, Kazuki finds the headshot onto Maurice. He had to stand on top of the point. He had to keep the cup time up, but he pays for it this time. Kazuki doing what he's done all of this round, finding that clutch shot, and now Wild Piggy has a better spawn. It's only 20% Uber advantage, so it might be a while, but it looks like they might just try and take the heels and push
They
it
want
right.
to immediately go forward. Yes, wow, the battle for the Bright Rock Phoenix is eventually Simba after all. And now, though, Juxta is trying, Mufasa, sorry for everyone, is charging now forward here. Vanu on a 2K, they're still keeping this point alive. Maurice has a quarrelsome quarrel for Omga, who is plugged down into the ground. Kazuki not hitting the headshot, only minus 50, and suddenly Wild Piggy falls in the afterfight. What looked so well for Alien's Workshop, it's slowly being taken away from them.
I mean, Kazuki's been hitting so many shots on Sniper, but crucially, Vanu swapped over to the Scout, and they had an extra combat class to win that crucial absolute DM fest on the point with the 5v6. Even though they lost players early, it was enough. They had the extra Scout.
Davey down. And Maurice has an Uber, but no Demo Man to use it on. If they keep Piggy alive here, it's wonderful for the post-fight. They might not get Uber up, but it doesn't matter if you keep the players alive. Kazuki Kratos to the ground, and Vanu is still parading upon, charading even on his own battlements, but only 7 to 5 seconds to go. They really have to be very fast. You have some overtime to play with. Phoenix is already once more spreading his Phoenix wings. He is ultimately in behind, but it's a bit of an intermittently change of players. Compartmentalizing on the point. Finally the medic. Wild Piggy in the air, but out of nowhere, Aragosta take that back.
What a turnaround from Aragosta. What a bomb from Mackie as well. Just absolutely shunting everyone in that main under that bridge. Just absolutely destroying. And I have to say, that is a big collapse from Alan's Workshop. They had such a large time advantage for the whole round, and they couldn't convert.
I love how you think, okay, the highlight reel probably that happened within like the 3 or 6 minutes. No, that happened within like a time span of, what, 20 seconds? So it's basically the Kazuki show. But eventually Aragosta coming out with better team play and better adaptations, definitely. But Davey has a wonderful mid-fight, can visit that once more in like 10-second time. Vanu also culled. The Cutchels are out. Mackie is hiding in the connector, jumps in toward his own position. Once more, mid-fight win for Alan's Workshop.
Yeah, just really nice defensive position on that mid-fight. Just expecting the bombers to go in, expecting the aggression out of Aragosta, and more than ready for it, finding the frags they needed. Absolutely focusing down those overextenders, getting the early frags, and then easily just able to walk onto the point.
They even had 10% advantage here on Aragosta. It is even then Wild Piggy popping significantly earlier, so 50% Uber duration. That is longer for the side of Aragosta. They don't really do anything out of that. Maybe now they do, as they're reassuming their positions. Phoenix bombs Vanu, Omga shoots Davey apart, Kazuki body shot on Sia. The man advantage in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of play it slow and try and bait out the cap. And I mean, they got some cap time, but that's always going to work in the favor of the team with the sniper. And eventually, Kazuki's going to hit a shot, and he's been hitting just about everything so far this game. And yeah, doesn't seem to be able to be stopped right now. Juxta, the next casualty.
Can you read me lotto numbers? I mean, it's not that hard of a guess here to say that Kazuki will probably frag more. I want to cast other players than snipers. Get off that cam! No, but we are eyeing up toward even 20% Uber advantage here toward Aragosta. Maybe they are, yes, slowly taking space through the connector with their flank. Now, I think they want to turn this into a pincer play. Kazuki also into some sort of uncomfortable scenarios. There was Wild Piggy in the front line in as well. They're sort of ripping them apart slowly without even having to use this Uber.
Oh, Mackie was behind for quite a while, but nicely shut down by Phoenix at the crucial moment. And Wild Piggy had players surfing all around his face, and he was just swiveling away every opportunity. He's gone in for the Uber trade now. I mean, he doesn't seem to have gone too well at all. He's backing up, and he doesn't have too much support at the moment. Players are flooding in now to help.
That seems to be illegal. That's a war crime. Vanu now tries to battle Sneaky, but the trajectory beam is calling him back to the mothership. Vanu now still shoots with his scattergun. Very lethal, we've seen that, but Phoenix already taking up to the air, making landfall on the entrance door of his own connector. They're only really controlling their own concrete area. Maybe Kazuki can once more open this all up, though edging the point.
Yeah, and taking out Vanu as well. That's going to make these soldiers just sack in, but once more, Wild Piggy is a man that they can't seem to touch, can't seem to find the rockets that they need, and he's going to survive, he's going to thrive, and he's going to go forward on the forward hold.
We talked about it in the previous map. Wild Piggy went down 3 times. I'm not even surprised by that. The mechanics are insane, the gameplay is as well, but do they count for Vanu with a stab? And that holds this forward hold. That is not what hold says in this terminology, but I guess this is how you can open it up.
Yeah, hasn't been doing too much on Sniper, but switches straight over to the Spy, and on really good timing as well. He knew that forward hold was coming. He pre-saged it. He goes up, and obviously they're not checking for the Spy. They're not turning around. It's land. It's a little bit harder. It's a little bit messy. It's a little bit chaotic, and the Spy play comes through.
This is so dangerous looking from Maurice's point of view, but he was holding on steadfast there. But Sia is the one who falls. Kazuki up to a 3k, racking up already on it. And only 90 seconds to go here for Alan's workshop. Ultimately, they lose the snap in the main area. Should not really be of any sort of importance for this follow-up fight, since Yompo might be down. It's a forward hold, I'm guessing, that they now have to crack down, since 100% Uber in Maurice Bank, but they don't really feel comfortable holding forward.
Yeah, it's kind of like a semi-forward hold, as you say. They're just backing up. They're not super comfortable. That does allow space for Kazuki. Kazuki is trying to make the most of it. Fires off a couple of shots, doesn't find quite what he wants, but Mack is just going to play up top. Duel with Phoenix. Vanu is there to follow up. Really nice rocket from Phoenix just to shut down Vanu. He's going to back him out there, but Davey is launching down all the way onto Cliff. Gonna take out Kazuki, gonna shut down that sniper. So actually very smartly played there by Aragosta, just baiting them forward and then once more pouncing once that sniper had committed.
Aragosta is still laying siege in a form of a forward hold to the enemy team, and even if Wild Piggy and Entourage do feature 100% and an Uber advantage in that, it's very difficult since you have so much ground taken away from you, and you see this, they have to pop out so early, only regain Maki. As a frag, Maurice down to solo on HP, jump on a 2k, jumping in, the Everest, the guns unlocked, Davey even with the pipe into Wild Piggy.
Yeah, it might not be enough though for Aragosta. Alan's Workshop taking so many crucial frags, winning the fight overall. Just the cleanup coming through from Sneaky. He's gonna start the cap, at least wait for a couple of spawns, making sure he's not delaying, then getting back of it. Absolutely heads up play. Gonna be 15 seconds left. And it's all up to Aragosta. They have to win this next fight dry.
Both teams are cutting it very close. We saw that in the prior round, but Kazuki, if he hits one or more 2 shots, that might definitely change the flow and the dynamic of this game. They have to step on the point though. No one is doing it from Aragosta. Only one cap time coming in right now, and so many players are still conglomerating up upon it. Wild Piggy stays alive. Maurice does not.
Oh my word, less than 200 health between those 4 players there on Aragosta, but it is enough, and I think CO is down to 1, but survives throughout all of it, and they did exactly what they needed to do. They won the crucial fight, but the bad news for them is Wild Piggy has Uber ready to go, ready to cap this out.
Sia Kratos ultimately on his own rocket. Sorry, mind you, they get 2 frags here, but I think once they are not in decent positions in the afterfight, they could even lose this theoretically. Never mind though, Mackie is down, so it's a 5 versus 2 situation. You know how this is going to ring out as Alan's Workshop. They like to cut it close for the fans at home. They had a lead of around 2 minutes, akin to the very first round, and you see Aragosta end with the 7 seconds.
Yeah, really smartly played, just sticking to their guns, sticking to their strategy, not being unsettled in any way from that little bit of a fumble on that first round, and coming through strong. Kazuki's still hitting enough, still getting enough frags, and they're still playing around him to a decent degree. And that is able to net them around.
Pressuring aptly. Davey not going down in the very first 5 seconds. I wanted to say no, Kazuki opts for Mackie instead. So if you always lose one player, it's a 5 versus 4 scenario here, and when you count out the snipers. The soldier and the scout is charging in the air, tries to hop out like a little bunny rabbit. Phoenix, by the way, in all of this, killed Maurice.
Yeah, so many players committing to go down onto Vanu, but the big committal that they had was that medic frag. So once more, Wild Piggy has a big advantage, ready to go. They're just going to buff Kazuki up on this rock area. He's going to back up just now that the cap has come in. They're expecting some bombers to come their way. playing with this Uber advantage, playing around the sniper.
I feel the vibes reverberating through the venue from Alan's workshop, probably settling into a more comfortable lead, but now the suicidal waves come in. Wild Piggy pops on 20 HP. Vanu headshots Yampo. Davey finishes himself off, but the Force comes out.
Force comes out, they don't find what they want. I mean, Vanu is fragged. Sia just about sneaks out of there as well, but Maurice was the target they really wanted. He just about played safe enough on that cliff area, backed up just enough. He's going to preserve himself throughout all that and crucially preserve this chunky Uber advantage as well.
Always very difficult for medics since they have to cross through the sideline eventually. You can't commit so many players forward. Kazuki still though finds Davey. Yompo is body shot down as a counter frag to fall in their disfavor. Maurice hasn't used yet. They still haven't kept yet either though. Kazuki headshots Jaxa. Vanu headshots Kazuki. But both snipers off the field and Aragasta still haven't kept.
Yeah, it's just going to be Alan's workshop resetting, resembling, and standing tall on top of this point. Going nicely, they don't have to really worry about anything. Brief window now, Kazuki only just spawning, and once more he's going to pick up the sniper rifle. I don't know if we'll ever see him swap off.
Probably not, but we see another Uber engagement here. It's basically equal in terms of the duration, in terms of the flashes. Juxta has a mildly longer Uber duration, but there's another soldier setting into the sky and making landfall. Maurice is once more visiting the respawn queue, and the soldiers really set the enemy team ablaze. Alan's workshop this time, once more, massive lead. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want them for Aragosta now to tick down 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Yeah, only the one soldier on Alan's workshop, but he is making the most of it. Phoenix with a really nice bomb just landing on that bridge, finding, not only cutting off that medic, but also landing the damage down on him as well. Nice, actually, trap catches out Sia and the headshot onto Juxta. He's having a rough time things. Varnu's absolutely deleted. Maurice is going to have to back up all the way to spawners, all the blue players for in the meantime.
Munch and Piggy cannot even be a card out. Hops out once more, out of the abattoir, out of the slaughterhouse. Kusuki as another go at it here with enough bullets for everyone who dares visit his sideline. Only 20 seconds to go. Basically, Uber's set in a parity stake. The same paradigm that they worked off before has bared fruits once more. Kazuki is still looking very much to rattle some more corpses or soon to be corpses, but it's a better and longer Uber duration here for Aragosta. They have to step on the point though.
Yeah, but Onga and Sneaky just cleaning everyone up in the meantime. They're trying to go forward here, but there's just no players. There's just nothing doing at all, and finally Juxta is taken out. That's finally going to be a frag that wasn't to a Kazuki headshot, and it is just an absolute no round there for Aragosta. 2-1 Alan's workshop.
This round they cannot hold a candle to Alan's workshop. We have a special guest, however, from our online tournaments. The special guest is named Pause. Pause, my prediction from me, a tactical one for Aragosta. They could have been... By the way, I just hear the cheering in the background. I have to cast this highlight. It's insane what Kazuki just cooks up in the matter of the 2 rounds that we already see. But, I mean, Aragosta, it could have definitely looked 1-1, maybe even closer than that for them. But eventually, it's a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's smart to take this pause because they just got absolutely rocked that round. Just nothing happened for them. I mean, Maki was jumping in constantly trying to find something to happen, but they were just shutting it down so consistently, so easily over on Alan's workshop. And it felt like Juxta was playing with that big heads mod because he was just getting domed every single time he walked forward. There was nowhere safe on the map for him to enter. Kazuki just had his number every time.
I have a comment from a other game format that you're very aware of, Dave, but I will not mention here, where there are constant pick classes, and I sort of feel relieved that I see those medics having to suffer the same fate, because Product, you have to walk through a sideline eventually. You can only do so much as dodge, especially if you cannot afford to send, for example, 2 constant soldiers forward to deter the sniper from taking a shot at you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've known forever, basically, that as a sniper is very, very impactful. It's like very, very powerful. The sightlines are crazy on this map. But there was a while, at least, you know, at the top of Prem, where teams seemed to have kind of learned how to deal with the sniper, and it was much less commonly used. But seems we've kind of shifted back into this meta where teams once more have got a little bit better at playing around that sniper, utilising the defensive, making sure you have 2 scouts up to shut down all those bombers. And if you can't commit super deep, you can't get those bombs onto the sniper, he's very difficult to deal with, and eventually he's just going to find something, even if it's just a body shot.
I also want to turn the few, or not even that few, we saw many Uber engagements, the Uber engagements from the sidelight into the limelight, I suppose, or put the raking light and turn that into a highlight on those Uber exchanges. Honestly, for me, at least in the sort of first half of it, it felt as if Aragosta definitely had their tactics put together very well, but it seems, as I said, I feel the vibes reverberating, and Alan's workshop is definitely improving on those sort of Uber engagements. They also feel as if right now their game plan is working. I think they're, you know, slowing it down a little bit, keeping calm, keeping collected, and just call out the sniper, call out what side you want to pressure.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised here if Alan's workshop were kind of not doing, not even talking about it at this stage. As you say, their game plan has just been working to a T the last couple of rounds. They're probably just chilling back. Maybe someone's giving Kazuki a bit of a massage, because that's all they need. They don't need to make any kind of tactical adjustments. Yep. It's obviously down to Aragosta. They've got to think through this a little bit. I mean, they've tried a bit of Vanu Sniper, who hasn't really matched up to Kazuki very effectively. They've tried, I mean, I thought they looked a little bit better in that second round when Vanu was playing Scout. He got much higher up the scoreboard, just running around, tearing everyone up with that scattergun. But overall, on a macro sense, they weren't able to secure that round. They weren't able to find exactly what they need, and they just don't seem to be able to shut down Kazuki right now.
The pause ends, and it's now locked in, a 2-1 lead here for Alan's workshop. I like this mental image that Alan's workshop is going to take that pause of Aragosta to just massage Kazuki there, maybe, you know, just loosening the trigger finger there a bit, and now could be the final round here on our second map. Aragosta took the very first one with a very clutch backcap by Maurice, but Alan's workshop is leading now, and they are definitely the brute force that forced open so many doors. Vanu on the upper hand.
Yeah, solid 4 or 5 minute pause, but looks like they're sticking with the same idea. I mean, it's a different sniper rifle. It's actually the classic that they're going to go in for. But Juxta once more immediately dies to Kazuki. They're going in for the plays here. I mean, they probably have enough frags to work with. Davey just spamming some long-range mortar pipes, trying to hit Kazuki, trying to hide away from him. Actually, Vanu is able to take him out.
And something even more genuine than this very sniper rifle, the taunt afterwards. So Kazuki, a new sniper, fresh in new with new energy, has entered the fight. Vanu still tries to scope out the angles. Alan's workshop a bit on the back foot right now, but that shouldn't really change their success formula, as still both snipers on the field. Kazuki opting more for his own cliff. Maybe there's a loose frag just laying around in the terms of Mackie, but no, I think Uber engagement happens now.
Yeah, just Uber trade. It's just really taken out onto Davey, and Sneak is having to think about going in for something deep, going in for Vanu, but Vanu's able to hide, but he's not able to hide away from the Phoenix bomb. Just jumping cliff to cliff, finding what he needs, finding that sniper frag. Mackie taken out in the air as well, and that's a really nice initiation for Alan's workshop, and they can get on the point now.
Wonderfully curated and compartmentalized their own resources. The soldiers took the forward ground, so they sort of denied any forward progress from the blue team, and that enabled so much space for the scouts to clean up the stragglers that were still left in the forefront. Vanu settles onto Jaina. Not that of a budget! Not that much of a budget sideline. Wild Piggy goes down to 10 to 20 HP. Now it's a follow-up rocket though from Mackie. Wild Piggy, not long for this world. The headshot comes in, but he has already inflicted the damage.
Oh my word, and Phoenix at exactly the same time bombed onto Maurice, got 2 rockets down, got about 130 HP off him, but wasn't able to secure the frag.
I thought Omgar was the main character. No, Mackie was the main character in this clip. He almost even laid a claim there on the opposing team's medic. It's a bit of a forward hold. I want to say Vanu was, for the longest time, the only one really forward holding. Backs out now.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, once more we can see they're not happy to go for a super aggressive forward hold. They're just going to play back a little bit. Probably just going to bait Kazuki in once more to a slightly more aggressive position and then pull the trigger. You can see Sia initiating a little bit of a fake bomb at the moment, not really transferring their hand, not really throwing themselves at their opposition. But now Sia once more in with the bomb, pops him up in the air. Nice little shot onto him, but he's not going to secure the frag. It's allowing Devi to just walk forward, but Impo survives throughout all of it.
Impo went down to 1 singular HP, and after all, though, there was set up a wonder wall, and that wonder wall was called just trusting your teammates and not using Uber. And they're still holding on to this midpoint here. Finally, though, the glowing players are in, while Piggy didn't even have, only 1 to 2 seconds separated him from having, but Yampo is sapped of all of his vitality. Juxta has a bit of a rivalry there with Omga. Omga ultimately reigns triumphant, reigns superior in this fight. Another go here at it. So much damage onto the main area. Kazuki down, but now Aragosta firmly put into the dumpster.
Yeah, not a good play at all by Aragosta there. I mean, they have a lot of time
Do they know about
off
Vanu?
this round.
Do they know about Vanu? Does Vanu know about Vanu? No, they do not know about Vanu. I'm going down, but sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really out of sync. I mean, we haven't really seen them do too many aggressive sack waves, too many aggressive plays like that, and I mean, that did not work whatsoever. They have time to work with, but they need to focus and they can't fumble around this time.
Could be the case. Meki is only trying to lure some more players in, ultimately keeps alive. Sia does not in the midst of all of this. Aragosta claimed that point. Vanu takes down Phoenix and puts him into bloody bits eventually. But it's a lead. It feels for me, for the very first time now, for Aragosta, Vanu is definitely helping his team out. So much damage plug forward. Yampo still 2 seconds spawner.
Yeah, all he needed was to swap over to the inferior sniper rifle and he makes the most of it. But I mean, just Ubering in quite deep here, but only really finding that one frag on to Devi. When it's a nice frag, it's big, always a big frag to get onto the demo man, and also when you win the SBS at the same time. Sets up nicely here for Alan's Workshop, but not too much room to maneuver.
We jinxed it. Can Aragosta though make anything out of it? The medic was not shot there. Retain, sustain your Uber advantage. Ultimately though, getting ready to attain as the jolt force of those players is trying to send shock waves through the enemy team. Nothing though is found, easily kited by the jumping players. Only 12 seconds to go once Aragosta recap, but it is still a shot here that Alan's Workshop have to go forward. Losing Omga, however, very bad health on them as well. The counter jumps come in, but the cap does as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting to overtime here, Aragosta, and that is really good news for them. Sneaky once more, just delaying the cap, going to wait for Phoenix to spawn those 2 seconds and then stand on top of it. But Royce got out of there, so it's only going to be like 50% Uber advantage for Wild Piggy. But, you know, with just over a minute left to go, they're probably, I mean, they have an option. They could either go for a sack wave now or just wait for their Uber.
If you wondered why Vanu was doing the taunt, he wanted to try, or he gave himself vision there in third person. This also enables Sia to bump in. Kazuki is down, the force comes out. Aragosta are finding themselves into the same position as Alan's Workshop was in before. The Uber at least rips some more players apart. Vanu doesn't even need an Uber to rip other players apart.
Yeah, I said going for a sack wave. It was literally just a one-man Sia just jumping all the way in and got everything he needed. But Vanu has continued to pop off with the space that has been made, with the heads that have been turned. The heads have now been taken out by that classic of Vanu, and just everyone going down. Juxta able to take this Uber quite aggressive. They have to block, but no one is there.
It ends here. The Finn de Siegler. Aragosta definitely better on the conversion rates when it is needed in the end, and not really replicated there by Alan's Workshop. But I mean, we see it here, the snipers, and this time though Vanu not only taunting but making a fair arrangement of cadavers of the enemy team. We enter, Dave, the final round here, the 5th round on product. If Aragosta takes it, they are traveling way further through the playoff stages. If Alan Workshop do not win, they're out.
Yeah, and this time Vanu opts in to just play cheekily on this concrete area. Doesn't find that first little shot on to anyone. No one's initiating just yet, just biding the time. Phoenix, though, he's going to jump in. He sees Vanu on that little boxes area, but it's taken out, dealt with easily. Actually, Wild Piggy, Davey just plows forward, takes out Wild Piggy. No one was there to stop him, and he absolutely mulched this team.
Wild Piggy surfed out the rocket of Mackie, but Davey was in there as well, so only so much a medic can do, especially if Alan's workshop cap now. By the way, it doesn't really lengthen your own respawn timers if it's the very first cap of this round, but Aragosta are prone to pounce on that point instantly.
Yeah, they're already going to tick it in their favor, but immediately the bombs are in from Phoenix, getting the force out of Maurice. Everyone is going to try and scoot out there, trying to evacuate. Actually, at the moment, everyone's alive, and there's no blue players to work with whatsoever. They're going to have to back up. They're going to have to make sure they don't get taken down. And, you know, despite that really big play from Mackie and Davey, they haven't really capitalized off it. And now it's going to be Wild Piggy with considerable advantage.
Maurice still not out of harm's way yet. Also, before... well, never mind that, as action is already so fast shifting, so it's once more snipers. I wanted to comment on Uber exchange it, but it doesn't really matter. Alan's workshop still have a 30 to 40% Uber advantage and have the grabs on that point. It is really level packing here.
Oh!
It's another suicide wave! Wild Piggy down.
Absolutely dumps it there. Pops up Davey jumping in, launching up Wild Piggy in the air, and then followed up with the classic. Nice little frag there. Nice little, oh my god, just crazy, crazy stuff. So much great synchronization there, and really utilizing this classic in the most imaginable way.
Punch after punch thrown. It is now the turn for Alan's workshop to throw another punch at the enemy team, since the suicide wave is probably what we are strapping in for. The flank is a little bit busted open here. Phoenix doesn't have enough sobriety to keep alive. Wild Piggy might also be caught out. Juxta is chasing. Juxta is chasing. Juxta is chasing. And Wild Piggy is not on the server anymore. He also has 5 complementary players to follow them there. Full wipe Aragosta on a roll.
Wow, he was really on the chase there, Juxta. He went deep, and they go for the full team wipe. They smelt blood, and they absolutely bared their fangs, taking out the Alan's Workshop gamers. Now they're going to have to deal with the 4-0. They're going to try the Pyro.
You have to do that, and like Omgar missed 3 exact reflects. Honestly, they are still trying to bust this one up. Maurice is down though! That is the most clinical player that you want to eradicate. Phoenix is the salvaging factor.
Yeah, Wild Piggy just playing nice and safe all the way back in spawn. Maybe he wasn't building because he didn't have any teammates around him, so it's only going to be about 60% Uber advantage now by the time Maurice spawns. But crucially, they've broken the forward hold, they've got rid of the medic. They haven't dealt with Vardy yet though. He's up to a 4 kill streak now, finding that frag onto Sneaky, finding the headshot that he required to continue this absolute reign of terror.
I would say in this scenario it is almost as valuable as a medic kill there, since Sneaky is the team leader. He's also having the main comms in that compartment. Also the Uber is first concurrently. Wild Piggy now has a 60% Uber advantage. They're probably aware of that, but assuming a forward wall here onto the enemy team's cliff, Phoenix doesn't find anything. Can he flank from behind? Does anyone see him? No! 1 rocket, 2 rockets, 3 rockets! And Maurice is going down. Phoenix is doing it all.
Yeah, Phoenix doing his absolute best. I mean, they don't have too many other players to work with now, and Davey knows it. He's chasing forward, Sia jumping it as well. They're going to have to fight quite a lot. Actually, Wild Piggy eats some spam walking in, so he's probably going to have to back up all the way to spawn. And throughout all of this, despite that medic frag, despite everything going in their favor on a kind of total strategical level, they've lost so much time that they're now at almost a minute disadvantage.
The medic pick only turns into relevancy right now, I want to say, but Vanu on a 6k, he's doing a Kosufi impression instead. Vanu is even shooting Phoenix in the air. Kratos, that's a 7k. They have an Uber advantage, but no real players to use it on. Also haven't even kept the point. They are rattled so much by Aragosta. Wild Piggy has an Uber advantage, but only 15 seconds to go.
Yep, they absolutely need to make the most of it. They're just going to launch it in. It's Impo It's Sneaky. They're chasing forward. Davey is the casualty, but that's not the casualty that they want. Maurice is back nice and safe in the spawn.
Counter
This
jump.
time there's no Phoenix in the backlines.
Maggie with the counter jump on Wild Piggy. They weren't safeguarding their own medic. Phoenix though kills Maggie. Kazuki kills Vanu. I think they are though scarpering out, shielding their own medic in their own respawn queue. And if they win this off now, I think it's all on Phoenix. Maybe someone gets the early force, gets a drop. Those are the only two options I can see that this is still for Alan's Workshop in the ballpark here.
Yeah, they only have a second to work with, so they can't really give up the cut by any means. And it's just going to be used now onto Devi, jumping forward,
Good kite.
launching forward. He is kited nicely, but now the cap time is surely going to come in. Omga has to give his life for it, has to jump on the point just to block. They've lost a few players here, actually have Aragosta, so Juxta is there looking to continue the charge, looking to continue the cap time down, but it hasn't been sealed just yet.
But Aragosta is helped massively by the faster respawn, so Kazuki spawning in 5 seconds, Omga only spawning now, so they're taking this, and already Macking is making landfall here on Wild Piggy. No heals in the fight anymore. You have to have so much deathmatch still to make out the deficiencies that you don't have a medic alive. Davey is falling, but they're banking around the medic Uber situation, the medic advantage situation. Maurice on 70%. This might be the most clinical 10 seconds here for both of those teams. They're already charging fourth here, and some aggressive banner have some overtime to still play for Aragosta. The next 1 or 2 frags that fall down into their DOS favor might sample them, but no, Juxta rips them apart. 7k, Omga down, Sneaky down, Aragosta say, we want revenge, we take revenge, and they take revenge.
Aragosta coming through clutch. Beautiful stuff from them. And just about sealing it. They had a big tactical pause. They thought about it for quite a while, and it seemed the solution they came through with was Vanu on the Classic. But it wasn't only the fact he was running the Classic. They were also adjusted by utilizing those bombs a lot more aggressively. So great stuff from Aragosta there. Commiserations to Alan's Workshop. Definitely giving a big show of themselves. They're now out of the LAN and they can now get some drinks.
Can definitely get some drinks, but probably a bit distraught. I can tell you one crowd and one desk that is definitely not distraught after this masterpiece of a game. What do you say, the desk?
The point was yours, and you just won a map. Because it was like a very long stalemate. So how did you break that stalemate at the end? Like, what happened essentially? Was it a bit of luck? Was it just actual strategy employed?
I think we were just trying stuff. Like, I think we weren't really sure what to do.
Yeah, because it was like 25 minutes of just basically back and forth, but hanging around the middle.
And I mean, I didn't have a great game. I had some pretty stupid drops at the beginning, but we got the win somehow at the end.
Yeah, yeah, no, like absolutely. And then we're going to products as well.
Yes.
And it's just been like back and forth as well. It's just like 3-3 down to the wire.
Yeah.
How did that kind of feel like? How did you have to change your strategy against Alan's Workshop?
I think we were feeling confident-ish. I mean, Vanu and Sniper, means this should be a good map for
Yeah.
us. But their Sniper was doing really well.
Kosuke? Yeah, he was going absolutely crazy. We had some of the shots mid-air. I think it was on you as well. You got juggled and it just sniped in straight in the dome.
I think that's what made it challenging.
Right, yeah, Kosuke just having him.
Yeah, if he didn't have a great game, I think we would have smashed him.
Right. So what do you think was like the biggest thing about Alan's Workshop that you struggled with?
I'm not sure actually.
Would you say just Kosuke by himself?
Yeah,
Sniper.
on the last round.
Makes sense. All right, well, congratulations. Well played. You advanced. Any words to the team?
Our team or their team?
Pretend it doesn't exist, the winners game, for now. Well, what a game that was. A tale of two snipers and a tale of two halves. We're seeing some clips on our screens right now. Some of these shots were out of this world. We were up and screaming here on the desk. We were sat just like watching, jumping around, having a whale of a time, just watching in awe of some of those shots, particularly from Kazuki in the first half of that game. It was an absolute joy to watch that. But we're joined again. We've got not Steven Sodium again, but we've got Rook as well. How did you find that game of product?
I mean, it was an absolute laugh to watch. I'm really glad to see some exciting sniper play coming through, and even the classic coming through from Vanu, which is not something you see every day.
Yeah, you mentioned before, not Stephen. You said you said that snipers might play a part of this one, and I incorrectly threw the question of, okay, in a double sniper game, is there anyone else we should be looking out for? And you called no. We should only be really focusing on the two snipers, and I think, are you holding by that point?
I think so. I think these teams we know they have two snipers. Kasuki always plays it, and he showed why during that game. They may have lost, but Kasuki was the whole highlight reel we saw there. He was just taking over the games for those 2 rounds that they won on Alan's Workshop, pretty much carrying the team on his back, and then kind of towards those final rounds that we did see Aragosta winning, I think a lot of the opportunities that we saw did come from that classic sniper. And I called out the classic from Vanu, my Magic 8 Ball. I know he likes the weapon, and I think product is really good. It was kind of the second coming of Piney a little bit coming out there. But you got to give credit where credit's due. There were some good Ubers. There was some good protection of Maurice to manage to keep them in that game. I was saying, oh, okay, so they keep the medic alive. They beef the Uber push with the minute remaining. I was like, they still have one more push. They still have one more opportunity. If you don't keep your medic alive there, you just never win that final push. So.
Yeah, I've got to say that it did, at least for Kazuki's sake, it felt like there was sort of 2 different versions. There was the version before the pause and the version after the pause. Is it just like a mental thing, or do you think there was like actually some kind of strategy coming in that changed?
I think for Kazuki, not too much change, but I think Varda just turned it on really well once he picked up the classic and just actually started providing Kazuki with an answer to his shenanigans.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely crazy watching those last 2 rounds. Because even earlier on when they snuck that first one, it was so close that there were. I think you called it was 2 minutes 30 to 3 seconds in round number 1. But yeah, Aragosta come back and make that one work, and they decide it in 2 incredibly tense games. Even that last round going down to the wire too, combined with obviously the 1v5 clutch in the first game. But it's sad to see Alan's Workshop going out, isn't it? They're a team that have had some deep runs before, and I think they are our first team to be eliminated. So I've got any final words for Alan's Workshop?
You did a good job. We saw some really nice play overall, and I mean, obviously we were talking about Kasuki, but the rest of the team showed us some brilliant play across those last 2 maps. Even though it didn't quite work out, you should be proud of yourselves for turning up.
Yeah, always some classic players there. Not the sniper rifle, but they always love the LAN vibes. And to be honest, I think they're going to be having some fun now. Now they're out the tournament. Their tournament equipments are out. They're going to maybe chilling and enjoying our bar. But for the rest of the team, we've got Aragosta, who are going to be pushing through into the lower bracket round 2, which we will be covering later today. But there's one little thing that might be looking a bit odd on this screen to anyone who is potentially not aware of what's been going on outside of this game. There were 4 games happening simultaneously. We had the lower bracket round 1 alongside the upper bracket semi-finals, and do not scratch your eyes or adjust your monitor. It does actually say that Witness Gaming are tied on maps versus Pint. This is real. Map number 1 went to a golden cap, and Witness won the golden cap. Map number 2, Pint Gaming have won.
Insane.
Yeah.
It's just insane stuff. Like, this Pint Gaming team, the dark horse, we've been saying it all weekend long, but they just come out of nowhere and they are playing so well. There is a reason why Andy has been playing for Witness. They definitely see something in him, right?
Right, we have had a slight correction here from production. It's not 1-1 yet, but they are winning on map 2, or they were winning at least on map 2. It's looking like it's likely to be 1-1, we will say. But even still, Pint, they brought the game to Witness yesterday, and today, the first map going to Golden Cap as well, are they the team that we're looking to here to potentially be the big threat going forward?
I think we've also got to keep Dirty Maggots in mind. We haven't really seen much more than a best of 1 from them against Witness yesterday. I don't think we've had them on stream yet today, so we haven't had a look on how they have been performing. But they were definitely a team to reckon with as well. But I think Pine Gaming is definitely putting their name in the hat as well to make it a very interesting.
It's an odd one because coming into this, they didn't have a great online season. And coming into the LAN, Warp did an interview with me for TFTV before the LAN, and he was saying, I know that I'm not on the team anymore or whatever. The team might be falling apart in some way or another. We're all just going to play and have fun. And now they've just got 10 times better. How does this happen, Rook? What do you think's happened with this team?
Well, to be fair, if you're playing to have fun, LAN's exactly the place to do that, right? When the vibes are up, when everybody's in good spirits, it makes a big difference, right? And with a hot show of performance, you can definitely really start to deliver on this. And again, kind of, it's not particularly shocking that we see a lot of these players come through and perform. We know that they can perform at this high level. We've seen other teams rate them this highly. It just needs to be the right day, and sometimes it's the right weekend, right? And when you have all that come through in a perfect storm, I wouldn't be shocked to see them actually take the second game and at least threaten that third.
Yeah, I think absolutely right. I think momentum plays way bigger of a part than a lot of people give it. And when you have those good rounds, when you have the good vibes, we saw them on the couch earlier, Smile was saying, we take Witness. He was full of confidence. He was really feeling himself. And they've taken it the closest that we've seen on stream, at least, to Witness. And even on the online season, I think they took it somewhat close at least. So I think they might be the ones to watch if they keep this hot streak up. But, you know, Witness is another beast. And Witness after a demo review is even more of a beast.
That's true. They don't want to be beating them necessarily too early in the tournament, right? It's the grand final that would matter the most of all. We've seen many times teams winning the odd best of one, the odd map, and then they come back the next time around and it's 5-0 in 2 minutes, right? Just think of, Mandem back in season 45. I want to say they win that week 1 game and then it's 5-0 in playoffs. They are the best team in the world at adapting, but adapting in a LAN environment, there's not a great deal of time. And especially if a team gets knocked down into the lower bracket, they don't have the time between these games. It's bang, 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 straight through these fixtures as they just get themselves in a position. We actually have picture-in-picture here currently. Pint Gaming 3-2 up on their own last against Witness. This is absolute scenes, to be quite honest. I heard they were 2-0 up earlier. That was before we went onto this death segment. But it's looking kind of okay, especially with Soki. How on earth is he just... All right, that's interesting. Right, we're getting the call. We have license to cast this. We can cast this. Come on, let's go. 4 quad cast here of these last 4 minutes of Pint Gaming versus Testimonianza di Gioco. 3-2 the score. Just mere minutes left. We saw just before Auto getting caught out by a Soki flank, and now that means it's big Uber advantage up for Patchouli as they try and work their way into mid, but Alien getting caught out. This might be enough, I think, to pressure Pint out. They know they don't have to risk. They don't have to push if they don't want to. And with Uber charge up, they might just decide to back it out.
Good pressure coming in here. Andy being pushed away here. The med does drop back and Andy gets caught. But importantly, this is still a little bit of keep for Pint Gaming. Does mean they can keep themselves in position on last and push back out now. They do have that Uber. They're going to use on in. They get forced out and they're trying to catch as much as they can, but it just can't quite find more than Tomas. And this is great for Witness.
Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want to see. They've got an Ixie in behind here, sneaking around. He might even get on something. He looks a little unspotty. He's going to cause quite a bit of chaos as the Uber is coming up here for the side of Auto. Ixie does get taken down on that last, so that's 1 fly swatted. But still with 3 minutes remaining, full Uber advantage for Witness. They have a great opportunity, and this is where they thrive in these high-pressure situations. They just want to refire. They want to try to get this force in early. Smile taking it in through choke. Alien following up. Good damage onto Lucas, but he won't fall. Uber comes out into Valley here. They might be caught
They're forced.
Here.
They're absolutely just caught completely here on Witness. This Uber charge does get Alien, does get Soki. Can they maybe get in? Yes, they've caught the kill onto Smile. Is this going to be enough for the spawners? Look, there's time. There's 5 seconds on Alien, another 10 on Smile. Maybe there's a chance to bin this in, but with Sil going down, it's going to be rough. 2 minutes left, there's time, but Uber charge is almost ready for Patchouli.
Yeah, they just want to get this force off a patch, if anything, and that's exactly what happens. Pappy is still caught in on last, but will manage to escape here. They need to try to get as many picks as possible here on Pint Gaming. They look like they love pushing out here, but Pappy, he's close to the point here, should be dealt with, but taking a lot of pressure, a lot of eyes is going to slow down the rest of Pint Gaming, who look like they're already on second.
This is incredibly tense. This is the tensest 1 minute 30 I've seen. It's 95% on the Uber charge up for Auto. But look at Andy walking in so aggressive here through the valley. They're walking forward straight into the Uber charge. Tomas going to be able to walk forward now and start munching up these players. Lucas, Ixie lighting up the kill feed. The back cap coming through as well, though. ×2 on mid for a moment, but it might not be looking too great. Lucas falls. Patchouli is down, but 1 minute left. Can they block second? No, they can't. Soki cannot get up there in time. Is there a threat of a back cap happening?
Yeah, spawners are coming up. There's no one to get behind. It's just Tomaz, and basically somehow, by some miracle, they've managed to stay in this fight from Pint Gaming. It looked so bad when they ran headfirst into the Uber, but somehow they've cleaned it up on Pint. 50 seconds remaining. They just have to park the bus.
Auto's dead. Auto's dead.
There's nothing they can do here for the side of Witness Gaming if they play this correctly.
There's 40 seconds. There's no time for an Uber charge. How on earth would the Witness Gaming even dream of getting back into this map? Like, what?
They have to win this fight, and they have to win it now.
Yeah, you can see the Witness Gaming side here is trying their best to get this mid.
Yeah, they're trying really, really hard, and they have actually got a load of frags, but there's 20 seconds left. I don't think there's time here.
I think it might be theoretically possible if they get on the cap now, but Celented's getting a pickaxe kill. Is it too little, too late here? I think it might well be. I think they called it.
There's no time at all here. There's actually no time. 6 seconds left. The timer tick-tocking down. Pint Gaming not going to make it.
Sad.
Good effort.
They tried as they might, but it wasn't enough.
Good effort. 2-0 up to 3-2 down.
It feels like that.
What can you do?
I mean, we talk about the fact that Witness Gaming, they're great after a demo view, but they're pretty darn adaptable in-game as well. And, I mean, that's part of the problem, right? You can get 2-0 up, but certainly don't count them out. I mean, they've shown, when they played over in Denver, that they can definitely play long games as well.
Yeah, absolutely. What a showing. But for Pint, they're getting closer and closer, aren't they? They had a close, 10-15 minutes or so before. This time, they actually went up 2-0. So it's if they can sort of keep building and building and building, maybe this could be the roster that we see tomorrow evening having a run in. But they're actually going to have to go down into the low bracket. They're going to have to go against the gauntlet. Up against, it's going to be one of either Aragosta or
the Bloodsail.
Oh, Bloodsail Buccaneers. Did they win the other?
They won against the Danes, yeah.
Against the Danes, okay. So yes, yep. Buccaneers and Aragosta. So one of those will pair up against Pint, where honestly, given the performances we've seen so far, I think Pint.
Yeah, I think they'd definitely be the favourites in the current form they are. If you can take games that close, I think you're feeling pretty good. The Buccaneers look scary. They have a lot of really talented and really good players, but they've just been a little stinky this LAN. I hate to say it, but yeah, they just haven't looked on form. And Pint Gaming, I think they'll feel confident after the game. I don't think they're going to be beating themselves up too hard. You do hate to see them kind of get reverse swept a little bit by Witness, but maybe it's a little expected.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's one of those inevitabilities. But yeah, we're gonna be wrapping up this one. That's been an intense one. A little impromptu 4-man desk cast happening. But no, we're gonna move on to the moment. But just final shout outs from Rook if you have any.
Shout out to the 6 Solid Scouts guys. Then thank you all for having me on desk.
Any final shout outs to Sodium as well?
Same here, yeah. Just thanks for having me and keep going what you're doing.
Yeah, it's been lovely having you both there, and not Stephen. We'll be seeing you later.
I'll be here, don't you worry.
Regardless. But no, thank you so much, and we're going to throw to a little bit of a break from the games. But in that time, do check out Manco Store with exclamation mark Manco Store on the Twitch chat, and there's a giveaway happening there, and support them because they support us. So we'll see you all very shortly.
While you're here, come check out Manco Store. It's
#1 team that will definitely never lose, looks as if they might be able to lose, at least maybe like a game or something. So I'm happy with that.
You're happy when there's like a bit of a drama happening in the.
Yeah. I just said this in the break before. We've had 2 tournaments in a row in a different game that we're doing, Warcraft 3, and both of the finals went 4-0 and 4-0. Like one year was 4-0, next year was 4-0, and the person winning the respective tournaments had not dropped a single map in the entire tournament before that. So they were like 17-0 and 15-0 because the formats were a bit different, and that was a little bit boring. So I like this a lot more.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like zest happening right now because. Testimonianza di Gioco, very easy name to pronounce. Thank you, guys. They're definitely the favorites. I mean, they're winning in the online league and ETF 2 well. They came to LAN basically when.
But LAN is different.
Unchanged squad, right? So it's basically like they are at peak right now, and seeing teams starting to take chunks out of them is just. Great cinema.
LAN is always different, I would say. So it's always that little bit of a difference. It's always that one team that ends up being 100% better than they were before. So we might see that here. Let's see.
But the game is not the only thing I want to talk with you about today. I also just want to ask you about, being esports as an organization. This is basically the organization that's helping us to do a lot of things. We have a lot of people here running around, helping with production, helping with setup, helping with the venue. Please tell me exactly, like, how have you been involved in making ÜBERFEST 2025 this time around? Because, last year was last year. Yeah. This year is this year. Things have changed. How do you find it so far?
Well, that was a lot. What do I start with? Do I start with being esports and what it is?
Go for
it. All right, okay. So I will try to keep this as short as possible, while it really isn't easy. One thing that people would need to know first, I think, is being esports is our online and offline tournament event management agency that is basically a constant rolling with the punches kind of thing. So basically whenever we feel like we can take on a new challenge, we just take on a new challenge. And that has been our journey since 2019-20 when we slowly but surely evolved into a company out of necessity, I would say. So what people need to know is 2019 we set out to do esports events for an entirely different company, entirely different game, PUBG, which is the first game that we set our hearts to. And our aim back in the day was to basically provide the perfect centerpiece between passion in esports and professionalism in esports. We took a look at the scene. I was a player in PUBG esports at the time. We took a look at the scene and we noticed, all right, in the whole world of esports, there seemed to be those very professional people, because esports had been a business for a couple of years, who were there to kind of make money, who had a professional structure, who knew how to run events, but who kind of forgot what made esports great in the first place. And then there also were these people who were super duper passionate, running events out of their basements, basically, with the minimum of technology. But they were lacking structure, they were lacking logistics, they were lacking all of these other things that are also very important so that players can actually show their best and viewers can see the best. And we're trying to be the perfect centerpiece. Have started out with PUBG, then added Dota, then added Warcraft 3, and then 2023 we thought about, all right, what other games can we do? And we noticed a couple of things. I will be done in a second, I promise.
No.
We noticed a couple of things. We noticed, all right, apparently we love niche games. Apparently we love older games. Apparently we love games where the publisher is not putting all that much of support into the games. Probably, now that I'm thinking about it, because these communities tend to be the ones that are the hungriest to actually produce these kinds of events.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
These events are the ones that we love doing the most. So TF2 actually made tons of sense. I'm from Hamburg, where the Arcadia event took place in 2022, I think, or 3. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, that was a whole inception of having those European lands set in Germany. Yeah. The protoplast for ÜBERFEST.
So to finalize the story, we then got in touch with a couple of people behind the event in the Arcadia. They got us in touch with Kritzcast, and now we're here.
And we are here in Waiblingen.
Yes.
I really like the name of the town, by the way, because it rolls out of the tongue really easily. And we have changed the venue since last year. This venue is a little bit different. There's multiple floors, so the logistics are a bit different as well. And
yes.
how do you find the logistics, the setup, the fact that we have a bar downstairs?
Yeah.
how do you find managing all of that around in this venue?
Let me quickly think about that. So, number one, I've been hearing a lot of positive things. So the teams on site, they all say having our own room is awesome. They have so much more space for like the gaming itself compared to last year's edition, where the rooms were a lot smaller and we had a big LAN area with I think 8 or 9 teams in it. So the teams seem to be very happy, which makes me very happy. The people seem to like the bar, which we're running for the first time ourselves. We've never done that. We always had people who had experience running a bar. We're doing it ourselves for the first time. That is very difficult actually, but people seem to like that as well, and we're learning more every single day. I would say I love everything about the challenge. I love everything about the logistics. I miss the stage. I
The
just miss
stage, right? Yeah, because we don't have a stage this time around. We have the bar area where this viewing area is, and we have this nice little camera shot that shows the action happening. But we don't have a dedicated stage where we can put the players up there and have like all the teams and viewers just come together, right? And it's a bit of a bummer this time around, but it's just the limitations of the building we're currently in. Outside of that, I personally would say it's just been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, and the people of the venue, the 1337 camp, people also have been so amazing. Also in the preparation. You can see it in basically the reduced amount of technical challenges that we have been facing in terms of we had
outages.
3 players with a couple of issues, like a headset not working here or there, but if you compare this to last year's edition, I would say we have 10% of the technical difficulties on player side. Production is always a challenge, and I don't want to talk about production too much because I wouldn't know what they all made possible. But in terms of the preparation and the PCs on site, it's amazing.
So kind of breaking away from the org and the venue a little bit and focusing on you.
All
I
right.
asked you this question before in private. We're just like chatting and having fun, but I've always been interested in what motivates you personally to basically just push yourself and everyone you work with to just make being esports into what it is, support all this, all these events. What makes you, what drives you?
I'm not gonna lie, I really liked the answer I gave you the first time, and now I'm really tired. So it has been a lot of days with very little sleep, so I'm gonna try to give you a similar answer that is hopefully at least 50% as good as I managed to produce last time. So, number one, what you need to know before understanding what I will say in a moment is we do these events for 2 reasons. Number one, because we actually love them. If we were to do these for monetary reasons, that would be a stupid thing to do because these always either net like 2,000 euros of a loss or 2,000 euros of a win, somewhere in between. But if you account like working hours onto that, you make 10 cents an hour maybe, because there's like 500 hours going into it before the event, and then like accumulated thousands of hours during the event, and then the work is still not over. So we do these, number one, because we love them, honestly. I know it's going to be hard to believe, but it's true. Number two, because we obviously hope to gain the experience and the brand for our company, for being esports, to do these even bigger and bigger and bigger in the future, so that 1 year down the line, these will be a financial success. So that's one thing that you need to know. And the thing that fuels us in doing these, for me personally, you asked me personally, I would say it is, I will make the exact same comparison that I made yesterday. I always like to joke that being in a zombie apocalypse would obviously be horrible, but it would also be really nice because I have a head that never turns off, like never turns off. I always think about 7 things at the same time, but I don't when I'm at an offline event. Because I really know, okay, here that we have like 180 people here, and this is the next task that I need to do to help this person have a better experience. This is the task after that I need to do to help this group, and then this is what we need to do to get the next game going. And I have a very clear path and a lot of like ease of mind. It feels really good because these people have such a good time. So this is a little bit like my zombie apocalypse minus getting bitten and turning into one yourself. It's just really nice. I love
bit,
these
you know,
days.
tiredness will set it at some point, so
Yeah.
you might approach that stage, but it's not terminal. You know, it's the good type of getting tired. 'Cause it's like the satisfying type where you go to bed. I heard so many things, by the way, from the people working around here, like in production, at being, you know, even people from the venue as well, just saying like, I slept like a rock tonight, and I woke up and I was so rested.
It's always really good waking up, not needing a snooze, and
Just
not-
being wired,
just
ready to
being
go.
Like, all right, this is the thing that I need to do now, which is getting bread rolls for me every single day. The first
Supporting
thing.
the crew with food.
But
Another
like-
one of your responsibilities as well, right?
It's like waking up and the things that you would normally think about that would really suck. Being like, okay, I have 10 minutes to shower and get ready because then I really need to get going. It feels really good at LAN. It feels really good at these events.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Like being like in a state of constant, there's something to do, and then you have to constantly reprioritize things as well, right?
Yeah.
Like you prioritize getting people in place.
Yeah.
You prioritize making sure that everything works. Computer doesn't work. Okay, what do we do?
Yeah. And
So-
there's always like you always get an instant feedback as well. Usually a very positive
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Usually like somebody needs something, you fix it, they are happy.
No one's angry. No one's like having an attitude. Everyone's super helpful.
Yeah.
And I think it's just the beauty of Team Fortress 2 community as
Yeah,
well.
it is a beauty of like this community is insane. I said this last time. I always have to get very careful, and I need to make sure. I hope there's no like PUBG or Warcraft people watching right now. But I said this last time. I will say it publicly again. These two ÜBERFEST events have been my favorite events when it comes to the people that were there. Last year, I was just stunned by the like friendliness. Also, diversity is such an overused word, but this is a really diverse community. Like you have everybody here from all sorts of walks of life, also
all ages,
different ages as well. It's
like vastly
crazy.
different. Like
Yeah.
there are some players here that could literally be the children of some of the other
Yes,
players.
100%.
Age-wise,
Yeah. There
it's-
are two parents with their child here actually. Yeah, the community ticket holders, not players, so they are watching, but there are two parents with their child here. Yeah.
Now you're making me feel old, man.
I'm not
I'm
not
getting
entirely sure
on.
how old you are,
But
but
it's like it's just one of those things. Like it's been like I've been playing this game since 2012, basically 2011. So
Yeah.
it's been quite a while. But there are some people who are basically as old as the game itself is.
Yeah.
And it just like
That
shows.
would
And
be
we've
this guy.
yeah, you look very good.
Thank you so much. So do you.
Yeah, a very very handsome man and very capable one too. But I would say one thing as well that I want you to tell me personally, because it's also like I'm just asking my questions. I also want to
Sure.
ask, like, people get to listen in at least. Is where if you had the ability to just like magic wand, or
Mhm.
you just suddenly get unlimited amount of money.
Yeah.
Oh.
Give me that wand. I will take it.
What would you want to do? First things and go.
Like personal things or esports things?
Start with personal. Why not?
Personal things. My answer personally will be super boring. I don't need anything. I have everything I need. I personally, I like to stream. I like to, even though I haven't had a lot of time for these past like months, but I like to go to the fitness studio. I now like the new place where I live with my girlfriend. So basically, every single euro that I make beyond that goes to that last mentioned person, anyways. So I don't need more money for personal things. I literally have nothing that I would want personally that I would have to buy, other than maybe nicer vacations. Longer and
Yeah.
nicer vacations, that would be really nice. But I have we call it the German dream. I need like a house with a garden where I can invite my friends to barbecue, and then I'm done, right? So I don't need that one for myself, but for esports, I would do some damage. I would take everybody else that we have at Being Esports, all of these amazing people, and I would give all of them the resources that they need to make the next 10 events that we're doing the best possible. And I would do like ÜBERFEST, but with 32 teams, huge stage, 5 days,
Yeah.
qualifiers on site, all of that.
Push them into DreamHack.
That would be so nice. And I would do the same for a couple of other communities. So the PUBG community is still very dear to my heart. On an international basis, the publisher is doing amazing things. On a national basis, I think they could be doing so much more, and I would just put in the money into like a German LAN and a French LAN and all of that stuff where I know people that would really love these tournaments, and I would keep on doing that, I think, for all of the other games that we love.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, I really like the answer because, I would say this is also our perspective, and I'm going to kind of reverse it a little bit. So our perspective of making these lands has always been like, how much can we do with very little?
Yeah.
It's always been very scrappy from our end. And I would say during the ÜBERFEST, we were given so much despite you say, oh, it's just enough, right? Like there's a venue, there's some machines, we have Weedhoof helping out with some equipment from PXB up in Sweden. So it's like we just have always been doing it very scrappily, and it feels like these past two ÜBERFEST, especially to me, just feel like we just kind of had everything we need. And yeah, sure, there is a little bit of scrappiness here or there, but it wouldn't be a Team Fortress 2 event without a little bit of scuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that just gives it the magic of just us having good time.
I think, honestly, one of the reasons I spoke about this last time, I'm not sure if many people that listened to this last time will remember, but the last time that I was here, I didn't have my two main Being Esports mates with me. I have these two other people that are also full-time employees of the company. One is Benny. He's the guy who I founded this whole company with.
Shout out to Benny.
He's right there. And the other one is Paul, who is our main producer and our the first person that we full-time employed.
Shout
because
out to
he's so
Paul.
amazing. He's also right there. Exactly. And we didn't have neither of them last time for the full duration. Paul was there, but he wasn't there for the full preparation. And this time they've been involved from the beginning. And that also makes my life so much easier because I don't have to be involved with production at all. I can just focus on all the other things. So I think that is maybe one of the reasons why it feels even more complete this time. But to your actual topic, I just would love to do so much more. I told you my brain is always
thinking about ÜBERFEST 2026 already.
Exactly. I've been thinking about ÜBERFEST 2026 2 days before this one started. we arrived on Wednesday and was like, okay, this is something that we can't do here this time, so let's do it next time if we ever come back here. So that's why I always repeat with yeah, but what if we did that? And what if we did that? And is this really enough? It's not meant negatively. I love this event. I just think it could be even
more. And I think that's kind of what makes you the right person in the right place, is because you never really think, oh, this is good enough, or we've done as much as we could have. You always think towards the next step, push it further, even though it's already good. At least, we were doing right things. We know exactly what we need to do, production-wise, venue-wise. Everyone's cared for. Everyone's catered to. The bar is stocked up to full. I've asked you so many times, are you sure about the amount of beer and drinks we're going to have?
I now am positive that we will defeat the community this time in terms of beer. It will not go out. It is
Are you
impossible.
making that statement?
I
Look
am
into
making
the
that
camera.
statement.
This one.
Which one? This
Number one.
I am making that statement. I'm challenging everyone. I mean, I would obviously love for it to go out, but it will not go out. Tracking the consumed beer across the last 2 days, it is impossible that you will defeat the bar. It's not going to happen. It's not gonna happen. We have 25 kegs of beer. People have been drinking bongs left and right. We had to send people to get the ingredients for the bongs, the blue and the red one, 2 times already. That one I drastically underestimated. But beer, we have 25 kegs, and we are on the 10th or 11th, and it's Saturday afternoon. Unless this evening is somehow turning into an insane frenzy of beer drinking, you will not defeat us this time. We ran out last time. We ran out the last year, so that is why I put so much of an emphasis on this. People were mad with us.
that was the biggest complaint of the entire LAN.
Yeah.
Was not the LAN, not the games, not the technical issues. Where is our beer?
Yeah, and they also didn't like the brand I bought because I didn't go for German beer. I didn't go for there we go. There we see the beer consumption. But it's not gonna go out. But last time, for some reason, I thought I had decided on a really nice brand of beer. But everybody was like, "We're in Germany. Why don't we drink the German beer?" I'm very happy to say that those same people are like, "Okay, we can drink this forever."
Yeah, this one. Which brand is it? No sponsoring or anything. But if you were to recommend it for casual, enjoyers.
Yeah, I actually just went. I had this company on the phone with a really amazing lady who just suggested so many different things, and she said we have this Helles beer, which is a very easily drinkable one.
It's like a Greek beer, right?
Yeah.
Helles beer. Is it like a Greek beer?
Helles? No. Helles means bright in German.
Okay.
So it's a bright beer. It's a light beer. It's very easy to drink, and it is currently the one that many more and more people start drinking in Germany. Helles is just the one. There's Pilsners and Helles and wheat beer, and Helles is right now the thing where it's at. So I bought Engel Helles, and it was a really good idea.
It's a good choice.
Yeah.
It just goes down really well. It's not too overpowering. It's really nice to sip.
I love that we're sitting here talking about beer.
I don't know. I mean, we're Germany, aren't we?
You're right. Yeah.
Right?
It's
And
true.
we're in Germany. We're Stuttgart. It's a nice city, historical. I didn't have that much time to really walk around, but I've been looking at the pictures on our Discord and the photos and videos of like people walking around taking Vista shots.
Yeah.
Just something absolutely out of this world. With the weather we've got last like yesterday, well, maybe not so good, but today was really sunny. And I'm just like, I wish I could go out, have some extra time. Maybe next time I would just book a little extra few days and just like spend some time.
Let's do that next time, and then we can show you around a little bit. If we finally manage to do an event in summertime.
Yeah.
It is a little bit difficult. We might have to get in touch with Poland if they are doing another one, because they always go for like February or March, I think, and that makes it really hard to do one in May or June because that is so close to the other one, which is why we went to this part of the year every single time. So it would be amazing if they could go for like November, so we could go for July. We'll see. We'll talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, we are in Central Europe essentially, like the same longitude, latitude. I'm not sure what the.
Please don't. I will be wrong.
Yeah, so like just make me the one that looks a bit stupid. So whatever the long part that is horizontal on the map goes. So the weather is about the same, right?
Yeah.
And November is maybe not the best time to really just enjoy the outside, but it's also probably the best time to just stay indoors and play a lot of games.
That is true, but you've seen the outside of this venue.
Yeah.
They have 2 huge barbecue machines. They have this huge outside area,
like a
which we
balcony.
simply cannot use because it's way too cold. So I would like an event in summer. We have too little of those, which usually also is quite good for us, actually, if I am allowed to share that, because in summer we usually are way more busy with the things that basically fund this event a little bit as well. So where we make our money, I would say. It's like in June and July, August, September is where we have so many clients anyways that an ÜBERFEST might be difficult, but I would still like to try.
So just wrapping our conversation up, as much as I could just keep talking to you forever, when it comes to our ÜBERFEST 2026, where should we keep looking forward to? Maybe for the time change of the year, so we could like maybe do it in a warmer month where we can enjoy the weather outside, but where should people go to find information about it?
I would say the number one place where you should go watching from home right now is definitely now our Discord, I would say. I think it's the best place to start. I hope there's like an exclamation mark Discord or something.
Aggro's probably on it.
In the chat. Perfect. So join the ÜBERFEST Discord. We manage it throughout the entire year. It obviously gets much, much quieter 1 month after the event. For the next 30 days, we will be posting pictures, updates, and all of that stuff. Then it will get a bit more quiet. And then when we are ready and able to announce another one, we will announce it there. And then also basically on every single social media platform that you might want to check out. We are on Instagram and on Twitter and on YouTube and a couple of other ones. You just search for Being Esports, BEING, and then Esports, and you will find something that looks a little bit like this logo, and then you're at the right place, and we will announce it there 100% as well. You can right now go to Twitter or Instagram to our account, and you will see behind the scenes posts and a couple of amazing videos. For example, the nice chess content piece that we've just seen before this interview.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gideon, for joining me on the couch. We'll see each other at this event like very, very soon, and basically after we leave the door, but we're going to throw it over to a little bit of a break before we go on further with the games. But yeah, thank you so much, and see you guys in a bit.
Let's get connected. 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 Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't run my lecture. Let's get connected. Inside, let's get connected. If you feel the way I do, gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night to feel the way I do, gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you. Can't focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in your perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected. Let's get connected. The way I do, gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night to the way I do, gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you. I need you. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get
Welcome
connected.
back to the venue, and welcome back to me. As I'm going to
Let's
be walking you through what is happening currently at the venue, as we have a bit of a downtime and people are currently in the moment of relaxing, as we're going to walk to the bar area, which is probably the most populous room, the most loud one. I hope that we can actually show what is happening. Actually, it's not that loud today. What's going on, guys?
It was a very nice interview and we all listened to it
Yeah.
patiently. It was great.
Yeah, thank you very much for the compliment. How are the vibes so far around here? I mean, how is the sales so far?
We are having fun. There are people. We are drinking a lot of red bombs, so great.
The Reds winning?
Yeah. God bless. I mean today. Yeah.
Today's winning. So people are getting a bit more inclined to drink the red bong rather than the blue one, because blue one was winning so far.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
You're helping personally.
I'm helping.
The red one is better. The red one
It just tastes better. I don't know why. It's just sweeter.
I personally like the red one more.
Yeah, me too. So.
All right, cool. So let's keep it up. Keep up the good work. Keep slinging those red bongs, because I do like the color red, so please do make them win. I don't want blues to win again. I don't remember who won the last time, but no, blue is not better, Stu. Stu, and first of all, you do not eat with your mouth full. You don't eat with your mouth full, man.
I don't speak with my mouth full.
Yeah, but you kind of do. Just swallow first. Okay, anyway, moving on. Moving on before it gets any worse. And we will get taken off Twitch basically immediately. Hi guys, Sodium, Supra, how are you guys doing?
Discussing top secret stuff.
Okay, well, do share.
Okay, so basically I was discussing how are we going to proceed with the next LAN called Poland.TF 2026.
Right, okay.
Because we are thinking about what kind of format we're going to have, so everybody's going to be happy, as we want to host some American and Australian teams. And obviously they play a different format, and we want to make everybody happy, because they told us that our format is boring, and Europeans told us that their format is boring.
Where's your LAN then? Yes, just bring us over then, huh? We have some good teams. Why don't you bring us over? Why do we have to do everything?
Yeah, I agree with you, but the point is that, I have a doubt that they're gonna win enough money compared to the money they're gonna spend to come, and they want it to be enjoyable experience, so I kinda understand them. But at the same time, I want it to be an experience for everyone.
Wow. You know what? I agree with that. Because TF2 is all about being inclusive. Everyone from every walk of life, every age. I mean, like I said, we have some real vets out here.
Yeah.
Which do sit over here in the room. Yeah, just on down that corridor we just walked past. And then we have some people who are still not legal enough to drink. And No, I'm looking at you. I'm just looking at Shruki to make sure that he keeps that rule in check. He is walking currently away. Yeah, I hope that we can actually get this happen again, because last time we had like foreign teams, it was basically insomnia, I think.
Yeah, I hope you are also going to be there.
On our side of the pond.
You heard that I'm gonna be there. You already have decided.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
I'm waiting for you, and I'm waiting for Simon. I hope he's listening.
I hope Simon's listening. You know, our old cameraman. Yeah. Well, our old cameraman. What's up, Stu?
Am I allowed to be at the corner?
Maybe. Ask your parents. Ask your parents. We're just gonna have a little bit of walk around as a beater looks a little bit tired.
No, I'm just trying to talk the camera.
You're just tired of you just don't want to be on the camera?
Yeah.
But the camera loves you, man.
No, they really don't. Have you seen me on the screen up there?
We're both the same, dude.
Yeah.
It's just like we're getting a tan from the LED lights.
Yeah.
We're gonna be like super tan as soon as we come out of this.
Yeah, maybe next summer.
Next summer we are just working on our tans already. But how you feeling so far, man? Like how you rate this Superfest versus ÜBERFEST 2024?
I feel like they're about equal. It's a really well run event, and like it's been really smooth running. Especially today, I feel like it's been really, really smooth.
I agree.
Yesterday I drank too much and had a really bad time, but today I'm doing great. So maybe that's just how
you just gotta reset, you know. You gotta reset a little bit.
Yeah. It's you learn sometimes, maybe.
You gotta sometimes let loose and just get a reset button. But yeah, we'll catch you later on the couch probably, or on the cast, or behind the camera. You're just everywhere, man. Like whatever needs to be done, Beater is always there. But we are going to maybe swing by one of the rooms and see what's happening there. How about that, Paul? Does that sound good? You gotta be careful of the bench over there. Oh, the door is a little bit sticky. How are you guys doing? Nevo, you want to be on the camera once more?
Sure.
How are you guys' confidence levels? Can you update me how you guys been doing?
I mean, we're upset about the loss. Obviously, we were leading on process, and we failed 2 less pushes when we were up in scores, so we could have closed them up because it was 3-4 at the end. And then Metalworks, I mean, like, it's horrible game, to be honest. Probably horrible. I mean, it wasn't streamed, so you guys didn't get to see this. It was just 5 minute stalemates on last the entire time, 1-0 game. Nobody has above 200 DPM, and they got like one single round, and we failed 1 last push. They didn't. I think they failed their own last push also. And they got a round off like a trade that went wrong on last. So yeah, it was like a bit. It's a bit sad because it was kind of annoying, and we'd have liked to stay in the upper bracket. But now we're playing back. We beat them in the group stage.
So you're feeling pretty confident about it?
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely feeling that like we need to come back and play them again. And I think
this is gonna be a do or die for both of you.
Yeah, exactly.
So I hope nice, clean fights.
Exactly.
No BM in the chat.
Yeah, it's okay.
Maybe a little bit, but cheeky.
No, it's not. I mean, we're friends.
Of course.
It's fine. Like I don't. There is no direct BM. Like even if we say a few stuff, it's just.
Gotcha.
It's not a big deal.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys play because I think it's gonna be a hell of a game. Both of you being kind of on the back foot, but that kind of like gives you the motivation to like really just try something crazy.
Yeah. I think I don't know if it's gonna be try something crazy or rather to do what works.
What you're confident at.
Yeah.
But at this point, see what maybe you develop a new meta.
Maybe.
I always hope for it because TF2 sometimes can get a little bit like I'm just
ace in the ball, but I don't know. We'll see.
I'll be super excited to see it.
I don't know what we will be like. I think the game's been playing like an hour and a half, so we're just gonna take a break, like kind of reset a bit after this because it was a very, kind of upsetting loss because it's a very tense game. Nothing much happens. You try to look for solutions, but you don't really find them. And we're gonna relax a bit, and just get ready for the next game.
Good. Well, I wish you guys all the best of luck.
Thank you.
And be looking forward to the game itself.
All right.
See you later. As we're gonna keep moving, hello guys, good luck in your next game against Buccaneers. As we're gonna move a little bit towards one of the other open teams, there's probably a bit more of a looser kind of situation here because, you know, people are having fun, chilling a little bit more. Let's see if we can grab someone here.
We're gonna have an honor.
What is happening over here?
Gambling.
What do you mean?
Second round.
Second round of gambling.
Yeah.
Yes. So yesterday we had a little bit of a moment in terms of like the amount of money spent.
What happened?
We entered. Well, I personally entered with like 350 euros. We made a profit. Well, in total, I made like 600 euros back.
Okay.
It was really nice.
Theory, if you were to sell the shit.
I'm gonna sell them.
So done with gambling.
I'll try my luck again because why not? It's, you know, it's fun. It's fun. But yeah, no, it's great.
Show them what you got.
I mean,
you want to see a shoulder sport?
If it's unusuals we're talking about.
Unusuals, yeah, sure, right.
We did get some
We
nice
started
stuff.
small. We got like the mob cat twice in a row. The first time was like nuts and bolts. Was, you know, it's all right. You know, it's like 6 keys maybe. Then we got the second time in a row. You know, Vivid Plasmas was all right. Then we got the Sky High Fly guy, Burning Flames.
Oh.
That's not even the best one. We got like 5 unusual fires for some reason. Like this one. Exactly, yeah. And then the best one, which is like alone. Minimum buy order, like around 200 keys, but we could definitely double that. It's like Vivid Plasmas, Aroma, Red Item. Really nice.
How much? What's the worth of that one? Give or take.
I would say around 400 keys.
Nice.
That's like really nice. I don't know much about like euros, but.
Well, I'm going to just say it like officially, we do not support gambling.
No, we do not. No.
As ÜBERFEST 25 being
Do not.
esports and Kritzcast, we do not support. This is not a good sport. I do not encourage this. But good luck, man.
Appreciate it.
Good job. Good job.
Appreciate it, yeah.
Good job. As we're gonna have a bit of a loop around here and see what we can do, see what we can find else. As like I said, the vibes are sort of starting to get a little bit more chill. We have someone drinking bonks right here, who I have a pleasure speaking with.
Jaka.
Jaka.
Hello.
How you doing? Which team are you playing for?
I'm not playing for anything.
Oh, you're just a viewer?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how are the vibes? Yeah, exactly, perfect. How do you feel being a viewer at ÜBERFEST? We mostly speak to players and staff, so.
It's really fun hearing the players pop off.
Yeah, like looking behind the shoulder and seeing what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how is staff at the event? You feel like you're. Any questions, any problems?
No, I feel like the surf is great.
Nice. And how are the drinks?
Yeah, okay.
Just okay. Okay, which one's your favorite?
I've only had beer on this one, so probably this one.
Okay, which is Red Bonk?
Yeah.
Okay, hell yeah, brother. Red Bonk is for the win, but thank you so much, Jaka. As we're gonna be move on. Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Time to embarrass yourselves. How are you guys?
Embarrass yourself.
You alright? I'm Yak.
Just put it down. It's yeah.
I can pick you up.
Yeah. You sure? What do you want?
Just tell me how are you, man? How is your team doing?
We won the B tournament.
Fuck you.
Yeah. We beat this guy.
Okay.
Now we're doing a special map.
All right.
So so 3 beers or 2 bonks.
Okay.
And you play a map with unlimited win limit. And every drink that you don't drink, you lose a round.
Okay.
And then the winner is the one with the high score.
Yeah.
And is it like a team game? You play a 6v6?
66. Our team versus their team.
Winner takes all.
It's a rematch.
No time limit.
No, 30-minute time limit.
30 minutes.
But no round
No
limit.
round limit.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's something you're gonna play.
We're playing it in like 5-2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Please check in with me. I want to see the result.
Come watch this, guys.
The score and the result.
The 3 beers or 2 bonks are split across the team.
So everyone's got, yeah.
Some people will have 3, some people might have 5, some people might
We have
none.
Ramid, so he's going to have 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheater.
What do you mean cheater?
That's okay. no, I then have to drink his beers.
Oh, so you do double?
Yeah. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
that's fair then. Yeah. Because the amount of booze that's gonna
But
go
debuff
is the
is someone
same.
who doesn't drink alcohol versus an alcoholic. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's gonna actually survive this better?
Me.
All right. And as for the tournament itself, who you think is gonna win so far?
Witness.
You think so? Even though Pine just took like 2 points, almost won a map off of him.
I mean,
You think that they're
Witness is
this
just gonna-
infallible?
They're just going to keep dog walking everyone. Like,
You really
let's
think
be
so?
honest. Yeah.
But if someone was to upset,
I mean, you might need to mess with their PCs or something.
no team that you think they can take on Witness,
No.
just unbeatable.
Only if Venom Crest comes back.
Okay, well, wishful thinking. All right, thank you guys so much for.
I miss you, Turam. I miss you so much.
For a bit of a word. I wish you good luck for whatever game you're trying to play. But I will wanna figure out what's gonna happen later on because I'll check in, boys. Maybe I'll do some B-roll and we'll see a little stream. Let's B-roll it. Yeah, you gotta bleep that thing out. This is live.
Oh, okay.
But thank you for behaving yourself, Yak.
No problem.
Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up here and throw it over to the studio in a second. So this is ÜBERFEST 2025. What more could you want, guys? Take it away.
It's alright, I know it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, but there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall, 'cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call.
Traffic below. plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my electric. Let's get connected. Eastside, let's get connected. If you feel the way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you. Can't focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in your perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected. Let's get connected. Let's get connected. The way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So the way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you. I need you. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. When look in your eyes, I found that one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. All of it's electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found that one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. Look in your eyes, I found that one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. All of it's electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found that one I've been waiting for.
It's like
comfort, 'cause those days are over now. I've seen that side. Can't believe I let you wear me down. All the memories unwind, taking me higher, higher, past the finish line. You can't cheat me can't get me back in my mind. Like a snakes and ladders, thinking of the reason why. It's always the weak ones who attack, and nothing else can last. Snakes and snakes and ladders.
Is there something kinda special about you? Do you wanna be my girl? Do you wanna be my girl? Do you wanna be my girl? Is there something kinda special about you? Do you wanna be my Is there something kinda special about you? Do you wanna be my girl? Do you wanna be my girl? Do you wanna be my girl? Is there something kinda special about you? Do you wanna be my girl? I still think of you. I still think of you.
I still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. I still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you.
Welcome back to the venue. We're gonna go on a tour of the first floor of the venue. There are 3 of them, but we're gonna go to the first one right now. We're gonna walk into this room with a couple of players, mostly empty. Everyone's kind of taking a bit of an R&R here, and we have this executive desk in the middle with someone who's currently busy playing. I do believe is deadlocked, so there is not just Team Fortress 2. People have various ways of relaxing as we're just taking a look at how the common room really looks like. Everyone is in this half circle. There are, I believe, 2 teams in this room right now. I believe so. And we have someone in the corner here who is currently very much locked in, but I'll try to hijack him a little bit. What's up, Solar? How are you doing? This is Solarlight. He's coming to the LAN. We had a bit of a chat yesterday as well, but now we're streaming live. Am I disturbing you a lot?
Not really. It's set up time.
You're just having fun and doing your normal, usual shenanigans?
Yeah.
Awesome. So Solarlight, to the people who are maybe not so aware, little known guy, known for some very wacky strategies as the Demo Knight, permanently running at this LAN.
Yep.
How are you guys been doing so far? I mean, I watched that game yesterday. It's a bit of a tough break against the Danes, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed about that one, to be honest, but it is what it is.
And could you like turn it around a bit more? If you're really busy, I will not pester you too much, but you know, like people want to know who I'm talking to here. So, what do you think went wrong against the Danes then? Like, why? I thought that you guys had it.
My last holds are not good, to be honest. I died a bunch during those. It's like I stand too far forward, I die, and we lose the points, and it's like just one ground difference can make a whole massive difference.
Right, and I had a bit of a chat with Phil after the game, and he said like basically once we didn't know what to do against Solar, but once you kind of realize how to kite him well enough, there's not much that Solar can do, even if it's scary and can insta-kill you. You just kind of hang the med back, right? And then you can just get what you can, but you don't get the med, and I think that was a bit of a crucial thing for you, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
So what is in store for you next then?
Just the B tournaments mainly. I forget who we're up against next though.
Okay.
I think the others are sorting that out. I've just been bugging.
Right. And do you think you're going to win that tournament? You think like you're confident about it, or you're just going to enter it to have fun?
I'm just entering it to have fun, really.
Gotcha.
I mean, again, just see how far I get.
All right. Well, I'm going to get out of your hair because I see you're locked in right now. But, yeah, pubbing, you know. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck in the B tournament, regardless what your intentions are. As we're going to keep on moving, we see a few more gamers. How are you guys doing? How is the energy level right now?
Pretty good. Hello.
Pretty good?
We just lost.
You just lost? Who are you playing? And introduce yourself maybe to begin with, so everyone knows who we're talking to.
I'm happy.
Happy?
I'm glad to hear that. I'm Pigeon, yeah.
Pigeon?
Plan 9. All three of us are from High Team.
High team, okay, gotcha.
Hi, I'm Top, the Belgian guy, not the Dane, just to make it clear.
Okay, very important distinction.
Yeah, just viewing, but also helped one of the teams when one of their players was missing, and just hanging out.
Understood. So you said you just lost the game, right? Who was it against? Oracle. Oh yeah, B tournament. So does that mean you're out so far?
We're out for the B tournament, but we're up for D-Mixes.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. And up for crashing the bar, I assume.
Oh yeah. See how it goes.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna let you guys back to your little powwow here, because I don't want to disrupt you too much. But we're gonna keep on moving and show the rest of everyone who's currently watching online, the rest of this floor at least. So we have this little area here where you can kind of chill, sit down. It's been used a few times for like, you know, a few interviews. You can see a worker jacket. I believe that one belongs to Beater.
Hello.
Hello. As we're moving in, there are two rooms here on the left, one of them being VIP. That one belongs to Oracle. We're just going to take a look inside how the VIP area looks like. It's quite nice. It's quite well dampened when it comes to sound. It's also quite warm, usually. Usually it's quite warm in here. Now it's a bit more breathable, isn't it? Yeah, good thing that you did open the windows, because it was really warm in there. And then we have Witness here, SST1 Joko, so no one forgets what their actual name is, as we're going to take a peek inside. Okay, maybe we won't. There are some secret strategies there. They don't want to have them seen. But there's one more room here. It's really dark in here. Please do not think that there's anyone lurking behind with an axe or worse. This is Aragosta. Hello.
No one's here.
No one's here. But you are here. I'm going to absolutely hijack you.
What the hell, man?
Sorry. You're the only one I can actually focus on. So for the stream, please introduce yourself.
What the? I'm Varnu from Aragosta.
Yeah.
One of the players of all time.
One of the players of all time. That's a very good introduction. Humble, yet still confident. And how are the confidence levels?
It's gonna be fine, man. We're just playing.
You're just playing. What's the current situation with Aragosta? I watched the game like the one before the last one, and that was really good to watch.
We got a bit lucky.
I
was supposed to look in the. Oh, hold up. Yeah, we got a bit lucky. Destroyed some noobs anyway. But I don't know, man.
You're just but confidence levels high, low, medium, rare.
I mean, I just had a bunch of carbs. Probably when you massive carb fog is gonna be. I might play really bad.
Okay.
Everyone else is getting eating kebab downstairs. I already finished it. It might not be good.
It might not be good, but is it gonna be one of the games of all time?
I really hope it is. I really hope it goes 60 minutes minimum. That's going to be our goal.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I'm not going to bother you then too much. Let you have your crash in peace. Thank you so much, for having a little bit of a time with us. And we're going to move on. And we're going to move on to one of the lesser known secrets here. I'm going to help out Paul a little bit here. Yes, the doors are heavy, but that's for a purpose. Because I don't want to have light doors that just swing wide open. As we're going to move and have a peek in one of the more secret areas, which we haven't seen so far. We see Ben, we see Guido, as this is one of the places that are quite important for the constructionist line. You can see the casters right now in their natural habitat with 3 cameras pointed. This is absolutely perfect situation for them, as we see one of the casters right there seeing us right now, but deciding not to pounce on the prey. But he sees the camera. These individuals cannot help themselves to look into the camera and cause some trouble, probably talk a lot of stuff, basically like me right now. But we're gonna move in. This is just a sneak peek of the natural habitat of the casting individuals with a couple of little goodies, as we're gonna move on to the last area of this LAN. And this is the upper floor rooming / viewing area, and there's a bit of a feedback over there, which is going to be a little bit distracting. But we see Dr. Happiness, we see Stu, and we see
Squirrel.
Squirrel. What's up?
Not much.
You enjoying yourself a little bit of beer?
Yeah, a little bit. Yep.
What do you think about the beer in this venue? What was the choice?
Fantastic beer. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's Gideon's choice here. So you know, you gotta.
Yeah.
Would you buy him a beer if you could?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think he gets free ones though. So
You do think so?
Yeah.
But I think it would be a good choice.
Oh, yeah. No, if I could buy him a beer, I would.
No, I'm just joshing with you. I'm not gonna make you to do anything. But you can see this area is quite big. It's quite spacious, quite well lit. And when the sun hits just right, golden hour, looks absolutely perfect. But the couches are big, spacious. It's a bit more quiet than downstairs in the bar where it gets rowdy with Shruki manning the bar. And yeah, you see a little Ben PL over there, rolling around at the speed of sound. So
I am casting in about 5 minutes, but I'm just here to mess about. I just have the camera.
Yeah. What did I just tell you about casters and cameras? Like, they just know.
It's funny, you know.
They just know when there's a camera rolling, and they're just like zone in. I mean, I'm one of the breed, so we gotta do this. But what's up? Was that Paul? We're good.
Can we go to the couch, please?
Okay, absolutely. So we're gonna be wrapping up this tour. There's going to be more content, but we're going to throw it to the couch right now. Stay tuned.
1 and I go.
Say it into the microphone.
Welcome to what is going to probably be the most chaotic couch to date in my career. This is ÜBERFEST 2025. Yeah, this is ÜBERFEST 2025. Okay, let's cut to the chase. We've got Geordie. We've also got some other guests alongside me, host Turbo Tabs. We've got Wandom, we've got Piggles, and we've got Eperly. Yeah, so welcome to the couch, guys. Obviously, you heard Piggles before you saw Piggles. So
I think that's usually the case, I'll be real, in most buildings that he's in.
You'd rather listen to me than see me.
I don't want to look at you.
Let's start with...
I've been told that before.
Let's start with a soft question. How is the LAN going, Geordie?
Good.
Okay. And Piggles?
I found 4 hats yesterday in TF2.
That is genuinely
5
statistically
now.
wild.
Yeah, I found 4. 3 of them were all class.
That's genuinely insane.
One of them was...
Did you open crates?
No, I found them.
You
They
found
were
them?
finds.
Wow.
Yeah.
I haven't found a hat in a year.
I found 4. 3 all classes, and one was something else, but it was a good hat. And now I found another one.
Did you delete them, or did you?
Why would I delete?
I delete my hats.
You ask stupid questions.
I delete my hats. Like,
why do you delete your hats?
Because they don't really do anything.
Think of the pennies, my friend. The pounds will look after themselves.
Are they actually like proper nice hats? Do they actually work?
Yeah.
So it's the Crone's Dome, right?
Crone's Dome, the witch's hat, Balloonicorn, and the bandana. There's like a black bandana.
Oh, okay, that was nice. Well, anyway, obviously you caught us all here. We've been supporting the bar with some shots here and there, obviously, but not alcoholic shot Twitch. We've been it's all tonic water, keeping it safe, or Manco tonic water to be exact. But yeah, so obviously you're probably wondering, how can I support the bar? Fortunately, we're going to have a pub quiz later. So all you guys have a great avenue to spend money at the bar, gather up with your fellow player, and enjoy things. And to motivate you a bit more, we've got some prizes for the pub quiz later on. It's going to be happen after game, so predict around a 10 o'clock CET time. These were lovely donated by Being Esports. So not only are they organising this lovely LAN for you, but they're dishing out prizes for you to get absolutely plastered and put the wrong words on the quiz sheet. So,
these are amazing, by the way.
Well, you better do
Shout
well.
out to who is it?
Being Esports.
Being Esports. Shout out to them.
But yeah, so you better do well in the pub quiz then, Piggles, if you want the chance to win them. But I'd imagine you're going to have to beat everybody at the event in this. I'm not sure if you won last year, did you? I think you came second or something.
Did you actually? Do you actually know things about the game?
I think you were. All I can remember you doing was chanting Sweden, and
yeah, I didn't win, but it sounded like I won.
Okay, so obviously, that's the pub quiz. So if we're going to do that later on at 10 CT, yes, you can put these down. Obviously, in eyesight to make sure I'm not losing these. These are donated by Being Esports to the prizes. Anyway, so we're still carrying on with our upper bracket, lower bracket day of day 2 here at ÜBERFEST 2025, and now we're in, I think it's the semis. It might be the semis of our lower bracket. Now you guys have gone into the upper bracket because you beat off Forfence.
We certainly did beat them off.
Fuck me. And yes, then there was a brief moment of showing exactly why where you are in the tables. There you go. So you are going to be playing off against.
Yeah.
This time for sure.
Testimone Nianza Di Giorgio. So you're going to be playing against them in the upper bracket final. But because Forfence ended up losing to you guys, they've been knocked down a peg, and they're going to be playing against Bloodsail Buccaneers, and that's the game we're going to be covering in this stream.
Really good game, this.
But Pint Gaming and Aragosta, sadly, we're going to miss that. They're just going to be playing that in the background, and we'll get you all caught up on the results of that later. But if you weren't paying attention as well, we didn't cover... Oh, God. Testimone Nianza Di Giorgio versus Pint Gaming. It was very, very close to say it was a 2-0. So they ended up edging that out over on that team, that Italian team. So they will go through. But yeah, so Bloodsail Buccaneers, Forfence. First off, I'm just going to ask you, Geordie, in your little game against Forfence, was it close? Was it not close?
No.
That's a lie, because I watched your game, Geordie. It was very close.
Pickles didn't die.
I mean, well, yeah, but it was like a couple of round differences, though. Very, very back and forth.
Pickles didn't die.
Yeah, but other people died on your team. You died a lot, Geordie.
What, in 2 maps? You didn't die in 2 maps?
No, I didn't die in the second map.
Oh, okay.
Definitely died in the first.
Yeah, you 100% died.
Yeah, I died
in
like
the
3
first
times.
Evo
Only guy who
headshot
has to
in the first
die.
map.
Yeah.
Like twice, I think, even.
But he still lost, though, didn't he? So it doesn't matter.
But yeah, I think it was like a...
it was actually a
3-4 on process.
Yeah,
very
close.
That was the map pick of theirs. Very close on that.
We ended up like 3-1 down. We paused and like won 2 rounds in a row. We lost pretty much like every mid. We just like clawed it back every time.
It's pretty high. Pretty high.
It was a really good game. It was really good. It was good.
I hit like a couple like -48 air shots.
You were kind of... You hit a crazy shot on Mula also.
Oh, yeah. See, we saw that from the Frenchy room. And we got to see Mula in real life like implode.
I learned some new French swear words when that happened.
That's amazing. You know, the worst thing about us winning a lot at the minute is that we don't get to spectate anyone. I love watching behind people at LAN. I think it's awesome. I love seeing the reactions. I love seeing them moan. I love seeing them scream.
Well, it would be now. We have like a break now.
Yeah, we're gonna watch this.
Now we're being pulled into this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this game that's about to come on.
Aren't you lucky?
This game that's about to come on is going to be a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be good. So obviously you've had a preview of Forfence, but have you guys faced off against the Bloodsail Buccaneers much?
So we did yesterday, but it's hard to remember because the game lasted 9 minutes.
Oh,
They've had a very rough LAN.
Yeah, that was
our Bloodsail Buccaneers. So they're not feeling great. They're down bad at the minute, but we have hope.
Okay, well, so if you had to give any advice to, like, say, I don't know, well, first I want to find out who are you kind of backing in this matchup? Is it going to be Bloodsail Buccaneers, Four Friends?
Of course, I'm backing Mac.
You're backing Mac, okay, and I'm guessing it's the same for you, Piggles?
Only purely because it'll be funny if they win. Like that's the only reason. I mean, the guys turned up in a pirate hat.
And if you had to give them a little heads up, a little like kind of like, we actually got the line.
And you know what's really weird about this team, right? I do need to add this. Junu looks just like the scout from Team Fortress 2.
Yeah, I never noticed that before, huh? I'm glad you pointed that
out. It's
uncanny,
isn't it?
Yeah, that is actually uncanny.
It's a pretty good prop.
Yeah.
We only. Why has he got a gun?
That's why he's been really suffering in the Bloodsail Buccaneers. So he's like, he might take matters into his own hands in a minute.
I feel like Junior was an American player.
No, because Junu hits his shots. He can't be.
Oh my god. Yeah. We'll just let that sit for a moment.
But yeah, if Mac wins, it'll be funny.
Well, it's for 5th place, right?
Okay, I don't want to talk about Americans. Show me Frenchmen. Show me Frenchmen the stream, please. All right, okay, so we've got Four Fence here. Nobody looks like a TF2 class amongst the lot here, so that's nice. That's good. D-Mool is confused where he is.
Debo looks too happy with that axe.
Yeah,
He's smiling too
uncomfortably
much.
so.
So, how good have these guys been playing overall? I have not. Oh, the match history's there. Okay, right. So
Yeah, look at that, dude. Stats.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
they've done all right.
Overall, they're winning more than they're losing. It's just you guys. You seem to be seem to be the kryptonite of this team right now.
Yeah.
But even then, it's looking close. Look at the score lines. Like I said, you were lying before, Geordie. It was close.
Did they beat Witness?
4-1
Gully. Is that real?
That's not correct.
That's not real.
Maybe Copian scrims. I don't know. That's actually insane, really, thinking about it.
Yeah, that can't be real.
I can pretend.
I think that's
maybe
correct.
Let's just make it up.
Dreamland.
Dude, it's crazy how they did that
Dreamland
thing.
results. Maybe they were just charitable and gave them the win anyway.
Yeah.
Dude, all I know is I saw the Danes beat Witness, so I don't think Witness is all that cracked up.
Yeah, you know,
Oh,
Pint
yeah.
Gaming are taking rounds off them. Witness who? Witness. Actually, I think this Italian team that's replaced Witness has gone really badly. They need to bring back the old Witness.
But they've all got bloody broken configs, haven't they?
Oh
They've
yeah.
all got big shadows and stuff.
Oh, and that's dragging them down somehow. Those big shadows.
But going back to this match, like, if Mac should not win this, but I hope he does. The Frenchies.
Well, what happened in the online season then? They won that. Yeah, they beat.
They
did, didn't they?
But it's classed as an upset, though.
Not gonna lie, I thought it'd be the other way around. I thought Mac would win at LAN and then
Yeah.
maybe get 5th.
Well, we've got the map picks and bans happening for you here. So we're starting out with a ban of Bagel for Bloodsail Buccaneers, and then a ban of Prolans from Forfence. That seems very logical. I think Forfence thought really early on in the ETF2 season, oh yeah, we're good at Prolans, and then they got a swift reminder from everybody like, no, we're not. We're not good at Prolans.
Who beat them?
I think it was actually Max team.
Was it? Right.
Yeah. So
In the playoffs, yes, but during the regular season they played it very close.
are you sure it's that team? I think you're mixing up teams.
I think actually.
Because Forfence were the ones
Yeah,
that.
'cause I'm thinking about you guys.
Oh wait, no. I think Forfence played Witness actually.
You guys played
on
very, very
Prolans.
close.
That was the mess up.
Right? And then Mac decided to ruin the golden cow by double sticking into your family. Just blowing himself up for fun.
He was supposed to spawn the base jumper and spawn on
Yeah, he just
bootlegger.
didn't do that.
Well, we do have.
Spawned it and died.
We do have our first map pick, and it actually is processed. They picked this against you guys, and you did beat them, but they're still picking it again. Is that wise, or do you think like?
It's a comfort map for them. They have very strong mids.
Sunshine, Sultry, Ran et Product. Pour moi, on bat le Product déjà.
They also have good last pushes. They'll just.
Did it feel claustrophobic on process, Piggles, when you were playing against them in that previous match?
No, not for me. No.
Okay, you're just a perfect video game player, are you?
Apparently, yeah.
I see. Okay, well.
What's the main thing for this is that the Mac team's down bad. The French have just come off a loss, so they need to recoup. You know, they need
who's
to
got the
recover.
biggest emo right now?
Well, I think the Frenchies might be like more down bad at
Yeah.
the very minute because
It's
Mac
recent.
team went from lower bracket, right? So they must
Oh
have
yeah,
won the game already.
they've been winning. Yeah.
And they must have had like a game.
What do you think? Mac's team have gotten used to losing? Like, it's fine.
Once you hit rock bottom, it's all up, baby.
Yeah.
First of all, yes. Second of all, they have won their last game.
Yeah, touche. You're right. They have to be in that.
So
to be in this
it's
position.
mentally taxing for the French players.
So there's a pick of Gully Wash from Bloodsail Buccaneers. Good map choice, do you think?
I don't know why they've
Wait,
picked
what's that, Gully Wash?
That's
Gully Wash for Bloodsail Buccaneers.
I think that's one of the worst picks they could have made against Forfence.
Okay, so Forfence is really strong on Gully. That was our ban from what I remember. But Mac has beaten them on Gully the past 2 times.
Why do you think they would have picked that then? Obviously, that's just an internal pick. Like, do you think there's something
But
about
they've
that
just
map
beaten
that
them.
enables?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. What does Mac have that he beats the Frenchies on Gully? Like,
Does
what?
Mac like playing demo on Gully Wash?
Is that what it is, do you reckon?
Yeah.
It is just Mac like in Gully.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, fair
So it's
enough.
not that deep.
Yeah, it's just Mac. I don't think
I just like the map. He's just like
It just
simple as.
doesn't even converse with his team. Do teams even do that? Does anybody ever have like master hold of who gets to pick the maps on these teams, or do you all have to talk to each other?
I mean, I used to have like a lot of control over what we picked, but
Bit more collaborative.
Usually, I also ask.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Maybe Mac asks them and then just ignores it.
Yeah, no, they definitely have like a universal like agreement, like any team does. But there's like one guy that definitely like makes the decision, you know.
Okay.
And it would be Mac, I imagine.
All right. And then we go back to banning again. So Mac and company will ban Metalworks. They were pretty close with you guys, and that was your map pick as well. It was 1-0 for that map, so it could have been. And I think you pushed back to last for a little while, so I guess maybe
Makes sense. Same with the product ban as well. Makes a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah, I
Why
think
coin flip, you know?
I think Frenchies, obviously, they feel the sting of that ETF12 playoff where they got absolutely trounced. That was their first pick, their own pick, map pick against them, and then they got trounced by Juno, and they literally don't want to see that again. So
I'm really surprised the Mac team didn't pick Gully. Product instead. After
that is a good point.
I mean, that was my thinking going into like the picks and bans. I was like, are we going to see them go product again? Because that's kind of been their pick every time.
Because I think the reason why they lost against Pine Gaming is because of Andy Sniper.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Frenchies have a sniper that's as good.
I do have some sweat knowledge on this, though, because basically after the playoff, they scrimmed against Forfence right after it, and they played product again, believe it or not, and they got 3-0'd back by Forfence. So that was literally right after the playoff.
Sniping.
Oh, okay.
So I think they're a little aware of like, oh, okay, maybe if these guys like figure out what went wrong, they can play this map. So maybe that's why.
Probably a granary, right? Sorry, they've just banned Sunshine.
Ooh.
So what's left? It's granary.
Sultry.
Sultry. Oh my god.
Are we actually going to see a Sultry in 2025?
The Mac team could pick Sultry.
The Mac team should have picked Sultry. The Frenchies hate Sultry.
There we go. There we go. It's Sultry decider. Wow. I hope it goes all the way.
I'm guessing they just.
I
think they
favor
would
the Mac
pick a
team.
Sultry.
I favor the Mac team in this series now. Like at least map pick wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down across the board then.
I don't like the Gully.
I like the Gully. I think they'll get owned on process, but.
Wandem,
Yeah.
what do you think?
2-0 Frenchies.
2-0 Frenchies, okay. Ipoli?
I want to be a contrarian, and I want to believe in the in-depth logic that we have, but I really just feel like the Mac team wants to spend more time at the bar and less time playing. I think they've called a certain
they are
amount.
looking at the pub quiz prizes and they think if we just do our homework for that rather than the lower bracket,
they could get this wonderful cooler.
Yeah, and I wonder if it values out a bit better than like third place.
Dude, someone needs to do those.
Probably.
Yeah.
That would be so funny.
At least individually.
So basically, what I'm getting is like Bloodsail Buccaneers, Frenchies. What did you go with, Piggles? Because you said you just didn't.
I think it's going to go all the way, and I think in terms of
So it's Mac.
edginess, I think if it gets more edgy, Mac's going to win it out.
Okay, so that's 2 for Bloodsail Buccaneers, and you were going with.
I was going to say Frenchies.
So, I'm the.
Which is great because we get to find out whether casters are idiots or not.
Yeah.
Because like, are the players right? Are the casters right?
Yeah.
Historically, we're always wrong. So maybe you'll follow that kind
I'm
of.
known for making records, though.
Yeah.
I don't do music.
If I had to tie break though, I'm feeling the Frenchies. I think the Frenchies can claw this back. I think there's something about LAN. I think that hurts Bloodsail Buccaneers. I think I think everyone gets a bit shouty at LAN, and everyone's got like 5 million ideas on Bloodsail Buccaneers. There's like a crock pot of like, we should do this, we should do that. And yeah, honestly, I bet you, that's why online, some of these players are like really quiet, but at LAN, they're just like, yeah, go in, do this, do that, do this, do that.
One thing to note from that is that no one is near each other this LAN. They're private rooms. So there's no like rumbling from another team that you're playing, you know? You can't hear them go crazy when they run around.
Does that happen a lot, Jordy? Do you guys actually like use every aspect of LAN to kind of like take the edge?
I don't know if it was much using it for edging, but like
Yeah.
for getting an edge.
Taking the edge of the gameplay, yes.
Yeah, I don't think we used it for that, but we just did it, right? I always just did it.
At Arcadia, we were just like loud.
Screaming.
Yeah.
The whole time. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I think we were like playing the Germans and they had Shocky on the team, and we'd just we'd kill him and we would scream Epsilon. And
I don't know who would do that.
Have you guys had this happen in your team at all, where you play online, the comms are different, but when you play at LAN, like the comms are just very different. Like people are more vocal, people are more hyped.
Really.
yeah, no, there's a lot more energy because it matters a lot more.
Yeah.
I think our team is pretty iffy, like online in scrims. It just depends on the day if AF decides to come or not.
Yeah, but I've been sat in the Bloodsail Buccaneers. I feel like this hurts them, whilst like Pint Gaming or something, they've been like amplified by it, for example. To be fair, I haven't been in your room. I don't know what the comms are like. So.
Yeah, but like I said way before, I thought the Mac team would get the LAN buff.
Yeah.
Lef, Mac, Sil, they all had like a really
Eon
good
as
LAN
well.
last year.
Yeah, Eon had a good ÜBERFEST last year, didn't he?
Yeah. I'm really surprised with how they're playing. It's kind of tragic.
Well, this is the final moment now. They can't possibly, save any strats or kind of have any copium to kind of huff at this point. So we're going to go into process. It's going to be our first map.
I don't think we're starting yet.
Yeah.
I'm
going into. Don't worry. This is part one of our discussions because now we're going to talk about the mapper process.
Oh.
Yeah. See.
Wow.
I've got this. Figured this out. I've been doing this a long time, Pickles.
Yeah, this is hard.
Is it really? You're doing great, man. You're wearing the hat. You're showing the prize. You're pulling your weight.
I'm a stunner for the camera.
We heard you first before we could see you. You're doing everything.
Rule 1 of broadcasting has failed. Interrupt
You would
everyone.
be fantastic. You'd be fantastic at radio.
Would I?
Yeah, you've
got
got
a face
for radio.
I've got a face for it. I took that joke off you.
Yeah,
You're not having
see,
it.
this is why you're good at it. Geordie, process. Obviously, should be a bit easier for you because you've had a sneak preview of Forfence on their process map. If you had to kind of give Mac a few pointers to make your prediction happen, what would you tell him about this process map?
I don't know. Don't go to mid.
Don't go to mid. That's a very Eames take on things. Wandom, you've been looking more at just all the teams and how they've been playing. If you had to give any pointers to say your team that you're picking, which is the Forfence team, what would you tell them about Bloodsail Buccaneers that they need to watch out for?
Just show up and play standard, and I think that they have better players across the board. Play normal, and I think they should win every time.
Piggles, counter with Bloodsail Buccaneers. What do they need to look out for against Forfence?
Just keep the vibes up, stay positive, keep ploughing through. Don't get caught up on like slight issues, which is what they've been doing.
Okay.
Like, why are you talking about something that's just happened when you're still playing?
I think it's a really valid point. Like the amount of time, like when people get in their own head, and it's like one of the most annoying things in the world where like you lose a round and then you spend the entire next rollout talking about the last round instead of talking about what you're actually going to do to make a difference.
I mean, isn't that adaptation though?
Yeah, but that it's a really inexperienced team, so they're forced to adapt at all times.
Yeah.
Oh.
You've got Sil, who is now playing Pocket Scout, who is not that has just played his first season of Prem, and before that has only played like 3 seasons. So you put like your most important guy on a class where he has to call, and he doesn't know how to play like most situations.
I see. Okay, so basically, take baby steps with this, but otherwise, if you voting on Forfence, play your regular game. I get you.
Yeah.
I think that's some solid advice. I think we could throw it over to some casters. I'm sorry. No more advice now. Only a little bit of help, as we're going to throw it over to Ben PL and not Stephen for our lower bracket game.
Stephen, who is it?
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to your lower bracket round 2 game. You are joined here by me, not Stephen, and Ben praises Lee Camp for their fine establishment that they are hosting us in this weekend. Ben, how are we feeling about this game?
This is a bit of a grudge match after that mishap in playoffs, but we might not have much time to talk about it because the players I can see already rolling out as we get in here. For this lower bracket round 2 game, Forfens, as usual, in their traditional blue colours, up against the Bloodsil Buccaneers here in the red on this first mid-fight.
Yeah, a lot of height taken from the soldiers of the Buccaneers early on. No real fights, no early bombs coming, just playing it a little bit slow. First bombs coming in now from the French side, not able to get onto the medic. Mac is a casualty, however. We'll see what the Buccaneers can do. Can they retake this height? Can they retake the pressure? They're both playing it pretty slow here, Ben.
A big denial from Nevo there. Sylv's just got taken very low, but Broke is actually the one bombing in, landing it onto Delhi, trying to sink up some rockets, but he's going to play with his life and not find anything in return. So it's about now, can the rest of these players on the Buccaneers get out? Can they scurry something together? They're quite deep in. I think they're going to be losing the scout as well. Yes, Yunu's gone down. And just 3 surviving here for the Buccaneers. They're out of mid, and they might well have to be out of second as well.
Yeah, Forfens charging straight into second here. They give it up here on the Bloodstone Buccaneers. It is not worth their life. It's not worth the risk here. They are just going to be getting set up onto this last point, while the midpoint still being capped up by the Frenchies, and now be looking to move into lobby, see if they can get some sacks going.
Yeah, this feels like a bit of a land decision, this sort of backing out. You're not trying to risk anything on second, not going to go for any kind of crazy counter push. They know the stakes. They know how important this game is over the Buccaneers side. They don't want to go for any crazy kind of risk. That's why we see Sale building the gun, and that's why we see Yunu just picking up the rifle, just with all intent of slowing this down to a halt. And that's a good start with a nice shot over onto Demul.
Yeah, that just slows things down instantly there. They know they can't push with Demul. However, with him going down, it gives a little bit of a chance for them to potentially get an off-class here. Obviously, they know there's a Junu sniper here. Occasionally, you want to take him down first, but Junu's just kind of hitting shots here, so it might be a hard task, especially when they don't come up on anything. They're just going to cookie cutter it, try to get this sentry gun down, and most likely go for a couple of sacks out.
Yeah, with these single picks to Soldier and hitting those headshots like that, it does slow things down, but that's about all it does. There's no real chance of a push out unless it's going to be a kill, maybe into a demo or a medic. So Yunu just going to keep doing his job, just trying to hold on these doors and try and slow things up.
They are busting through jumps, coming in from Brugesman, not able to get onto the medic, instantly taken down. So 2 soldiers down from Forfens. Do the Buccaneers try to push out on that? Looks like they might do a little bit of prodding and poking. Stills looking at 2 here.
Having a look, having a peep, no soldiers to spam means they can actually get fairly far forward. As we see Silvers just deciding, you know what, enough is enough. Gonna back up, and they're just so content to just sit here and chill.
Yeah, staying up on this double soldier of the French team. We see a lot of teams, they'll just switch instantly to the sniper if it's not working, but they want to make the sack happen. I think I might have seen some booties on one of these soldiers. I think that is going to be the man treads up on at least one of them here. So going to have less knockback here from the sentry gun. Gives a bit of a better opportunity if you think you just can't get onto them. Yeah, it looks like it's at least one. Demul goes in for the fast bomb. He's up high. He's not denied. Nice little deny by one of the soldiers. Eon lives on 24 HP. Nearly hits a second rocket as Brugesman.
And now we can see a bit of a scurry forward. A lot of crits actually racked up there from Sale, which might come into an important situation later on. But they're going to have to wait for these soldiers, and they're just going to have to wait one more, unless Yunu gets a peek.
Yeah, I thought a lot more time had gone down, but it's only been 2 minutes. This French side have been pretty proactive at just getting these sacks in fast as possible here. Still staying on the double soldier once again. So, to be honest, that sack was quite close. 24 HP of Eon. I think if you just get lucky and that first soldier doesn't get in the way, I think you have a good opportunity. It's a pretty nice sack from the Frenchies. They're sending it in again here. First one in onto the engineer, onto the medic. Eon 30 HP, and he's okay. He's holding on.
Just about holding on.
Sniper.
Oh, nice little shot there over onto QB, but again, like, it's soldiers down. They're just looking to poke. They're just trying to get whatever damage they can over onto these players. Maybe turn this into a push out, but you can see they're so reluctant to go aggressive.
Once again, French side making their way into the lobby. Can lightning finally strike for this French side? Can they make something happen? Looks like they want to maybe change it up a tiny bit. Going to be sending a couple players towards lobby C. If they can find a different angle, because surely they're expecting it on the Buccaneers here. Not finding anything thus far. It's a headshot out from Junu, denying anything, but it's just Nevo running in. He gets Mac. Can he find Junu? 1 HP and a dream. Somehow Junu will live. Nevo still in deep here, still causing chaos, but I can't see him being long for this one. But it doesn't matter because Demul is in, unspotted. He's doing everything. It's 3 players down. Now the French side, they Uber on in. Eon went down during all this chaos, and this is a surefire cap. Nevo uncontested on the point.
And the thing is, it was Nevo who started all of that off, bullying the kill onto Mac, and then that just opens up all the doorways. The bomb lands in from Demul, strips the Uber charge straight out of Eon's Medigun, and this is what can happen if you sit on last. Eventually, you may well crumble, and that's what happens to the Buccaneers here. They have just been completely blitzed.
Fantastic last pushes from the French team. Even the ones that didn't work looks really well put together. Looked like they had some really set plays. But we'll see what the set plays are now as Telly. Okay.
Big pipe on the denial. That's got to feel good for the French demo man now. As look at the space they can take forward. Instant denial on that first bomb. And there we go, they're settled out, and look, Butcher Buccaneers on the back foot once more. They haven't been able to do anything this game, and we're 6 minutes in. They've sat on their last, lost a round, and now they're just going to be sat on their second.
2 mids in a row for the French side, instantly pushing into sewer here, putting a little bit of spam, taking their way onto grass. Nevo charioting his medic of Mula while there's some spam in through on the flank here. No one taken down particularly low, probably looking for some stickies on Eon, make a sack easier. Nothing really coming out. Looks like the French team gonna back up for a second, gonna get a little bit of health before they can really do much more here.
As we've seen before, that there's no rush. No rush whatsoever for the French, especially now they're a round up.
Looking to do about the same here, Demul. Looking his way into IT, the rest of his team will be looking at choke and into sewer here. So it only takes one sticky, it only takes one opportunity for someone to go in deep and get onto that medic. Eon did get tagged a little bit, given a little more space. This time are the French side here, but still not able to get in particularly deep here. It's ever so hard. We might even see an Uber trade coming out if we're not too careful.
Yeah, Nevo's getting a lot of fun here on the grass, pushing it forward, getting a lot of beam and a lot of space, but eventually it's unsustainable. They're on the low ground, they're taking rockets left and right, and obviously Forfence, they just want to reset. They can just go for this as many times as they please.
Yeah, so second attempt for the French side here. Do you think they switch something up, Ben? Do you think they go for a different strategy?
I think what happened last time almost worked. I think they had the pressure in. It's just that they didn't quite land the damage, didn't quite land the stickies that they were after. And as we see again, they're trying to go around the same strap once more, pressuring out onto grass. There's a soldier top IT, maybe looking to rip a sack in with a scout as well. So potential flank play, but it's the combo bombing in. Brugman, nice rocket there into Eon, who's down at 70 HP, but is perfectly safe out behind the point.
Looking to put a little more pressure into choke are the Buccaneers here, having at least a little look. It's a soldier in onto the medic of Mula, will surf out safely. Silves does go down, gives a bit more of an opportunity with that 20-second sack. Brugman coming up any second, but they don't even want to wait for him because they're already peeking their way into sewers here. Can they find anything on the flank? Can they find anything on grass here? They know there's one player disadvantaged, and Nevo is so deep. He takes the Uber, forced out, and Eon drops sail here. This is tragic, and look at this. They've got the high ground straight away on the French side. The Buccaneers, tail between their legs. They have to leave. Lovely little trade, and once again, Eon just dropping sail, can't keep happening.
I was about to be criticising that Uber use there from Forfest, but it worked out perfectly well because the kill comes into Sail. Brugman in behind with a few rockets, a few ambitious attempts there as he drops down. And actually, there's a good bit of damage here towards his heavy. Maybe there's chance for the Frenchies to start spamming forward. Can they get a sack in before Eon is fully protected? Because there's no Ubers in play and there's no gun yet until Sail is able to pick that one up. But there's a good timing for a sack, but just not quite coming to fruition.
Yeah, I think they're deciding against it. No reason to really risk your medic's life here. Kubi is coming up on the sniper here, so we did not see that last time. I did comment how often coming into last you will switch to sniper and try to get something going with that, but the Frenchies didn't do that before, but now maybe, you know, it's a bit of an element of surprise. Going to be looking into one. That is where Mac is located. Can he find a shot?
Mac was the first one to fall last time around, and maybe will be the first one again as he's the one jostling with this rifle. But it's such a narrow little corridor. It's really tough to find an angle, to find your way around that spam. With Yudu on the other side too, we've seen what Yudu can do already at this LAN. Might be a tough peak to take for QB.
Yeah, he's now a known element as well. I feel like Sniper works best where you have the element of surprise, and you can just kind of take that pop shot when someone's not really thinking about you, but now they're going to be playing those safe angles, going to be playing a little more scared, and yeah, Juno is going to be constantly looking for that counter snipe as well.
Currently creeping forward, 150 onto a soldier, but not enough damage to land the kill. As now they're just going to try and rotate round. QB this time just switching it up left and right. This is what you've got to do in these situations. You can't let your position be known long term. You've got to be swapping it out.
Trying to play into one, but denied by those stickies onto Mac. Will move his way into two, gets a 50 damage at least, and instantly going to rotate here. You have to think, this time, last time they pushed last, they'd already had 2 soldier sacks in, and that's what they're going to do again as Brugman comes in, playing into this heaven area, not able to get anything, but gives good space to QB. Can he find the crucial shot to keep his team in? Doesn't look like it. Mac going to take down Nevo as well. Blokes in. Can he find the shot? Forces Moolah. Huge stuff from the Buccaneers.
Absolutely fantastic work there from Bloke on the counter-attack. That's what they've needed for the first 11 minutes of this game. That has been the first explosive moment to come out of the Buccaneers, and it comes from Bloke on a fantastic counter-attack, getting the force out into Moolah. But Demul is on a back cap. Has he been spotted? One scout, 1v1. Cap coming through. There is a cap 3 times on second. But Yunu wins it out. And second is secured. It's going to be big advantage coming into mid. The Buccaneers might have some wind in their sails.
Yeah, looking straight into IT here, see if they can catch any players out. They are flying on in. It's going to be a sack in here from Brugman, taken down cleanly. That's 3 players down for the Frenchies. This should be a conversion straight onto second.
It's 50 ad as well. Moolah nowhere near getting this uber charge. Demul and Sniper in forward spawn, trying to peer in, trying to find anything. But look, they're already out on forfence. They don't want anything to do with the second hold.
Yeah, 85% on the Uber. Should be getting it by the time that the Buccaneers do move their way in onto last. It is going to be taken in through 3. Mac charging in here. Uber finally used, however, it will be the Uber for forfence coming out a lot later. They have a heavy, they have a scout, and there's just a Sylves in the back lane. Is their only hope. Taken down here is the rest of the Buccaneers. Luckily, 4 of them managed to escape. It looks like forfence. They want to get things going. They want to continue in. They clear these stickies well, and it will be soldiers bombing in. Brugman a little alone here. Nice arrow from Moolah, but it's kind of getting a little messy, a little scrappy here, but it's looking a little bit better for the Frenchies.
Absolutely so, and you wouldn't normally see a team pushing out like that. It just with 2 soldier picks, we saw Buccaneers never do it, but the difference here is that there weren't Uber charges in play. There's no threat of an Uber trade, and that means that Buccaneers, they have no way to stay in without their soldiers.
The French side does not want to stop, storming their way straight through choke, trying to take some space in this upper area, and looks like they might be doing so successfully. Bloke taken down to single-digit HP, does have to back out, and some nice rockets being hit from Brugman. They're still scrapping it out, Ben.
They absolutely are. They really want to stay in here, and they really want to fight this, and with the spawner advantage and equal Ubers, they can eventually Uber trade across this point and try and get something going, but look how passively Buccaneers have been forced on this mid. They've been forced all the way back to their own choke, and they might just be having to concede this just by the sheer means of pressure.
A very long extended fight there. I was maybe expecting they would just trade on the Buccaneers. Mac was in quite a poor position. Honestly, feel like he's lucky to come out alive from that one, but now we will see the Frenchies in a position we've seen them in before, trying to sack their way on at 2 seconds here. See what they do, if they change anything up or if they continue to go for this kind of pressure cooker from Grass.
Looks like grass might be on the menu once more for the Frenchies. They've got their scout in position, Demo in position also, and Brugman, who's the one spamming rockets in. It's all about can they land some tags onto Eon, but it's actually Moolah the one who's taking a bit of chips, had to go back for the pack there, but we'll see Nevo coming in, see if they can just land anything, and see if they can eventually get onto Eon, who has evaded them for most of the game.
Yeah, last time I feel like it worked for the French side because they did get that Sylves long respawner here and took that nice aggression with Nevo, but I don't know if they'll be able to do that this time. QB has actually taken a lot of space into IT here, but just they're not really able to get too much going here on the flank straight away. QB backing up. Is it over for this push potentially, or are they just going to keep pressuring on in, trying to just find something?
Again, they're playing it in such a low-risk fashion. I think from forfence, nobody's committing hard, but they're not sending anything. They're just waiting and waiting to see if there's a mistake. But the Buccaneers, they're holding solid. They're spamming. They're doing good damage. and they're just doing enough to stop Forfence from just walking in for free.
They have weathered the storm this time, but once again, the French side coming for another contest, doing the exact same play. Nevo going so aggressive, I thought maybe they were going to take straight. Bruges is in. Can he find the second rocket? Finds the first, but Eon will be living that one. It's bombed straight away from the Buccaneers. It is going to be Bloke coming in behind. Finds a nice big damage rocket, but it's not quite enough, unfortunately. Finds the faces of the rest of the team. Nevo now, though, he wants to come in, Ben.
They absolutely do, and I completely respect this decision because Bloke's an incredibly long respawner, and also this extra soldier will help the attacking side more than the defending side because there's rear doorway not watched. Look at flank getting busted into already. All 5 of the Buccaneers stuck on this point as the Uber trade comes in, and Nevo runs in trying to get as much space as possible.
Yeah, any kills are good here. He's kind of caught them solo in 2 all by himself. Brugeman comes, follows up, helps finish off Sills here. Bloke will be at least helping out, getting that kill. Going to be in behind, but I don't know if he'll be long for this world.
Oh, nice
Nearly
win.
gets QB though, doesn't he?
Yeah, really nice win from QB, and that might be a big deal, actually. Losing both soldiers, there's no spam on these doors. They can start walking forward, trying to get damage with this heavy. They've got a scout on the flank already. Look at the space being taken by these players. In on the last point by Forfence. They're bombing forward, trying to get in. Heavy falls, damage into Sail 2, and actually, it's not even the damage that wins it. They just cap up the point just by sheer force of will.
Taking down that heavy early was super crucial there. Brugeman in such a good position, actually communicated with his team, crazy. They came in flooding through one as Brugeman bombed over, took down that heavy. He's basically the only one who can deny them from that point at that moment. So super, super solid push from the French, playing very well on this first map of Process thus far. We'll see if they can continue things on or if the Blood Cell Buccaneers will fight back, scabbard in hand.
Well, this time they decided to go a bit slower on mid. Bloke not going to go for the very, very fast one over on to Delhi after receiving the pipe last time. And it's Brugeman, the first one to jump and cycle around here. As they're just trying to rotate around, both teams going in the clockwise directions for now, but it's a bit of a slow rotation from Forfence. They're taking quite a lot of damage, and they're having to just stop and bow up for a moment. That's going to give some opportunity, I think, for the Buccaneers to maybe looking to get to height.
Yeah, Brugeman's gone behind here, but Muller taken down low earlier, unable to pick him up straight away, but Delhi going down is a tough start to this. Brugeman behind, not able to do anything at the moment either, just kind of caught in enemy sewers here. He's so known about, surely he gets nothing. Oh, they refight though from the French side.
The damage onto Eon! The spam rockets from Brugeman did so much damage to Eon. He's so weak. Has to go and get the pack, has to step off the point, and has to regroup with the team if they try and get this last bit of Uber charge. They do get the Uber charge up, but it is stripped away as fast as it came as Eon drops again.
How the French side came back into that, I do not know. Those rockets, immaculate from Brugeman. Surely someone just deals with him. There's a couple of stragglers trying to get in onto Muller here, but he is a smooth operator.
It's just so telegraphed. It's so telegraphed on the feed wave in onto Muller as they try now. 2 rounds up already. They could make it 3. They have full Uber ad. They're not even going to wait for the setup, I don't think. there's a crits coming up. But this is going to be all hands on deck for the Buccaneers. Can they defend this?
It's going to be a tough one here. They will at least have the sentry gun. They will have the heavy coming up top. And they have everything they can to potentially do this, but the French team, they've looked clinical thus far. Are they clinical again here?
Max caught!
No, he's not.
Oh,
he managed to get the respawn by, but a lot of cap time coming out from QB.
Laser beams!
Laser beams!
Oh, beautiful stuff from Yunu, flicking left and right. Someone's clearly been on that Kovacs aim training grind there with their heavy, as only 2 survive. Brugeman and Muller running out, escaping, and Bloodsail Buccaneers, that's what they need to stay in this game. Goes 3-0 down, it's almost 0 chance of them getting back in. Now there's still a hope. They have a bit of advantage, but they have a QB sniper to deal with. Do they try and walk through regardless? And maybe not, because QB completely smites any chance of a push.
Yeah, finding that shot here. They're going to send in Bloke to try to deal with him. Not able to smite him down. So this gives the Frenchies a great opportunity. Should be making their way straight into second. And probably looking to go to last with this full Uber advantage.
That's the thing, the sniper, it was just completely unexpected. You can see from the movement on Eon, he just was not thinking of the possibility of a sniper being there to stop that. And now it's the second time they've had this Uber advantage in just a matter of a minute. But this time around, there's going to be no crits. There's no even dream of an Eon Uber charge coming the other way as Delhi uses him through 1.
Yeah, fast Uber in through one hit, not able to get in on anything. Deli not able to jump either, apparently. Please get it back on the jump maps, Deli. Doesn't take down the sentry gun early. They do have all the high ground, but making it a little difficult. QB ringing out the first kill of the fight here, but they're kind of trading straight back, and they're in an awkward situation here, but they're somehow making the best of it. Deli 6-9, destroying. Mac somehow will manage to get to the respawn queue, but they're all just in the respawn cabinet this whole time. Finally, will push their way out, will clean up the French side, and Mula looks like he's in a bit of danger.
Getting chased down by Yunu, and it's going to be an attempt at a push out here. QB still on the sniper, going to be a bit of a nuisance potentially, or maybe not, as he just gets spammed down. As now the tables turn once more. Eon full advantage as they look to push in, and we see now from what Brugman and Mula are going, they do not want anything to do with this middle point. They just want to get on second, and they want to get their own Uber back, because that's only coming up in a matter of seconds. The Buccaneers, they might be in for the long haul into second.
Yeah, they're peeking into second here. What can they find? Matt going very aggressive, left a little alone here. They have finally capped up this midpoint. They should know Ubers are even. Mac taken down to a sliver of HP here. I think they're going to slow things down now. Just a little bit on the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Get a little healthy and look for how they will sack in. We haven't seen them sack in onto second yet. Sail and Mac taking themselves into sewers, very similarly to what we saw the French side doing, so should be seeing a little bit of grass pressure, potentially.
We'll see a fair few things, but the Buccaneers, they need something, and that has to be a round. Well, two of them to be specific, because they have only 9 minutes left to get in this game, so it's all well and good being in a stalemate where they're on the front foot, but they don't want to be hanging around here for too long as that timer starts to tick down. We see Mac landing good damage over towards the soldiers, but not quite anything onto Mula, who is just tucked away so safely in the back of this point, just hasn't even seen anyone.
Uber comes out, actually. Not too sure what they really forced to, but Eon just taken down low. Yeah, the spam was so good from Forfence during that entire fight, and that's basically as bad as it can go. Losing a player as well just gives Forfence such a good opportunity to get here onto mid, looking to take their way in through choke. Setting up some sticky traps as Deli. Soldier jumping in. It's almost like you can see the future. And now Forfence just allowed to blast their way in onto mid. Deli taking the height straight away, and it is the side of the Bloodsail Buccaneers backing up into their second. Only on 50% as well here, so surely the French side keeps one going, Ben.
They absolutely can, and look at them. They're taking space into sewer already. They're trying to walk forward, and this Eon Uber charge is nowhere near in sight. As they look, they're walking in, soldier bombing in behind, maybe a mini air shot attempt there from Sills, doesn't actually get it, and doesn't even get the kill at all. So one soldier down, yes, it's going to be even Ubers, but there is chance here for the Frenchies to get in and potentially put Eon's life in peril with this one soldier down. They can sack fast, they can sack early. Eon already taking some stickies from Deli, could be in trouble. We see soldiers jumping forward too, but is it going to work? The force comes out, it does.
Yeah, have to save your soldier there. The soldier just getting up into this high ground, making a nuisance of themselves and managing to go into heavy, and yeah, Eon decides to save him. Demul hiding up in panic room here. Does anyone know about him? Oh my god.
Oh, all the gang know. They are all so aware, especially Yunu there, with a nice little taunt on the kill. Up on the shotgun. Heavy. But it's all well and good. Yunu's having some fun with some taunts. But I think Yunu might be having less fun in a few moments' time when a potential Uber charge is going to be walking into the Buccaneers last. As look, they're grouping up. They want to take it lobby, but they have to be fast. Eon's crept up to 80% Uber. Is there time?
Yeah, they've been building really well here. They do use him, but 90% Uber onto Eon. Do take down the sentry gun, but surely he's going to get it during this fight, playing safely. They do get some early capped. I need to be a little bit careful about that. Do take down QB, take down Deli as well. Does have to be said, this push has not gone super well for them. That Heavy just doing so much. I think maybe just miscalculated how much Uber they would be having on the French side. Now the battle onto second is coming out, and it is actually blown in on behind onto Mula. Gets 142, and it is finished up by Sills, who is going to manage to escape.
Just about. There was a few stickies towards the choke point that got bloke, but that was it. Sills gets out, and this is maybe what they need in the Buccaneers side. Massive advantage, going to be probably ballpark of 60-ish% as they walk forward now onto mid. They need to get this fast. They need probably to get second with this advantage as well, and look to perhaps use it in to last, but it's do or die. There's so little time left.
Yeah, this is where you need to start playing aggressive. You need to start playing balls. You need to take these risks. But if you take those risks, Nevo might take your head off. It's going to find a body shot onto a scout, but taken down for it. It is going to be 3 players down for the French side for 2 on the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Do they just run this one in, or are they going to wait here for the rest of their players to come up? It's going to be tight if they decide to do that. 50% on the Forfence side. It's about 20 seconds to build that Uber. Yeah, Mac's just doing it.
Mac has to. They know the time pressure. It's time-sensitive mission for Mac and Co. as they surf their way in onto this last point. They haven't used yet. Just about used Uber now. Unu going to walk in, try and do damage to this right-hand side. They need cap time. They need something to get in before their reinforcements arrive on this point. But Sylve's going down, not what they're wanting. They can't quite get anything onto the point because Deli has just laid it with sticks. He's constantly resupplying them. And now with both soldiers down, it looks like the Buccaneers, they're going to have to back it up, back it over on to the second point. It didn't quite work. The 2 players down was just too much.
Yeah, I like the attempt though. I think that's what they need to be going for to be able to stay into this game. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them this time. It is going to be Junu. Just gets the force onto Mula pretty unspotted. He is going to be going onto Larcy. The second point's not capped up. Instead of capping it, he's just going to take all these eyes, take all these players out of the fight for just a minute here. Does go down for his troubles. His team not able to capitalize on the flank this time.
Well, they're kind of capitalizing in a way because look at the advantage. It's 80 advantage. Yes, they're waiting for spawners, and never mind, it's not 80 advantage anymore because they've decided to capitalize on it straight away with an Uber charge forward. And they've got second for it, but are they going to get anything else? They're waiting on spawners. They can't really do too much towards mid. Bruisman, in the meantime, having a little MGE session here over on mid. But all eyes on this last point. Can they get in? Can they get something cooked up with 4 minutes left?
Yeah, with Bruisman down, they're essentially 2 players down. QB will be that respawner coming up, not able to get anything because of that. Bruisman in behind is just going to get onto Eon. Was no one looking for him? You can't let that happen.
They must have just forgot. They must have just forgot. A guy behind probably despawned, left the server, you know.
Something, Mac old Alzheimer's.
Yeah, no, it's that's crazy. Bruisman, just perfect timing, coming in up from a top lobby, and that should be the nail in the coffin, you'd have to say, for the Buccaneers.
3 minutes left. It's possible, but is it plausible? I think not, especially with this Uber. Sylve's coming in for the hero bomb, along with Bloke not able to hit that first shot. However, Bloke will manage to do it for him either way here. Not able to get much else. They do escape actually very well on the Buccaneers, and I expect them to refight pretty promptly.
They may as well, right? They've got the force. They've got some advantage, but the problem with the advantage is so far away that they're not going to be getting the Uber charge for a while. Sylve's trading out with Bruisman, not ideal either for the Buccaneers coming in. They want him to get that kill clean if they want to start walking this one forward much further. But we're into the... It's probably possible, but we'll see.
Yeah, 80% on the Uber charge. You don't want to use it onto second here if you are the Buccaneers, but I think Forfence know that exactly, and they're putting up a stark defense here, making it as hard as possible, ticking down that timer. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining here. 80% on the Forfence Uber. They need to get in now on the side of the Buccaneers, and they need to find something as Uber has come up for Mula, making things much more difficult.
They have to really, they can't wait for sacks, they can't wait for anything. It has to be here and now for the Buccaneers, but they're taking so much damage in lobby. They've lost Sail as well. And this looks like a team resigning in defeat to me. They've backed up onto second. They're re-entering lobby. Mac trying to rally the Pirates forward, trying to get them into last, but the Sticky gets blasted away on the Uber, and they can't manage to get the ground they were after. Mula uses regardless from the heavy, and there is no way this shiny Russian wall is going to be able to be moved from this point, as the heavy weapons guy just tanks up all the damage.
Yeah, but they go for the refight play here. Do get 2 early picks, Nevo and Demul down. There's still hope, there's still copium for the side of the Buccaneers. Junu in behind, being a menace as well. Can the rest of his team follow up? It's Mac over point here, doing some good damage. Deli, the only real contestant left, but arrows coming out from Mula, making it so hard. Every second matters here. They get the point, but is it too little, too late? It's going to be a minute remaining for the Buccaneers. It's possible. You can do this, but they need to absolutely nuke the side of Forfence this mid.
It has to be pain trains all around for the Pirates if they're going to get the cap time for this, because there is... Okay, the round came in at about 110. There's going to be about 50 seconds. It is just about possible. But Forfence, they know that this is the situation. They're not going to let themselves get themselves completely wiped. But Buccaneers, they have to just run, they have to start getting cap time, and they've just got to play it as fast as possible.
And that's exactly what's happening. Pain Train coming out, as you did say, onto the Soldier Edge, trying to keep him alive. Bombs coming in from the French side, however, straight onto Eon. They are swatted, but their scouts following up, doing absolute work here. No one in this cap time is making it now impossible with only 20 seconds remaining. Cell and Juno coming out valiantly at the end, picking up some crucial kills, but it was too little, too late for the side of the Buccaneers, and it will be ForFence taking it 2-1 in our first map here.
A worthy effort in the ending there, but not quite enough. Like we say, it was too little, too late. It felt like the first 10, 15 minutes-ish, they just couldn't get in the game on the Buccaneers side. They were locked out, they were stalemated on their own end for, well, a large chunk of that game. And yeah, it just felt like it was all in control for ForFence. They just felt so chill the whole game.
Yeah, they just won those early mids and then just managed to make the most out of them, essentially. Had some really stellar last pushes out of them. And yeah, the Buccaneers, they came back. They made a worthy effort, but that's about all they could do.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But we've got a few moments before the next map will be coming up. So we've got some talkment to come up over on the couch. Let's go Turbo Tabs.
Oh, wait. Where'd Mailworks go?
This is a fake. This is a lie.
What the?
Where
No, we just transported
Oh, goodness.
Oh, God, dude, that was freaky.
Oh, my God. Okay, I thought we broke the immersion for a hot second there. But yeah, welcome back to the Metalworks
Like a
map.
blender.
Which is on metal.
I mean, it's just one of
It
those,
bugged
it's a
out.
magical sofa that just transports to different areas. We went on Spire, then we went to Metalworks. Who knows we could be
There's
next.
a fridge, you can't see it, but it is up there.
Is it?
There's a fridge on
Yeah,
there,
like
it's just like above, it's on point. But like if you look a bit like up there, there is a fridge. So
I don't see it. Okay, well, anyway. Gentlemen, mids maketh the man, it seems, in this game one, or map one, I should say, for ForFence. ForFence looking pretty strong there, Wandom. You predicted it right.
yeah, I think ForFence came into it. They played a very slow, methodical process game, and yeah, I think player for player and as a whole team, I think ForFence are the stronger team. So when you come into a very traditional TF2 map like process, then come out on top. The better team wins. I think the Buccaneers won in their ETF2 playoff game versus the Frenchies off of some really peaking individual performances. Those aren't there. I also think process is a map that kind of you have to be playing really well if you want to really stand out like that. A map like process, it kind of has a way of neutering your sort of individual power, but yeah, I think while the scoreline isn't too crazy, it was a 2-0 in the end, I still feel like for most of that game, ForFence was very much in control.
It was probably a very plain old game of TF2 equally. I don't think there was too many moments that stand out. It just looked like, solid core fundamentals that Random was mentioning. Or did you manage to catch anything that was maybe a bit wild in this game?
I mean, other than obviously a couple of the clips we're seeing here, there, I'm gonna be real, there wasn't anything that crazy. When you get to random stuff I mean, to be fair, the flank was pretty good there. We had random body shots and kind of heavy critters, those kind of things. There was a couple bits here and there, but I do kind of agree with Juan where ultimately I think what it came down to was the first couple rounds, right? Once those first couple rounds were in the hand of the Frenchies, they were in control of the game. I was saying during the game that I feel like you can tell the vibe of the game very easily by just looking at which team is constantly being the ones kind of pressuring, and it was always the Frenchies. Once they had that advantageous position, dude, they were just happy just to play their game. They were in no rush.
And you could tell the fundamental race is told by the medic classes. Look at the difference in deaths compared to Moolah and Eon. What I really like about ForFence that they improved on this game compared to their game against Dirty Maggots was they were much better to kind of keep Moolah alive out from failed last pushes. Their failed last pushes, there was a few times where Moolah managed to kind of keep himself alive, come back to second, and they recycled that at seconds a few times. They recycled it even as far as going to mid. They just did it again and all this. And having that percentage just that bit higher than the enemy team at all times really makes you feel like you can stay in control of this entire map. And that's what this entire game was just control.
I mean, I'm going to be real, though. like saying all of that, I do think there's like the 2 really early drops from Eon. I would have loved to have seen that game in like a parallel universe where those 2 early drops didn't happen, and not necessarily saying like the drops were the issue. Is like being in a situation where, you know, because sometimes it's like if you drop or use, it's the same outcome, right? So if there was a kind of, you know, alternate world where they weren't quite in those situations, it does make you wonder how things would have started. Because I really do think like the first 2 early rounds was just kind of the nail in the coffin for the Buccaneers, but they were kind of off the back of some really, really crucial drops. It almost feels like that was kind of the beginning of the end for them.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens, Wanda, when you have this perfect sort of face and poster child of TF2. Those 1 or 2 pimples just look like they are so much of a bigger problem than they actually need to be. And can we really beat up Eon in these sorts of games? Do you think it really comes down to his sort of thing, or do you think these were kind of drops outside of his realm of control?
I think one of the beautiful things about TF2 is there's usually always an outplay. There's probably always something you could have done. Whether or not that's realistic is an entirely different question, and I think a couple of these kind of aren't necessarily Eon's fault. But what I do think is that the result of them, I really agreed, like that sets the tone for the rest of the map, especially when they happen so early on. And when you are a team where the Buccaneers, they need the good vibes. They need good things to happen to them, and every single time they go for the opportunity for something fortunate, something good to happen, it just ends up blowing up in their face, and yeah, it sucks, you know. But that's the way of the road.
Yeah, I think what makes this extra painful equally is like they had opportunities, didn't they? There was many times they were kicked to last over on Forfence, and even Forfence kicking them to last. But it seems like Forfence had more of a chip plan when it came to like getting these Ubers out of the Bloodsail Buccaneers, and compared to Forfence, do you think that was more damning to them than any of these drops could be? Was it just more these like philosophies on last holds?
I think I kind of think it's what comes down to like the kind of nature of the game is a bit like a 2-parter, because you had some earlier fairly fast rounds. When you lose a couple rounds really quick, and then you have those longer rounds where you're kind of bouncing back and forth between different points, and you know you're last and they're last. I think there's a special kind of frustration that comes from that, because you gain a huge disadvantage in terms of rounds very, very quickly. And then everything after that, you spend like the next 15 minutes fighting really hard, being like, yeah, we're going to go to second. Yes, we finally have an advantage towards last. We can finally do things. And then, we lose one guy on entry.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we trade things back and forth and you don't quite do it. And then, you know, actually you get pushed back a little bit more. And then, like, I feel like when things go into that really back and forth part of the game, there's a special level of frustration that comes from, you just say, like, dude, like, we need to get something on the board. We need to get
we need
something
to just
happening
prove
in this
to
game.
ourselves that we can do this once.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, if you can get even 1 round on the board, like if there's
Which
10
they
more minutes in
did.
the game,
They did get 1 round on the board.
They did, it's true. But like, let's be real. When you get a round in the last like 3 minutes of a game, which is 2-0, like, I'm not going to say it doesn't count, but it kind of just doesn't count, right?
Yeah.
Because if you are the team like defending, when it gets like 3 minutes left to go and you're 2 rounds up, you're literally not going to be playing the same way as if you're like 1 round up, right? Like you're literally going to be there in a situation where it's like, you know, it's like whatever, right? It does make you wonder, if there's a theoretical 10 more minutes in that game, could the Buccaneers have done something? Maybe. But I think, there's almost like a certain kind of like inertia you have to break through. And that constant back and forth can just make things so difficult, just not finding that success. Like you said, there wasn't a huge amount of individual star plays. Like any big thing like that could have maybe woken them up. But when you're battling for every inch, it just becomes so hard.
Wandom. In the EU, this story comes up a lot. High pressure games, high pressure lands, and then that 30-minute timer just starts wringing its face dirtily on the stream again. Is this all about the clock? Are we seeing that El Clasico EU squeeze of time? Would this be maybe a different sort of game for the Bloodsail Buccaneers if they had that old NA rule set?
I think that playing for the timer a lot of the time is the simplest and the easier play to make. So for example, I think if you look at Europe and you look at the best team in Europe, Witness are never playing for the timer. Even in games where they're playing close, you watch them play against Pint. The timer is never the first choice for them because they're good enough to not have to. right? Because they're good enough to be able to take fights that
And,
might be a little
and
bit
that's
more
quite
complicated.
poetic because they once were a very timer-based team.
They were, and they improved a lot.
Yeah,
and they don't need to. I think you can no longer just look at Europe and say, oh, they play slow. Because I would like to remind the world again of the 2-hour Metalworks game that we saw at the RGL LAN.
All right.
At the case in point.
Well, obviously, there was a very interesting game just to talk about in general. We didn't really get to go too much into Gully Wash, but Gully Wash is going to be our second map. I just literally want 2 words out of you each, scores for this Gully Wash, and then we'll throw it to casters. Wandom, score for the Gully Wash game.
Brajman Demul, very good.
That's more than 2 words, my man, but okay, fine, 3-0. And scoreline from you.
I was going to say 3-0 again.
Okay, 3-0.
No, I was actually thinking that. It's been
and then, so we'll throw it to casters who are doing our Gully Wash map 2 right now.
Yes, welcome back, welcome back. You're joined once again by me, not Stephen, and Ben Piao. We are onto our second map of Gully Wash. This is going to be the pick of the Pirates, so we'll see if they can be more successful at this time. Already rolling out, already onto the cam of Deli69. Ben, take us away.
Yeah, no messing about starting this one. It needs to be no messing about now for Bloodtail Buccaneers. There are no chances left for them. A loss here will take them out of ÜBERFEST 2025 as this first mid is underway. A bit of spam landing across from Mac, but high bomb from Bruisman could do a lot of damage. Mac taken low, and actually a lot of players on this Bloodtail Buccaneers side taken low, as Bloke is the first casualty with Bruisman doing bits in behind.
Yeah, the French team able to come in and collapse after that initial fight. Their soldiers did bomb in, did manage to get some damage and then back out. Not able to say the same for the Pirates, and they will pay the price for their plunder as they do lose Eon, allowing Forfence to take second and giving them a golden opportunity at stealing their treasure of a round on the last point.
Absolutely, we've seen them look so good on process, but Gully Wash, very different last to push into, but it's not going to be long until we find out how the Forfence full Uber ad pushes into last are getting, because Nevo is looking very intent on using through this shutter.
He's looking a little menacing, does pop through straight away, getting onto the sentry gun, will be taken down first. Everyone else playing around these spawn doors, allowing themselves a little bit of time to get set up. Early cap time coming out for the French side. It is the commit of the soldiers coming on through. Even picks thus far, but you hope that this heavy can just hold things out for as long as possible.
15 HP.
He's so low, it's just a medic and a soldier on a sliver of HP. QB fighting this one out will win successfully. And that's an easy first round for Forfence.
That's what happens on Gully Wash. It's the worst map for it. If your mids are bad, if you're getting wiped on mid, these mid to lasts can be brutal. But for Forfence, what a mid fight it was. And again, we heard it on the desk. Demul and Bruisman, fabulous, fabulous soldier duo. And the way they pincered everyone in choke. There was nobody getting out alive from the Buccaneers as Mac has smashed his head on the rollout.
That's a classic Mac. I think he's taking a little bit out of the Muma book here. Early bombs coming in from the Buccaneers. Unsuccessful at getting anything, get some good damage. But the same can be said. No, it cannot for the side of Forfence as they're going to find Eon once again. Mula is kind of chilling at the moment. Cell maybe their last resort here.
In behind, trying to get something, trying to turn some heads, trying to get some damage. Gets 1 kill onto Nevo. But that's not the 1 kill he was after. And once again, Mula, full Uber advantage. And it just felt like they weren't really ready to have to do that right side mid after the rollout hit. And they just hurled in. Eon taken down as... Actually, to be fair, Buccaneers, they are putting up a bit of resistance here on second. They're trying to slow down enough for this crit to come up on last, because that's at 50% currently for Eon. And we saw last map, the laser beams can be strong.
Yeah, they will come out heavy on that right-hand side as well on this map normally, so could be strong here. 80% coming up, but it is Forfence all the way in through Shutter here. Gonna get once again onto the sentry gun. Do so very surgically. Cell does get the crit creek here, not able to find anything. So much spam coming out from Deli. Will take him down on that head glitch. However, the rest of the team has to back out a little bit. There's some funny fights coming out through under, but actually, I thought Forfence were looking so good, but it's looking a little tragic as Nevo really falls. Sill's playing around spawn, and that will be a failed Uber push from the side of Forfence. Are they able to really get out on this, though?
No scouts and a couple of late spawners is maybe enough to tempt them with the idea, and maybe that kill into Demul is what they need. Look at how far forward they've got the CO3 in front, and they know now it is secure and it is safe to walk into mid. But one thing we've got to point out here, Eon used the crits on last for laser beams, had the option of almost equal Ubers with regular Medigun, but has stayed on the crits at 80%. It's do or die for this push, and it might be die for Mac because he gets caught before the crits can even be used.
Yeah, QB just hiding there in the
died.
banana area. Yeah, Mula dies. This is so good actually for the Buccaneers. It might be going their way. It's just Nevo left alive. Surely he cannot 1v4. That would be something for the Beta Legacy. Not able to do that today. Eon, 100% on the crits. Doesn't opt to pick up the Medigun. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, intent on the crits, but crits into last is not exactly great. There is actually, I believe, a heavy and forward spawn from QB as well to contend with. There is potential for funny business here, but Delhi gets destroyed by some nice rockets from Silvers, who's on a 5k, was actually on a tear on mid 2. But crits into last. How will this go?
Heavy disrupting things, gets such good damage onto that scout, gonna slow things down at least for a little bit, but does it really matter as the rest of the team, they have capped up the point. They're looking into River. This crits surely is going to be onto Mac. Do they know they're still on it? Can Mac still hit his shots? Is he washed? We will find out. It's a crit straight in. It's a pyro reflecting absolutely everything. It's Cell going down early. It's a tragedy.
It's not pretty, is it? It's not great at all. In fact, it's quite disgusting. 0 damage.
No, he hit the pyro. Yeah, credit where credit's due.
A little bit. The pyro is still alive though. Oh well, has been class switched off, but now they're just stuck on crits long term.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be if you're the side of the Buccaneers here. As Forfans do take this opportunity to try to make their way in onto second. They're putting up a lot of pressure here on the Buccaneers. They don't want to give it free. Bloke's just in behind, drops Mula. This is a tragedy for the French side.
That wasn't a drop. Mula used Uber and switched off and then died.
Mula. You can't be doing this. You can't farm so much aura yesterday and then do this. Yeah, that's still on crits.
Still crits.
This time Mac will do it. I'm a believer. The pyro, he'll forget how to right click. It will go terribly. It'll be great. Don't you worry, Ben. I can see the future. The magic 8 ball is coming out. Mac, what can you do? He's going to take down the sentry gun first.
That's maybe a good idea. Gun taken down. Pyro close.
Just take it on the scout.
Still, they actually could, but Sale's been caught out already. They just can't get through these doors without the invulnerability that Uber will provide. But Mac critsing in, misses the first sticky onto the ground, misses the second sticky, third sticky. Wasn't a crit. They died. It's gone a bit to pot again, but Eon lives, so they stay with the crit streak.
This is so anticlimactic every time. I'm expecting so much. I'm like, we're so back.
You've got to big it up, though. You've got to big it up, right? You've got to believe that one day it will work.
Unfortunately, today is not that day as the French team does make their way in onto second here, jumping these soldiers in deep. Jamal takes down Eon, though. That's such a crucial pick here. That's so bad for the Buccaneers. Junu looking for a potential backup, decides against it, maybe thinks he's spotted out here. Now the Forfans side going to be making their way in onto mid, taking it through this lower area. Can they find any picks onto these scouts? Doesn't look like Brugeman will be successful this time. They will successfully get this middle point. 100% Uber advantage. You'd think they get second as well. Unless Sale has something to say about it.
Yeah, Sale and the sniper could be rough to peek into. And look, they're trying to peek choke as well. Not when you want to be peeking into a sniper like this. As a headshot rings out onto Delhi, but the backspawn comes in. They know the timing so well over on Sale. They know how long they can peek that for. They know now it's time to get back to last, and it's time to just set up the defenses. With 60% Uber, there is a dream of getting a post-fight Uber, but not if Nevo is going to use it this early and this aggressively across the point.
Yeah, wants to get straight onto this demo man of Mac, does not do so successfully, so that's going to be a bit of a struggle at the start. However, the French soldiers coming in clutch, finding those picks, and that is all she wrote on this round as Forfans make their way up 2-0. The Couch's predictions looking pretty short fire at this point.
It's just fantastic use of space on that Uber charge. Yes, it doesn't get the kill, but it forces Mac below the point. It creates so much ground, all the low ground completely controlled by Nevo and the Uber charge. It just allows these soldiers to get in and do what they do best and just clean up everything. 2-0, and it's been 2 disaster mids from the Buccaneers. Can they get back in this game?
It's exactly why you have to worry about these French soldiers, and we'll see if they can keep the carnage going on this mid. No one committing super deep. A couple players trying to get some funny flanks going. It is going to be Sills and Blue coming together to absolutely decimate the French side.
That's what they need. That's how they need to get back in this game. And at 2-0, they have to be looking to convert this. Now, Buccaneers, look how far forward they've gone.
Bin.
They're looking out last already. Mid isn't even capped.
Yeah, they're just binning straight away, disrespecting the French side, seeing if they can find any early picks onto someone just peeking the door just a little too much here. They're very aware on the French side here, but they're just so deep in. Brugman getting in behind could be something. 98% on this Uber. Eon needs to get it.
Dies!
No!
Eon dies at 99%, doesn't quite get it, and that's the risk you pay when you're walking so deep in. They had to wait for the caps, they had to wait for the Uber charge, but they don't, and now Eon in the respawn queue, and that was a golden ticket back into this game that has just been thrown away.
It's one of those unlosable situations where you think, surely they cannot lose this, surely something cannot go wrong. And then Eon just dies with 99%. He was placed in such an aggressive position by his combo. Not much he really could have done about that. They're trying to make hero plays happen. Junu and Bloke both in behind. They know it's over. They know the hope of that last point is no longer there.
The thing is, worst case, if you're Buccaneers, you just wait for the points to cap and take the full Uber ad. They go for this pressure play where they don't have an Uber charge to use as a bailout just by trying to lock the doors, and they're paying for it in big way because now Mula, Uber charge just about ready. They can look to use this in the second should they wish to, or they can try and take it for free, which seems like what they've managed to do completely because Eon does not yet have the Uber charge.
He will be getting it for this last though, surely. 90%, he's in a very safe position with his pyro, so it's going to look like more of a sack play going to come out of the French team, I would expect. Going to be looking for an opportunity, some weakness. The gun only level 1 might potentially be that, or you can send a little cheeky scout into water, put a little pressure. Do always have Bloke playing up on this rim here. Does make things a lot more difficult for that scout to try to get in. Just going to basically take damage as soon as he heats his little head through. But it's all about the pressure play, right? It's all about having a distraction, taking some eyes, making things difficult. Going to send a soldier partner in as well here.
And now all eyes on this point, all eyes on this ring, all eyes on that cap time as well. But Brugman the one being blasted away, and that's going to put things to a halt for a moment. One less player who can join in the squeeze. One less hand that can be wrapped round the neck of the Pirates as they're currently sitting steady, but 4 minutes left in the round timer. Like Forfence, they're in no rush at all. They can just wait this timer out should they wish. Maybe Dest mentioned it before, but this is what you can do.
Yeah, I'm going to knock Bloke off the high ground, but Mac has stickies there. Does have a pipe as well, so gonna take down Demul, slow things down for the Frenchie for just a minute. QB still in this position, wants to try to go for something. Thought maybe he could get onto Mac, gets a good 100 damage, but it's not quite enough here. Frenchies are going to stay cookie cutter. No funny sniper business coming out. QB still fighting in this lower area.
May as well. I guess it's so long as you're confident you're not going to die, you may as well just keep eyes down there, because eyes down there means it's not eyes in the combo. And no eyes in the combo means you can spam. And that's what the rest of this Forfence team are looking to do. They're looking to get themselves in and ready, potentially getting onto that gun, but with a pyro reflecting, it's going to be not particularly nice. We can see a soldier joining QB underneath this time around as Deli gets a couple of peeks in, a couple of pipes over towards the sentry gun, but Brugman just being completely denied. Sail on Pyro doing a good job so far, just reflecting, well, everything.
Yeah, he's been playing his Pyro dodgeball, hasn't he? He's doing a really, really good job. There's a lot of pressure onto that sentry gun, and he is doing a valiant effort at keeping it up. You have to think the French side might have to try something different here. 2 minutes down on the clock, 3 remaining. Do they change strategy, or do they keep this pressure up? We saw them sending a lot of sacks in onto Process last, but looks like they just want to do the hard pressure play on Gully Bush last. Once again, playing from under, trying to get the sentry gun.
Plays very differently, doesn't it, over on Gully Wash. You have the option to go in underneath and play like point pressure, which is not an option many maps offer, as you can, you know, you want to distract someone, you want to find a kill, and you can really play the squeeze. Sacking in is maybe not as effective, but now it might be effective, because with one soldier down on Sylves, something isn't being watched, and Forfence have to work out what, and Brugman has noticed there's still a soldier on the ring, so the water entrance is locked off, so they gambled wrong on Forfence, and now I'm going to have to reset and wait for the Nevo sniper.
What can he do here?
Creeping forward, trying to find the angle over onto Mac, but does not find anything.
No, Silves is going to have his number. It's going to knock him down a peg here. And actually, Silves in a good position to try to stay down. That scout doesn't find that first rocket, and now Gonna find a deli as well. It's a bit of a risky position for Mr. Sills to be in here, but the French side constantly pressuring, constantly having someone under. QB will die. Gonna put a bit of a fawn in their side here, as that is a long respawner for QB to come up. I feel like it's just gonna be trade time next. I feel like this is the only thing the French side can really do, but it's so difficult with that sentry gun and that pyro playing close to shutters.
They have to try. They have to go for, well, I said, if they want to get a round off this, they have to try. If they're completely content with wasting another minute off the clock and going into half number 2 of the game up 2 rounds, they could just sit here, but it seems to me like they have higher ambitions. Delhi trying to make some ground, trying to knock them off the ring, but the soldiers in the ring have been doing such a fabulous job so far for the Buccaneers. As, yeah, looks like trade might be coming in through the shutter. Can they get anything with this?
Yeah, they are playing against the Pyro class. QB is going to be on the Force and H trying to knock them off, so they're pulling out all the gimmicks, but don't even force the Uber from Eon here. Thought the Buccaneers might take the full Uber advantage and the 2-player picks, but no, they are quite content to round reset here, and they're feeling confident that Lightning can strike twice and they can manage to successfully win another mid. It was dominant last time. We'll see what they can do on this next mid. There's 15 seconds remaining. Surely this soldier under doesn't do anything. QB in secret though, there's a lot of pressure.
A lot of cap time, a lot of cap time coming in. Ubercharge used out. That is going to take quite a while to decay, but 6v4. Surely Forfens do not have a way back into this. Demulans needs spotted out very nicely. And Silds with the rockets. It's a full 6-man feed coming in. Nevo now on the point, but so many warm bodies on this point. Moolah going to be last to fall. And there we go.
Yeah, round reset for the Buccaneers. It was a little bit scarily close. QB just basically getting 3/4 of the cap time out there. But yeah, the round does reset. Frenchies 2-0 up still into our second half of the game, as you did mention, Ben. What do you think the Buccaneers have to change here?
I think on the mids, maybe not too much. I just think they need to be, when they're in positions where it's going well, they just need to stop for like a moment and just think and not let themselves have this rush of emotion and aggression that it seems that they're playing with so far when they are in these good positions. But now, early damage onto Eon in the mid is going to be nice for Forfens. But once more, the soldiers are going really aggressive from the Buccaneers. They're landing in really deep. Kill onto Moolah, kill onto Delhi. And once again, look at this now from Bloke. They're trying to just completely squeeze the health bars, and Forfens just are not there.
Yeah, the Buccaneers showing why they had confidence in this map pick in the second half of the map here. It looked like a very, very dominant mid, keeping Eon alive. Moolah going down. They're not going to make the same mistake of overextending, trying to bin in onto last. Just going to cap up this point. We'll see what push they decide to do. Will it be Shutters? Will it be River? It's going to be Uber. The other times they've had crits. So
yeah, and they are like actually doing a normal push. They're not trying to stay in and do silly spawn trapping and that kind of thing. But this time around, it's a good old stock standard Uber charge. Could be taken on Mac through the shutter. Stickies to be aware of. Mac jumping through, blasting onto the gun. Attention now going to turn in a moment to this left spawn. And never mind, they're going to actually try and just barge straight out from right here on Forfens. Sills bombing in, doing a great deal of damage, buying so much space, which plays into the point. Currently keeping Forfens in this round. They've denied this incredibly well. And look how no cap time has managed to come in.
Yeah, it's just that Stickies on the point are not persuading them easily. Cell comes in, hits a nice Timmy 2-shot, but I don't think it's going to be enough here as the Pyro of Nevo will take him out. Eon looking like he's going to go down late as well. It couldn't have gone much worse for the Buccaneers on that push.
That Uber kind of just didn't get anything. It got a lot of space right side, but they really just couldn't get any cap time. They couldn't deal with anything underneath, and it just meant they were just getting squeezed out, and that really late death from Eon is meaning this is a full 100% Uber charge advantage for Moolah and for Fence, and we might be in a very familiar situation very, very soon, because mid's been taken, second may well be getting taken. Unu Sniper in forward spawn, trying to hit some hero shots. We've seen these happen before on Product, but on this Gully Wash forward spawn has not been able to land anything yet.
Yeah, French side will be getting a couple players in. However, Kubi will be the first casualty here. Rougemont follows up, so what was looking like an easy push does not go so in the end here. They just got a little bit too cocky, a little bit too greedy, and now they do finally use in, but they're in a pincer position here. They can maybe get onto Eon, and they do successfully do so, but the back cap's coming in, and there's no chance for them to outcap on the French side. Taking a couple picks might be enough, though, if they play this well.
This is probably going to end up in disaster now for the Buccaneers, right? They're trying to scurry out. The spawners came in, they were completely locked in on enemy choke. Midpoint's going to flip, and again, it's going to be massive advantage for Forfens. You see, nobody in the Buccaneers is even thinking about contesting mid. They're just happy to be out and alive, to be quite honest. As they can now settle in, but once again, it's on their own half of the map. They're really not going to have much of an opportunity to get through and forward, or are they even going to get a chance to get onto second even to begin with, because it looks like second's locked out. 10 minutes left. There's going to be 5 minutes on this round timer. Buccaneers are really up against the wall.
Yeah, they are in dire straits right now, and it's the Frenchies' opportunity to push into last, and they do so through Shutter. Once again, has worked out for them the past 2 times. They've tried it straight onto
huge.
Mac. This has to be a round.
Absolutely has to be. No stickies for this point. Not going to be able to be defended at all, as it's 3 rounds to the good for Forfens. They have 1 foot in that lower bracket semi-final already.
This is looking tough for the Buccaneers. They've had a tough LAN, had some high hopes for them, but when it matters most, they just look like they're faltering. This Forfens side just looking dominant throughout this whole game, honestly. There has been moments of glory, especially on the mids for the Buccaneers, but it just hasn't been enough. They haven't been able to convert onto these last. They need to step it up a gear. They need to make something happen in this last 10 minutes if they want to stay in ÜBERFEST 2025. Demul going down first, though, might be exactly what they need. It's not as clean as we previously seen. They're not finding those super early picks. QB going down, though. The picks are going the way of the Buccaneers, but the crucial one, Mula, has not been found.
This is it's as good as you can realistically hope for the Buccaneers. Yes, 10 minutes to find 3 rounds is tough, but they've won the mid, and they've won it convincingly enough to also win the second. So now they can look forward towards this last point. They can look to spam in. They can look to try and sack early, and it has to be early. It has to be fast. They cannot be wasting around with time here. The timer is ticking. 3 rounds is a lot to find.
Yeah, Heavy Pyro is definitely weaker than having a Sentry Gun here. Better than a level 1, though, potentially, so this might be a decent opportunity to try to get something, do a fast bomb in, do some pressure. Is Junu looking into water, but the soldier there straight away to deny him. What will they do? Are they going to do the pressure similar to Forfens? Are they going to go for some fast sacks? It looks like Bloke is going to be playing in through under here, trying to get a good amount of damage. Nice air shot. Not enough to finish him off, however. Junu trying to follow up, but has a bit of backup in the side of the Demul here.
Yeah, it's sad when you hit a nice little shot like that. If you don't get the kill, it doesn't go in the frag video. Simple as.
Things now slowing down. Uber's still even, waiting for their spawners on the side of the Buccaneers. The clock ticks down fast, though, at this point of the game, doesn't it? This feels like it's such a high-pressure situation, and all that pressure is going to land on the shoulders of Junu coming up onto the sniper. I think the theory of this is you put him in main, he takes down the guy on rim, and you can finally get that pressure onto point that you so desperately need.
It seems currently Junu's taking a bit of a round the houses trip up into Top River. Doesn't want to get spotted out in lobby, and is intent on perhaps going for the iconic hero peek. Are we going to see it peeking in, swinging forward, sees Mula through the scope, sees him twice, does not land the shot. He and Mac fall.
Gonna lose a third here in Bloke as well are the Buccaneers, and now this might give an opportunity, and it does look like they're going to take it on the side of Forfens to try to push out onto second here. They don't have to play it particularly aggressively. They should just win this spam. We'll take down Stills here is what they're going to do. Oh, Eon, that was so close. And now the Forfens side making their way in. It's going to be an Uber trade here. Used pretty equally. However, the Buccaneers, it's just going to be Sail alone trying to get something. Meets up with Mac as well, but now this is getting messy. But the rest of the Buccaneers, actually, they're coming in. They're making it a real fight here. It's going to be a scrappy one.
It absolutely is, and well, it is still already being a scrappy one now as Sail going to pick up Nevo. And look at this, a late spawner on Nevo. Second point held. Buccaneers have one lifeline here. They have a late spawner. There's no gun. They can look to pressure straight away. There's stickies no shots to clear. There's a soldier already going up through water 2 in the background. As soldiers bomb forward, they try and get into Mula, and they get the kill onto Mula. Sylves, fantastic rockets.
So that does give them the Uber advantage here on the side of the Buccaneers. 2 minutes remaining to try to push into this point. Eon going to be coming up far beyond that. They need to make this perfect for this push, Ben. They cannot do anything wrong here. It's such a high-pressure situation from the Buccaneers. They need to do it now, right? 6 minutes remaining, 2 minutes per round. That's tough. That's really, really hard. Mac is going to be the one coming in first, getting onto the sentry gun, get some good damage here. Will be them just taking the right-hand side. Not much more they can really do. Not able to get onto the demo man of Delhi either, as the Forfence side were able to. And now it's looking difficult. Now it's not looking hopeful for the side of the Buccaneers. Sealed a bit of a last resort here. Won't be able to succeed as he is taken down. And now it's looking like it's all crumbling for the Buccaneers. 1 minute remaining. The French side looking to push out onto second here. You have to think maybe the hopes and dreams are crumbling down before them.
There's an unfortunate reality about TF2 on the control points game mode, and that's that if you want to win rounds, you have to be able to push last. And Buccaneers, it's not like they haven't had the chances. They've had many chances. They've had many ones where they were pushing in, they were pressuring, they were dancing around, and now they're getting a new chance actually, because Yunu has come in with a great force there onto Mulu, who was incredibly weak. But this now is going to have to, Bloodstone Buccaneers, they've had their chances with these normal leader push. They have to just try and randomize, they have to go scrappy. And as time dwindles down, they're getting into the realms where it might well be over already.
Yeah, Uber has come up. They can start to go aggressive here on the Buccaneers. It is onto the scout of Sale to take down Nevo early. Delhi taken down as well. A little bit pants down from the French side, but a couple of players scurrying in behind. Just waste time on the clock slowly but surely here. You have to worry about them. You have to know they're behind all this time, and Mac is so paranoid. He's trying to get these people off the point, but he's going to be met by a soldier in his face as well. The cap is coming down onto mid. Should win it out on the side of the Buccaneers. But the Forfence side, they're coming back in. They want to contest, but no, they're going to back out. Going to give it to the Buccaneers. They know they don't need to do these aggressive plays. There's 4 minutes remaining on the map. It's looking hard. It's looking nigh impossible, but they do not give up on the Buccaneers. Junu taken down early. Nice play from the side of Forfence, and now it's just getting so messy. They're just looking desperately for these hero plays constantly, and it's just not going the way of the Buccaneers. Mac, last one alive in choke. Don't think there's much he's going to be able to do.
Not at all. Mac going to be trying to get out on this one. Yunu on the sniper again hasn't really lit up in the way that we've seen in prior games in this series on a whole. We saw a couple of nice shots on Process, but had a couple of chances here on Gully. Hasn't quite had the impact we've seen he's capable of on some of these other maps, but it's probably home time, I think, for the Pirates at this point. It's been a good run, but all good things must come to an end.
Time to pack up their bags, sail on home, take the plunder that they have, because I don't think they're going to be in this one for much longer. Having a little bit of fun with it. Junu coming up on the sniper. Might as well play your favorite class for the last couple of minutes. But the Bloodsail Buccaneers, I feel like there was a lot of hope for them. I feel like there's a good core out of this team of Max, Sail, and Bloke have played together. Last LAN looks pretty good, but just not able to really make things happen here. We talk a lot about the LAN buff, but it feels like the French side have taken the LAN buff out of the Buccaneers, and they might put another nail in the coffin of the Buccaneers, because they look like they want to push in onto last.
May as well make it 4. Prove our desk wrong, because they both went for 3, and they will be smirking at us if it does actually end up at 3-0. But no offensive anything to do about it. QB sneaking underneath, trying to get onto the cap, and actually does get onto the cap. So Wanda Manipuli in shambles. It's a 4th round for Forfence.
What can you do, really? Oh, that's so unfortunate that he doesn't hit that arrow.
That arrow is so sad.
Those are like the frag video arrows that you always hope for when you're playing Medic, but it doesn't go to plan. And now we are truly in garbage time. We've got rocket jumpers coming out galore. How do you feel about this Forfence side, Ben? Do you feel like maybe they're showing their form a bit more in this game?
I think they are. Honestly, with the showing we had yesterday, I was slightly concerned. I felt like they weren't quite the team that we'd seen online, and particularly online in prior seasons, because this online season, again in playoffs, they fell to the Buccaneers. But I'm I think this is a team where when you've played together for so long with a consistent roster, you just know each other inside out. You can get over humps like that. You can, when there's a day of bad form or there's a couple of results not going your way, they can reset. They're old mates. They all know how they can adapt. They all know how each other play inside out. And in a LAN environment, in a really high pressure environment, that is just completely invaluable. And I'll let you know, I put my prediction in. I thought Forfeits would bring second at this LAN. I expected them to have a deep run. And I thought, like, I just look at the names on the server, right? Bruised and Duel, they've had great games. We've seen incredible clips from Delhi. The scouts have been munching up everything in front of them. This is a team that is up there as one of the best in Europe, and that's for a reason.
And it will be Forfeits making their way into the lower bracket quarterfinals, semi-finals?
Lower bracket semi-finals.
Semi-finals for the side of Forfeits. So one step closer to that rematch, making their way all the way into the finals. We'll see what they can do tomorrow, I believe. Because I believe we've got an upper bracket game coming up after this one.
Yeah, they're going to play the winner of the Aragosta against Pint Gaming, which has been played simultaneous to this. But you see, garbage time comes to a close. Players even leaving the server early. They want nothing to do with this one. Forfeits domination on both of these maps.
Yeah, they just look like the better team today. And sometimes that's just the case. Sometimes they are just better. But the Bloodcell Buccaneers, they put up a valiant effort, 5th place for them in this LAN. And now they can fully enjoy the rest of their night and all of tomorrow, as we've still got plenty more games, Ben.
We absolutely do. As yeah, they're gonna be in action later, but I believe we have a desk of people maybe ready to talk about that one and break that one down. Do we?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's in green, and now it's in Metalworks. He's here. He's ready to break down that ironclad gully wash game. Gentlemen, Wandom, Eepoli, Turbotabs. That was quite the fortress they had there, Wandom, on that gully wash game.
Like a team.
They were pushed back to last a lot, and every time I revisit any of my gully wash games, I'm like, how do you defend this map? There's like 2 little squares that you have to get out of spawn, but they find a way.
I feel like this map especially was a series of tragedies.
Yeah,
for the Buccaneers. Like they had such winning positions, and it felt like every time the singular play that cannot happen to ruin their chances happened every time.
Yeah, no, it really felt like that situation, like similar to Process, but like amped up to 11, where it was like you start losing those rounds and you're like, oh man, that kind of sucks, right? And then you're like, dude, we need something like crazy to respond. We need to like get in, right? They have like the crunchiest mid, right? Like full on like Muller crunch corner, absolute like decimation kind of mid. All right, all good, sick. What do? What if we just completely mess up and like die at 99 and then no, actually we can't do anything now at all, and now they're going to be pushing out, and then it's like, oh no, it's fine because we're going to spend like 10 minutes going back and forth on last and never actually be able to like make a last push work. And it's just that insane feeling of like, it's exactly what Wan said. It's just the mental devastation that is every time you have some success, you find some way to mess it up. Or something happens. Something conspires to
straight in there.
Oh my God, here we go.
No hidden magic, just straight onto the couch.
Don't stand on the prizes.
I'm going to take a wild guess which team this is. I think it's Forfeits, I think. Anyway, welcome to the couch, gentlemen. Obviously, we've got the lovely Moolah and we've got QB here as well. First off, congratulations, guys. You've one step in this huge LAN run. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Finally won against Mac after being the F word in online, but yeah, it's we are good, feeling good.
Yeah, but it's all about LAN, though, isn't it, QB? Did it hurt that online playoff? Did you guys even care when you lost that game in the online ETF to well against Mac?
Yeah, we cared a lot. We shouldn't lose that official online, but I mean, we cannot better now online, so we're fixing problems and stuff. So I think we're just better now.
That's
than
good.
During
That's,
the season.
That's good. So obviously, this has been a long LAN for you. Not only these little playoff games, but these long games as well. Do you feel like you've learned a lot at this LAN, Muller? Have you guys been fixing a lot, or do you feel like you're just clicking into place more like?
I mean, yeah, we're the kind of team that always struggles, and we're fixing our problems like step by step.
Oh, good.
And yeah, like we can't wait to play tomorrow. We're happy we played tomorrow because I would have been very sad if we ended up not playing on Sunday, which wouldn't make sense for us. But yeah, we're very happy.
All right. QB, talk to me a little bit about these map picks and bans. Obviously, this is the bracket game, so we're going into map picks and bans and all this. You picked Process again, because obviously you're feeling confident on this map. You're pretty close with Dirty Maggots. And then they picked Gully Wash. Were you guys shocked as much as any of the analysts were?
We weren't shocked that they picked Gully Wash, but we were shocked that they let Sultry as a decider, because we know that they don't play at all of Sultry.
Oh.
And we kind of wanted to take the bet that they will ban Sultry, but in the end we just won both first maps, so we didn't see Sultry. But yeah, we weren't that confident on Sultry, and we wanted to take the bet that they will ban it. But
Were you guys shocked that they picked Gully Wash, really?
I think
was.
it's just because product was open, right? Like, and so we were
Product
looking
was
at them,
open.
and they had a ton of success,
We banned
obviously,
product.
versus you guys.
No, you
online.
banned product after. The first
Yeah.
pick they could have picked
Yeah,
product.
they could have, and then they picked Gully Wash, and then you guys banned product.
Yeah, but like speaking with Mac, they said they don't like product, and they were very surprised to win it against us during the season. So yeah, for us, they were gonna pick Gully Wash, to be honest.
yeah, and also when we lost the product during the official online, then we screamed them again
Yes.
on product, and we won.
I said, didn't I? I said my
we did.
nerdy
Yeah,
knowledge was
it's,
like...
it's a scream, but like
Yeah,
we
you
fixed the
3-0'd them.
problems.
Yeah, basically. And I knew it. Look at me, the nerd,
Dude,
paying
brain.
off.
Brain, man.
Big, beautiful, bold brain.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah. Those boldies, we're going to stick together, you know, with our just
I'm less buff than you, but it's okay.
Genius plays. All right. So talk to me a little bit about this Process game. Looking very clean overall, and was it just like a lot from the get-go? Did you feel like you were confident in your process, or did you think like there was still like kind of woes a little bit from that previous match against Dirty Maggots, or did you think you've snubbed out all the mistakes now?
I mean, I feel like on both maps against the Georgie's team, we were very dominant overall, even though we lost the process, but we were still like very confident, even though, yeah, 4-3 on against Voxy after like winning 3-1, but still very confident on our process. It's an open map, and yeah, we have a way better map pool than the Mac team, I think, overall. So yeah, just made sense for us to pick it.
And QB, that Gully Wash game. Now, actually, I want to ask. So you've picked these maps. Do you feel like now going in later into the further tournaments, you're not able to really pick these maps again because other teams are watching you guys play? Do you feel that pressure of like, oh, Dirty Maggots and Pint Gaming are looking at these maps we've literally just played. We can't pick them again because they'll know what we're going to do? Or do you not think about that?
I think we could pick Process again against Dirty Maggots if we end up playing them again. I think we could still pick Process. Like, we were winning at the first.
Yeah, but do the mind games of like knowing that these guys have a break, they're coming into your room and they're like having a little nosy at your
they were
gameplay.
watching us. Yeah.
They don't speak French, it's fine.
Also, and
Yeah,
they
well,
can't see 6 PCs
that's
at the same
genius.
time.
That's actually
They can see
genius.
only one POV at the same time.
Yeah, that's Wandom. Is that
that's not like a big difference if they watch us playing.
Yeah, Wandom. That's actually quite. I never thought about that. Do comms, like being able to listen in on an enemy comms, is that like a massive advantage, or is it not really that big of a deal?
I think for me, you learn a lot from getting to stand behind players and listening to their comms. Like it's something like it's a bit boring of me, I think, to harp on the witness journey again, but going in and like standing behind Thomas and listening to just the way he comms to his team, you learn so much from it. And I think it's one of those things where like probably like I am assuming you guys are able to speak more freely. Like, if you know that the maggots are in there, you guys are able to speak a little bit more freely about strats and stuff.
I feel like even if we were speaking in English, we wouldn't really care about people watching us. But the thing is, you have to consider that speaking French is definitely not like something good for us, because speaking in French during the games is very hard. Like every sentence is longer, takes more.
Interesting.
Yeah, like
That's
speaking
really
in English in TF2 is much more easy than speaking in French.
That's really cool. So what you're
I
saying?
agree totally. Yeah.
Oh wow! So Eeply, who would have guessed that all the English speakers are playing TF2 on hard? I mean, easy mode right now.
Yeah.
So, I guess do Witness need to start speaking French now if they really want to prove themselves in the game, or do you think?
No, I think English is just like easy road to high divs, right? Yeah.
So you need to be an English-speaking medic
That's the one. That's the
that
one.
is very charismatic.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
basically describing Pickles at this point, aren't I?
Definitely.
And really,
Condog.
Yeah.
We use Condog, yeah, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel like if we were speaking in English, we would be the best team ever. Really, like maybe hot take, I don't know, but like we would be the best team ever.
Why don't you? Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we just speak French. Like
You gotta
some
make
of
it
us don't
fair,
speak
right?
English.
Who's got the lacking English in the squad?
No, I think everyone speaks English quite good, but like I don't know. For example, Bruno might struggle a little bit. He speaks very good
Bruges,
English, but
boys
like
and girls, Bruges,
he is
by
the
way.
main call at some point. So like if he struggles to be clear in his IDs and everything, yeah. But we
Yeah.
just speak French because we're a full French squad team.
It is very interesting because I mean, this is obviously a history lesson now, but Tech, a very talented soldier back in the day, barely spoke a lick of English, but that didn't stop the lad going on these other English teams and all this, and not like having to just quickly, Tech, by the way, can you do? Obviously speaking French at this point, but he's like, yeah, Tech, can you do this? And then he tells everybody else what to do.
Dude, I mean, like an air shot's an air shot in any language, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
It all just works.
Air shot. All right. So, yeah. So we've got your next game coming up. That's going to be against Pint Gaming. What are we thinking? What are we feeling, QB?
I have a question. What was the score, Augusta and Pine Gaming? Do you know? What
Yeah,
was the
Wandon. What was the score of the game?
What a great question.
You know what? I'll tell you right now.
Was
It's
it
probably a big
2-0,
fat
2-1?
5-0 probably. But
Oh, dude, hang on. I'm gonna have a little
All right,
look.
I was
predictions.
expecting Augusta being able to upset maybe one map, but
You've not been watching our Augusta like we've been watching our Augusta.
I was, to be honest, if I'm like being 100% honest, I thought that winning this game, we would be playing the loser of Witness and
No.
the Dirty Maggots. We have one more game. I didn't even know.
No, that the upper. I know. I forget about them too sometimes. But yes, they're still playing in the tournament, Augusta and Pint Gaming. But yeah, you'll be meeting up against Pint Gaming. Any reactions? Is that like a bit easier than Dirty Maggots, or are you actually scared
Gaming
of?
took Witness to a golden cap.
Yeah.
On map number 1.
I think we can't really compare like.
Well, it tells you on the low bracket
a
here
matchup
that
to another
it is
one.
going to be Pint Gaming. So my guess was right.
And they 2-0'd them. Beautiful.
They did, yeah. It was. I'm just nosing at the logs right now. I'm seeing a 5-1 on Gully.
Damn it.
And a 3-1 on Viaduct.
Oh, that's kind of. Oh wait, that's Viaduct. They couldn't go any higher if they forced the number. But yeah, Pint Gaming reactions. Any comments?
I don't know. I think it's still a team that, on paper, we're way better. It's kind of a new team in a sense.
That's interesting because they're looking hot right now. They're actually beating Witness a little bit sometimes.
We're always hotter than people. So, no, I would say that we're the better team. We have to play with confidence, and yeah, it's going to be all good.
Wait, you want to play with... We took your predictions at the start of this tournament, and you know what you guys put down? You know what? Production, pop up that thing. Yeah, look at that.
On it.
What's going on there, Bula?
What is that?
That's your predictions for the tournament, and you think like...
I mean,
yourself second.
You
I
put
mean, we're
yourself-
first. Is that...
No,
is
you're
that
not
surprising?
first.
You're on
second.
second place.
Look at the column. That's you at the top there. That's your
Oh.
predictions going down.
Oh.
So you
Who
predicted...
made those predictions?
Did we predict that we're going to be third?
You predicted you were going to be
second.
second. Are you
Yeah.
reading
No,
the same
we
chart I am?
Yesterday that was
Oh,
not like that.
no,
Yesterday
no.
that was us first, no?
I don't know. I didn't... Definitely, I wasn't the guy doing the predictions.
Oh,
Definitely.
Who's the biggest emo in your team that's writing these predictions?
But-
Has to
I
be
know,
Bruno.
I'm
Has to
asking
be
you.
Bruno.
Bruno.
No, it's Bruno, definitely. If I was the guy making prediction, we would be first 100%.
Maybe, is this what the chart would look like if you were coming in English or French or I
Maybe,
don't
yeah.
know.
Interesting. I didn't know he put us on second. I didn't know.
So, but yeah, like you said, you should have these confidence. But maybe you've built it now, so maybe it all works out. But yeah, Pint Gaming coming up at QB. Any thoughts? Any comments about this team? Are you worried about them? Maybe less or so more than Dirty Maggots?
I think we will be less worried than against Mac because that's a different matchup. I think we kind of struggle against the teams that looks like Mac's teams because they are kind of gimmicks teams sometimes.
Okay, does Pike Gaming strike you as a gimmicks team?
No.
Okay.
They play
Okay.
like very normal, very commonly with like a big pocket scout playing, taking trades and stuff like that. And this is like the type of teams that we struggle less against.
Interesting. Well, let's see if you eat your words in the next game coming up for you guys, anyways. But it's actually going to be we're going to be following upper bracket a bit more. It's going to be Dirty Maggots versus crap.
Go on.
Testimonianza di Giorgio. I'm actually improving.
No,
I'm getting
it's
okay.
in Italian. It's in Italian. Be careful.
Yeah. Don't worry, it's not French. But that was okay. But yeah, they're going to be playing off against Dirty Maggots. Don't scoff at me. That was okay.
Keep adding an R, and I don't know where you're finding this letter.
Why, you know what? Why don't you take a hot, try at it?
I think TDG is going to do great.
Oh my god. Okay, touche. But any sort of predictions just for fun? What do you think that
For this matchup?
For basically
Witness against
what used to be Witness versus Dirty Maggots. Who do you think will win that?
5-0, 15 minutes
5-0.
everyone.
Oh, wow. There you go. Okay, they said it right there, 0050. But let's see if we can do that. Obviously, because you've been so nice on the couch here, I'm going to give you some shout-outs. Notice I didn't give Piggle shout-outs last time.
No, he shouted
not.
enough. He's loud enough, you don't need him.
It was shout-out straight away for that man. But yes, if you've got any special people out there, maybe just thank your team. It's up to you.
In French, though?
Yeah, can do. Keep it Christian, though.
Petit shout-out à tous les petits Français de Mumble, les explosifs de Oscar, Alex, surtout, et ma petite copine.
I've taken Duolingo, French, like 5 times. So you better be. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I have no girlfriends to shout out, but shout out to all the Frenchies, definitely, and yeah, shout out to Condog as well.
The man has to let the stream know that he's single and he's ready to mingle, huh? All right. Thank you very much for Fence, and obviously thank you, Wandom, and thank you, Epoli, for the analysis.
Yeah, shout out to the production as well. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's the correct shout out if I've ever heard one. Again, a big shout out to Amanco Store, a big shout out to Being Esports as well, and a big shout out to the pub quiz. We're going to be doing that later after game, so make sure you turn up. We've got prizes. Look, lift the prizes.
Oh God, there's a prize, and then there's
a keyboard.
There's
another. There's a mouse behind you.
Lovely donated by Being Esports. It's just
loads,
so such lovely people. All right, okay. Yeah. Let's bow us out now. We need to go. We're going to go to a break. We're going to set up our upper bracket finals. Yes.
Got some junk clogging up your TF2 inventory? Come check out Manco Store, where you can buy and sell skins from all of your favorite video games for real money.
Oh, hello there. I didn't see you. Anyway, on today's word of the day, we do have syncretism. What does that mean? Well, there are very different kinds of syncretistic plays that you can witness on this very fine LAN. It basically comes from a newer Latin version where, the creeds, they combined and they had combined efforts to beat out any foreign invaders, which you can also see on this very land. So incorporate new ideas, maybe try to listen to a medic for once.
Welcome back to the analysis green screen, the analysis metalworks. It is I, Turbo Tabs. I'm now joined with Domato and Dave on mid. Guys, welcome to Metalworks, right? Right?
I just saw you speedrun eating a pizza, and I'm not sure. Do you think it takes longer for Witness Gaming to cap the very first round on Metalworks?
I can tell you.
I think you took 60 seconds.
I mean, that was like...
that was intense.
That was like half a game that Dirty Maggots played against, I think it was Bloodsail Buccaneers. So, you know, it's... works out. But.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I mean, I'm always, for it. I also think this is a perfect way to introduce my quote from yesterday. I asked Zems what his biggest achievement so far on this LAN is, and he told me getting Witness Gaming players drunk. So he just got Thomas drunk last night.
Oh, wow. That is impressive,
and
actually.
he's thinking ahead, because they're playing them right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give Thomas credit. I mean, obviously, this is not the thing to talk about right now. We've got in this upper bracket game, but I'm still going to mention it. Give Thomas and the boys credit. They do kind of come down and actually chill and hang out and mingle with the rest. It's very easy to ostracize
with the populace.
You know what I mean? It's very easy to ostracize yourself and kind of just go completely soaked into the TF2. But there's still one of us, aren't they, Dave?
Yeah, I think so. They're mostly chill guys, mostly nice guys. I enjoy their presence. They offer quite a lot to the scene as well in general. And they have some fun hats.
Now, speaking of bigger personalities in the game, we have Dirty Maggots. What can you say about this team?
Propeller Beanie.
Propeller Beanie. That is 4 Propeller Beanies.
I have a question. Will you be able to sleep if you look at the far right corner, Piggles?
How come he gets like a shoulder-up view and everybody else has been downgraded to a full body shot? This is not fair.
I don't know if this is going to haunt my dreams, but there we have Witness Gaming. And we did our due diligence, by the way. How many maps have they lost to Dirty Maggots, Dave?
So in recent times, they haven't lost any maps. They've lost 3 rounds.
Yeah, 2 to 3 rounds.
In 7 maps.
Someone needs to look up that loss on Gully Wash against Forfens, because I don't think that's the case. What on earth happened there? I don't remember that, but...
I think that is a production error.
Oh, is that a scrim, maybe? I don't know.
No, it was 4-1, but it was 4-1 to Witness from what
I see. And here we got the map pick. We got the map picks and bans. Just quickly, Bagel pick, Gully Wash pick. We will be playing Poddock if it comes down to that. Is it going to go to 3 maps, yes or no?
No.
No?
No, don't think so.
Okay, good enough for me. Straight to the casters.
Do you think that after this many attempts, maybe eventually Dirty Maggots might succeed? Maybe this is the time.
I would really, really love to see it go to a 3rd map, because I love the idea of a best-of-3 series having 2 COF maps. Like, just that idea is so funny.
Shut me in.
It's just the idea that it is like currently local time 8:47 at night. We're just starting a best-of-3. I just love the idea of it getting to like 10 p.m. after just a day of playing. It's like, dude, you have a full like game of product to be playing.
Yeah.
It's
Hop
such
on
a LAN
Sniper,
vibe.
bro.
Hop on Sniper, dude. Get on it.
No, I'm really excited for this. Okay, here's the thing. We've seen this matchup throughout the last like week and a half.
Yeah.
So many times at this point. We watched it in the upper bracket finals of ETF2L.
Yeah.
And Maggots got rolled.
Yeah.
And then we watched it happen in the finals of ETF2L. And Maggots got rolled.
Damn.
And then we watched it happen in the group stage.
Totally did.
And the Maggots got rolled. So the track record's not amazing. And it feels like the reason it's not amazing is because Maggots, much like the game we just watched, whenever they get a lead, it kind of just instantly blows up in their face.
Yeah.
Because Witness are too good.
That is an issue. I'll agree with you on that one, yeah.
How do you feel about us going to Bagel, Epoli?
Honestly, I'm kind of vibing with the idea of Bagel. I think... So the biggest thing for me is the fact that obviously playing, Witness on any map is immensely scary. Bagel is gonna be hard. Like any COF map is gonna be hard when you have just like, you're against like the best players individually on their classes. But at the same time, I feel like it's like if you're going to make some magic happen, you got to do some like crazy individual plays and stuff. It just almost feels like when you have a map which is by its nature faster, that allows more magic to happen. Like in the last series we just saw, right? I feel like the entire reason the Buccaneers couldn't get anything to happen is like the second they got any momentum, something happened and then they end up on like 5 CP trading Ubers back and forth on points which like they're never really gonna cap because like they just can't get through. Whereas on Koth, doing that, like you either lose hard or you make something happen. Like you get forced into it.
Yeah, it's a really scary map. I think Bagel might even be the scariest map to play Witness on, in my opinion. They are so good at just tank. Like, if you want a demo that you could just tank behind a point and have him win you rounds on his own, it is Lucas, right?
Yeah, no, I feel like if you're against any demo man, like, you know, nearly in the world on this map, I wouldn't want to be against Lucas. Because like you say, you can just tank them so hard. They can just do so much damage. Like, the point ain't that big.
And we saw this map in the finals as well. And really what the differentiating factor was, we had a close round at the first one. In the first round of that map, it was really, really close, but really the defining factor was just the flank.
Yeah.
Those houses on Bagel are so important to allowing your team to flood across the point after your demo has done a lot of spamming. And unfortunately, it just felt like Voxy and at that time Gigi, who was subbing in for KN, was in the naughty corner for a little while, is now back playing out LAN. They just kind of got like outmatched. And I say like, I mean completely outmatched by Ixie and, or not even Ixie, sorry, Andy Dude at the time also.
That was true.
And Tomas also shuffling in a couple times. Sil also had an excellent game. And it's so difficult, right? Like normally when we do this analysis, we said this before already when we were talking about Witness, it's like you look and you go like, okay, they have the best X player, but at least like on X other role, they might have a disadvantage. But I just don't think like looking across on Witness that there is a disadvantageous like where they don't have the superior player strength.
No, I think it's actually a really good point where you said about how like, oh yeah, now we saw stuff in the finals, yeah. And then it's like, oh no, they did actually have like Andy. They did actually have like a Merkin, you know. Andy's absolutely sick, but like there's a reason people play with the six that they play with. Like that is your teammate. They know everything. They know what was going on. And even watching that grand final game, as great as Andy did, I feel like it was pretty clear that, you know, they were like slightly the odd one out. They were doing well, but it didn't feel like they were as synchronized a part of the team as an Ixie would be. But yeah, I think we're going to be going live here, Wan. I feel like Witness, they're going to be feeling it. They're going to be firing on all cylinders. And what are the Maggots going to be able to do?
Would have to find out here on mid as Lucas rolls out already. Just sending stickies across the point. So far KN is going to be reloading, and this is a very, very passive Dirty Maggots game so far. As they're just sitting so far back, actually. Zams, Loki the furthest one forwards. Stickies can rain across here. No further damage really dealt. So instead, is Pappy going in straight away, in through house. A lot of damage onto Jordy, who is going to fall. So Ixie now taken down as well. Soldiers are down on the red team as they have just let Witness walk forwards and take control of the point. Piggles, lovely surf to get out, but drops all the way down to very low HP, leaves Zams for dead. And Witness kind of walk into mid, and Maggots just kind of stare at them.
Yeah, I'll be honest, there is like, you know, the one saving grace of managing to get Piggles out alive does manage to have an Uber, but when you've got another Uber you're facing against as well, this is going to be the situation you were saying about, right? Like this idea of, you know, tanking Lucas towards the point, trying to see how much damage they can get. Uber does get used early.
Oh.
That is such a crucial pick. Dude, Tomas can go for more as well. Okay, the flash comes off just in time. That is actually so huge for the Maggots. Maybe they can find a little avenue. You can see the health isn't looking too fantastic on the side of Witness, and with the player down, maybe this is some kind of moment to do something. But even still, they're having so much difficulty trying to move towards the point. It is very slow going. The first frag's even going the way of Ixie, and still doing so much damage as well. Like, it feels like the Maggots, it was exactly what he said. Like, they were trying to push through, trying to get position on this flank, but they just couldn't.
Yeah, Jordy eats so much spam there, cleaned up by Ixie in the follow-up. That just nets them a kill on the side of Witness. No Jordy, no real aggression could come out, so Witness just keep control of this point. Already run down for over a minute. Nearing about halfway there. So Jordy's going to bomb in through house, and this time hit a very nice rocket, but unfortunately, no teammates there to support him, and that nets Ixie a free flank in, and he just goes for it. A complete destruction from Witness, as everyone combines to kill and destroy the Maggots. Piggles is left alive, and he does have Uber, but the rest of his team is eliminated.
Yeah, no, dude, that was some meat. That was some absolute meat there from Ixie. That was really big, even not taking down Piggles. It's that kind of thing where, like, the Maggots fought so hard and they got 8 seconds
off the cap time. Like, that was it. Now, we do have Witness with Uber again. They're playing the kind of semi-forward hold, at least trying to make it difficult. Are getting some good damage, and now they're backing up again. Perfectly happy. They know they can trade whenever. Dude, Zams. He's eating so much damage. This is so difficult. Them trying to get literally anywhere. We do see a lot of cap time coming in, which is quite nice on the side of Maggots. Actually, Uber did get used there on both sides. In this position, not too bad. The repush does look to be a little bit on the side of Witness, but actually a moment where Dirty Maggots can be pretty happy with themselves. They seem pretty content with this hold.
Yeah, now they can sit back and wait for Witness to make a play, which they are just doing. It's still straight in onto the enemy as they do find a kill onto Lucas in return. But Pappy sacking forwards does not find any frags, so Ixie stuck in enemy houses. Still desperately goes for a play onto Pickles. Doesn't find it. They do manage to cap the point, but that's not to their favor at the moment. That's going to extend the spawn timer of both Lucas, Pappy, and Celentes there. And Net Maggots control of the point once again, and they can continue running down the timer. But you have to look at that timer. It only says 50 seconds for Witness, and they can just run it back once again.
Yeah, no, this is going to be Witness once again moving towards this point. It's so important because this point actually caps quite a lot quicker than Viaduct. It feels like you can kind of sneak cap so easily, really, on this map. And just even trading time at this point is a massive, massive win on the side of Witness. Uber does get used on the side of the Maggots, and it's far, far better. Eventually, they do get a trade. And Witness do manage to use this, but Tomas is just all the way in. What a sick little shot there under Pickles. The cleanup on Voxy, and they have control of point. And this is now already, we're finding ourselves in a bit of a crunch time for the Dirty Maggots. Pickles up in 3 seconds. They will have time just to get their heals. You can see the rest of the team playing back. They know they need to get their heals. They need to play together. This needs to be such a solid push. Get control of point, and importantly, get frags. It's not enough just to get time off the clock. They need to do something about this Uber disadvantage, and they need to actually get some players down.
So they're moving across for the moment. It is spam being exchanged, but an early sticky trap kill from Lucas onto KN is going to set a spanner in the works here for Witness as they can start activating once again, forcing the Maggots back as the timer just runs out. It only says 4 seconds left, and there are no Maggots near. Jordy not quite finding the rocket jump means that he's going to be a bit delayed, and now the Maggots forced onto the point. Voxy eating so much damage. Has to back off for the moment as the Uber is popped on the side of Auto, and Af is taken down as well. Pickles is 80-90%, but without a demo man, you have to do so much work as the rest of the team members are cleaned up by the scouts of Witness. Just an Ubered Voxy left alive with Pickles onto the point. He's one land before, and he's going to have to do it all by himself now. It starts with a single kill onto Lucas, but it's so much damage across the rest of the Maggots, and Pickles is so low. He just barely manages to escape, but he's on his own on the point. Tomas is killing everyone, and that is 1-0 for Witness.
I'm going to be real. That was a pretty commanding first round. Yeah, there's so much to be said for, when Witness is in that advantageous position, they have that Uber advantage, and then you have no choice on the side of Dirty Maggots but to bring all your players forward towards the point because you have to cap, but then you can see Witness is just baiting them in. They bring these players all the way towards the point, and then the second they get a little bit of cap time, the second they're in that position, Witness is like, bam, we have that Uber, we are getting in, and it's so hard. I think exactly like you said, Juan, already you can see from this round, like, the Maggots are having so much difficulty on these kind of flank buildings, like on either side. It seems weird. If you haven't played this map too much, you might kind of think that it's all about the point, it's all about that kind of position. But those houses on the side make so much of a difference. It's such a kind of, decent high ground advantage. It's only a little bit of height, but it makes playing Soldier so much easier with your splash. There's so many things you can do with it. And the second you lose control or can never gain control, you're just always on the back foot.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? And the Witness members, you can see they're just on lock. I don't know if we can press tab or show a log or something, but Lucas has or Tomas rather, has infinite frags at the moment. Outscoring his medic, that's good enough for me for now.
Dude.
But yeah, he's doing a lot of work. I think it's just so hard, right? Because you lose control of the house, and then you just see Ixie gets off such a hard flank.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to deal with. He comes in and he just does so much damage to your team. And it's such a weird thing to analyze because the conclusion is just win the 1v1. I don't...
What? Okay, so, you say that, but, to me, it's those really frustrating situations. We saw a moment where, Jordy was like, okay, I'm going to jump, from the kind of lower point from their side into house and see what I can see what's going on, right? He jumps up, and the second he jumps up, there's already a soldier and a scout, together, fully buffed, who just, basically one-shot him. And it's those situations where you're just dude, are they in my brain or something? Because, you didn't even get a chance in that fight. And then the second you go down, not only do you not have control over the flank, but then, your team has 5 players, and you're kind of there well, I guess this push is scuffed then, right? It's so hard.
So I do imagine we had a little bit of attack pause on the side of the Maggots there. Let's talk things over after that round, because I really want that for successful. And honestly, they weren't last time either. We need to see some kind of a switch up here for them to remain successful or find any kind of success versus Witness. Already down 1 round. It's early spam here from Zams on to the mid, but you can see the Witness aggression already peeking in through house there, and the Maggots are sitting so far back. Piggles eats 50 damage very early on, and he's sitting in a very precarious position here.
Yeah, we do see just both teams playing very, very patient, with Witness being closer towards the point. They can start that cap time. Now it has been unlocked. Now, a little bit of a flank aggression, kind of mirroring both sides. Pappy, just about, yes, combining to get that first strike here. Actually dragging the heals a lot of the way back, which means the rest of Witness can just go in. Oh my god, Ixie doing so much damage. Piggle's doing incredibly well. Man's living, but no, Pappy with the follow-up, and it's just like, the second they try and get anywhere, the second they just need to back up and regroup, they just keep getting chased down.
He went for a health pack, and a soldier went and took it right in front of his face. And
dude, I'd be fuming. I'd be fuming.
Oh no, that's really bad. I think it's also one of those where, like, yes, that's a tilter, but you have to just shake it off. You have to keep going, because now Witness, control of the point, a full 100% Uber ad, because your medic died so late in that fight, and you have a massive mountain to climb now.
No, for real, it's like, yeah, dying early in the mid-fight kind of sucks, but then dying super late just means like, oh, okay, you basically like are committed to a sack wave. So here we go. We do see 1, 2, 3 players going all the way in. Very nicely done there. They get so deep, managing to get that force off. That's actually really well played. The cleanup comes in, but ultimately that's all to the good of the Dirty Maggots, because, you know, one of the things people don't always pay attention to in sack waves is not only do you need to go at the same time, but ideally you need to die at the same time, because, you know, dying off sync just kind of wastes opportunities for your team. So there we go. Maggots achieved exactly what they want to. Now they've got their own Uber. Now it's their turn to try and get through clean.
Witness doing an excellent job of sitting quite close, doing a lot of damage, try to get this Uber out of Piggles as soon as possible to make sure they can maintain control of the point. But so far, Piggles unwilling and unyielding, so they're going to send in a soldier in behind as it's Pappy falling early on. The Uber still is yet to come out. It's just Voxy sitting on the point now, blocked by Tomas, but still is cleaned up on the flank. Now, 2 soldier picks. This is a decent opportunity for maybe the Maggots to do a little bit more, as the aggression cannot come out from Witness, but instead they're just sitting pretty on the point, spamming across. But a counter Uber from Auto now up as well. So you can see Witness rotating over and getting ready for some kind of counter aggression here. You have to wonder now for the Maggots, are you up to the task? Are you ready to take this Uber trade?
Yep, here we go. We're going to see exactly that. Tomas does get the Uber, goes all the way through, forces off the Uber of the Dirty Maggots, and manages to, you know, do a little bit of peppering. No one ultimately going to be losing their life, so Ubers are now going to be equal, and this is the Witness repush. First pipe onto Voxy is going to open things up just a little bit. This isn't the be-all, end-all for the side of Dirty Maggots right now. They have lost control of the point, though, which is going to make things a lot more difficult, and Pappy's in a good position to get a lot of damage in. If there can be any follow-up from the rest of the team combining onto AF, but actually, maybe a little bit of a saving grace there. They do lose control of the point, but as soon as they get their spawns, there's no reason why they can't just keep going forward, especially with Lucas going very aggressive. Beautiful little surf away, but actually might get caught out, and Auto just staying way too long there. That's one of those crucial little moments, actually. Very rare for a Witness mistake.
Yeah, this is now an opportunity here for the Maggots. Blood in the water, but they do lose their demo man as well, so they can't aggress as much as they perhaps like. But a massive advantage here for Piggles. You have to use this to its utmost to take time off the point. Victory against Witness comes at a cost. It is not easy, and it has to start off with edging them off of this point. Uber comes in, and what does it find? Zam's bomb so deep and finds it early, sticky in onto the enemy scout, but unfortunately the follow-up is just not there. They lose and find 3 on the side of Witness, but they're still up. Auto is just fine, and now 60% Uber as well. They can just wait for these spawners, and suddenly Uber advantage in the opposing favor.
They really can. I feel like Dirty Maggots are, you know, I'm going to be real, I feel like they're giving Witness quite a bit of respect here. Even with 3 players down on the side of Witness, they, you know, didn't want to go forward on the Maggot side. They were very, very well. Soldier does go all the way in. But a great little surf there.
Oh,
no!
KN
with the follow-up, that's huge!
KN, massive rocket there. The follow-up is beautiful onto Auto, and this is how you start to pick Witness apart. I think that the one weakness, the tiny little kink in their armor, is sometimes Auto does get caught out, and if you can target him when he plays so aggressively, you can find these advantages. Round time are now equal, as it is slightly taken down for Witness still. But this is big advantage here for Pickles. You have to use his Uber effectively once again, but with the score equalized, Medic just spawning and an early kill onto Af, suddenly we have control and we have a bit of a game. Zams feeling himself, maybe a bit too much, spawns forwards into nothing. Fortunately doesn't find it as the Uber is popped, still taken down, perhaps for a force. It is one kill onto Ixie as well, who went in behind to drag everyone away from that fight.
I think possibly a little bit of a lack of communication when Zams jumped forward there. I don't quite know what happened, but we'll be just by spawning in time. This will be, that's a really big frag. That is actually so significant. Not quite having the Uber on the side of Auto. So these players playing very close will just be delaying things a little bit longer. Losing Geordie is kind of going to make things rough. I'm not going to lie with you. I think ultimately on the side of Dirty Maggots, they really need to try and get a force here. Like, keep control of point as much as they can, but a force here is perfect. There we go. Uber has been used. They need to make sure not to get caught here. KN is perfectly fine. As long as Pickles is getting out and the rest of these players, that's so good. Look, only now are Winners managing to cap at 15 seconds and a huge Uber advantage. If they get any frags here, that could be huge, but it's actually Voxy.
That's such a big delay for them now. Pushing without Voxy on the flank is so much harder, as Witness now have time to really set up this forward hold and drag this Uber out as early as possible from Pickles. If they can hold on to this, they can have a counter Uber, and it is so much damage pushing through this. Uber forced out onto Zams, and he finds a beautiful little sticky onto the enemy. It's one singular kill onto Pappy, who has been getting caught out, but look at the timer now equally. Yeah. It's fading.
This is so crucial. 12 seconds left on the clock. We are seeing a good amount of time for the side of Dirty Maggots. Only 80% on the side of Auto. Any frags there for Dirty Maggots is good, but KN is the first to lose his life. This is going to be difficult. Health isn't looking incredible. They are trying to heal up on the side of Witness.
God, the timer.
This is going to go right down to the wire. This is basically guaranteed to go overtime, but no. Geordie's gone down. Ixie's playing so aggressive all the way towards the point. You can see Witness going all the way forward. They get the Uber, and it's a nuke.
It's an absolute nuke from Lucas and Pappy. Straight in onto the point. Zam's cleaned up so late as well. And in the final hours and seconds of the match, KN finds the last kill onto Tomas, but as Lucas with the last laugh, that went down to the wire. But unfortunately still, it is not enough.
Oh my god. They worked so hard on the side of Dirty Maggots. They worked so hard, and they found so many successes. Like you said, managing to focus down Auto, that was huge. But even, you know, getting these Uber advantages and then taking the point for free, that makes such a difference on a map like Bagel. It buys you so much time. Maybe they're finding a way in here, but the scoreline is not reflecting that. They need to keep going. They need to keep building on these successes.
Yeah, it really has. They need to find a round winner, potentially a bit more of a dominant one than they have in the past. So now Zams actually starts off the mid by being just pelted by the enemy Witness. Once again, control of that house makes it so dangerous for their opponents. KN actually just gets destroyed there by Syl on the flank as well. So he has to back off, and that means that now we're trading. But Geordie with a bomb in, finds a kill onto Lucas. Pappy falling as well. So Geordie can get traded off, but KN has a beautiful little spam angle here onto the enemy combo. Af, though, taken down by Ixie on the flank. So it's just 3 members up. A beautiful pipe there from Zams in onto Tomas, but it's Syl with the flank, and the pop out from Pickles is fine. But can they find anything else? It is Auto with 100%. Kill onto Ixie. It's good, but there's still 2 players down for Witness. They have this Uber. What the hell can they do with it?
Well, looks like they can be running all the way forward. Players scattering absolutely everywhere. Actually, Lucas manages to go down. Tomas doesn't want to go too far. He's very aware this Uber's going to fade any second, and it does! And the Dirty Maggots are waiting!
They're coming in, and suddenly now a surge of revitalization for the Maggots. They come clean, and they destroy Auto. Massive advantage now. Now you can set up a forward hold and start dragging this team away from the point. Slowly take away time. You need this to be successful. You have a massive Uber advantage to work with, but Witness are not going to let them skip a beat. Instantly, Silentis is in, and instantly he's taken down. But look at the space he creates when he does this. The rest of Witness are surging forwards. Lucas wants to take more players down as Ixie with Pappy combine for more and more as they keep taking and taking and taking, and you offer them a fingernail.
Yeah, that is... It's brutal. I mean, it is okay though. Pickles does still have the root, but the difficulty is they need to get the spawners in, and they need to go, like, immediately. You know, Witness is already 65% right now. In order to get any value out of this Uber, it basically needs to be instant. And obviously, Witness are going to be aware of this, right? They're going to be playing in a situation to try and not get caught. But you don't have a choice on the side of Dirty Maggots. To throw away this opportunity is to throw away nearly 60 seconds of time. So they're going to be aggressing all the way towards point. You can see, already taking a decent amount of damage. Any frag here would be huge, and they are getting these Witness players pretty low. They can't quite get these final frags, but Auto's now got the Uber, and it will get used. It should be a little bit better the side of Voxy and Piggles. So there we go. Going to be peeking a little bit. The juggle towards Auto isn't quite going to be enough just yet. That's okay, though. All the fight still towards point.
Yeah, it's Lucas defending the tower there as now counter aggression does come in, so it is the Maggots finding that cap, but Pappy with a lot of damage there. But Zams finds a pipe onto Tomas, instantly traded for it, however, and that means that Ixie can just stand on this nipple and take control once again. Witness are running away a little bit with the round. It feels like they're finding equal kills. But that kill onto the demo man of Zams, so much pressure relieved on the side of Witness, but Jordy with a lot of pressure there in onto the enemy soldier, does get bowed in the air, but Pappy still taken down by Foxy. Means that suddenly it's Lucas left alone with a combo that just gets bombed by Soldier. It's a decent pipe, but it's not enough here. Slight advantage for Auto in all of this. Everything be said, Zams is now back, and the fight will continue.
Yeah, it is really going to continue. Like you said, this tiny little advantage. If they knew it, if they're aware of it, they could search straight forward. I don't think Witness are fully aware, because Piggles does now have his own. Look at the health on the side of Witness. This is so scary. Even Silenta's getting that frag. It's such a scary position. That's how is Witness getting 2 there and Maggots are getting none?
That's insane. I cannot believe they live there. Everyone's so low. They're all stood around the point as well. But now Sil has this insane monster flank in behind onto the enemy and doesn't even need to bomb, because look at the health bars on the enemy team. Af, smartly though, takes him down. So Christ is kind of averted for now for the Maggots. But you just have to look at the timer now. You're down already a minute. The Uber comes out and we're dropping Voxy. This is a disaster that no one's here for it. And suddenly you just have to use the entire Uber, failing to kill the enemy scout, as Ixie can just walk out for free there.
Oh, mate, that is tragic. It's so difficult now. You have 40 seconds left on the clock. Witness has their Uber. They're getting the first frag here. Only now does Auto finally use Uber, and they're getting so many frags for it. So you know Dirty Maggots have no choice. They have to back all the way up. They have to get all their spawners. It's going to come down to like a 15-second push all the way towards point. It is so difficult.
They don't have time to build Uber either.
No,
they
God,
have
no.
A singular shot at this, and they have to do it completely dry with nothing to help them and hold on for just about 2 minutes. Stickies from Lucas shut down the idea immediately, and you cannot compete with the best demo man in Europe. Sil is in to follow him up as well, and you might get that singular kill into Lucas, but what about everybody else? You're not in a cage with him alone. You're in the cage. Yeah, I fucked up that completely, but it's fine. I don't know. It's 3-0 for Witness. Everything's as is expected, and we're all happy.
God damn.
Wow. Okay, Maggots keep doing this where they just about barely get there.
Yeah. That like
barely get there, and then just at the last little second.
There's so many opportunities where, like you say, just one thing, just like a little bit different, just right at the end, you're so close. But the thing is, like, when you're playing versus Witness, you have to hit all of those, like, you know, if only. Every single one of those, like, oh yeah, there's this tiny bit we could do extra. You have to do the extra, because guess what? Witness are always doing that bit extra, right? Like, yeah, you just don't have a choice, man.
That trap from Lucas is just absolutely insane. As you can see, plenty of players in the Witness room. Pappy going out for a bit of fresh air there as well. Demul apparently manifesting Metalworks.
I was going to say, yeah, Demul is like somehow bringing Metalworks to them. Maybe not playing that map, I don't think.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. I mean, you can see everyone else watching them leave.
Yeah, just been like, oh, free PC.
Yeah. Speaking of Metalworks, I think we might have some people live reporting from the scene on Metalworks.
Oh my days, dude, imagine.
Oh my god, look, it's morphing into it.
Oh my god, we're going to have to move straight over to Metalworks. Look at them go!
I mean, it makes sense. Like, we're on the couch here, we're in Metalworks. They're not going to be far away, so they're on the map of Metalworks.
I think they just... I mean,
they're just in little bits and pieces. But anyway, welcome back to the Analytical Couch. I'm TurboTabs. I'm joined again with Domato and Dave. Guys, I'm not sure if I've watched like 5 million Dirty Maggots versus Witness games at this point, but I feel like I'm seeing just like little tiny dashes of copium. That wasn't the strongest I've ever seen Witness. Sorry, Testimonianza di Giorgio.
Testimonianza di Gioco.
Gioco, yes.
Gioco.
I was close.
Oh,
I got the hardest bit right. All right, but yeah, like, am I crazy, Domator?
Yes.
Was there signs of life in that game?
There was definitely signs of life. You always have to focus, you know, on the micro perspective on every one of those rounds. I stood behind Voxtech because I'm the huge I'm the largest, not the largest, the biggest Voxtech, just saved it, the biggest Voxtech fanboy in the venue, I think. But from his point of view, it looked okay. But the problem is, whenever they wanted to push, they took 10,000 damage. They couldn't tread anywhere. And whenever he wanted to take a fight, they didn't have any damage on Witness Gaming, and his players went down left and right.
Yeah. Dave, who are you the largest, biggest fan of in this game? Who was kind of popping off for you, in your opinion?
I mean, it seemed that every time Sil went for anything, it just kind of worked out. He seemed to be the guy who was really kind of making the difference because, as you say, it wasn't kind of a complete steamroll like we've seen in a couple of games, like particularly we saw in Process yesterday. There was some moments of hope, but just every single time he just seemed to swoop in, extinguish it immediately.
Yeah, I think that especially that second round where they actually dropped. I don't think it was dropped, but I think it was like, they killed Auto a few times, but they still ended up winning. Kind of surprising. Usually, like, you throw Ubers out of flux that much, and so much time is ticked away from both of these teams. It usually takes a long time to reset that, but they figured it out, Domato. Is this a map that you could maybe pencil down if you're like Pint Gaming, or if you're Four Fence as like a map to maybe think about if you do play against with Testimonianza di Gioco?
Is that already stereotypical blaming?
No. It helps. I don't know why. I promise you it helps.
I mean, I don't have to take hypothetical guesses because there are only 3 maps that we're playing, tonight, and I don't see this working on Metalworks. I'm sorry for everyone who is maybe still coping. In all of the 3 rounds on Bagel, there was one incident where Witness Gaming lost more than 3 players or 3 players. It's so seldom that this ever happens. Finally, I prompted it with my thoughts. Auto goes down 3 times, Piggles goes down 5 times, and those deaths on Piggles were 10 times more influential than the deaths on Auto. The only times Auto ever died was when KN literally had the biggest, most clinical bombs and rockets that he ever died to.
And they felt more costly as well. Those kind where you're throwing not just 1 soldier, not just 2 soldiers, but even maybe a scout is kind of getting in there just to add a little bit extra pressure. Whilst the Piggle drops seem to be more like a fundamental breakdown of the map. Like they lose left house completely and Pappy manages to sail all the way in, and it's that last little headache they forget. I think there is a problem with Dirty Maggots Bagel where I think some things are slipping in the comms. I was in the good God, Testimonianza di Gioco's. It works. The hand thing works. Yeah. It works, but they would kind of bust in through a door, or they would go through certain doorways, but these players would not get called, and they get like completely surprised by these soldiers standing in spots that should have been called. So I wonder if maybe there's just way too much chaos going on, but we're seeing a bit of the strength, Dave, of like that chill attitude. They've barely got to com much on that Italian team, whilst Dirty Maggots, I can only assume, is just calming everything, and they're just getting lost.
Yeah, it feels the last few times I've played, there seems to be a little bit in their heads that they've played against this team so many times, they've been smashed so many times that they seem overall to be losing a little bit of faith. They don't seem to be confident. We saw various phases of the game where they were much more passive than we've seen them against other teams. Against other teams, they stand strong, they play a bit more forward, they're happy to contest them. Whenever they take on Witness, they seem to just take that one step back, and it really just invites that pressure onto them.
Well, on the bright side, though, that was just map 1, and that was the map pick of Testimonianza di Gioco.
You still have one day, by the way, to go to nail that down. Still one day.
Yeah, I'll figure it out eventually. But anyway, that was their map pick.
Yes.
So their second map is going to be the pick of Dirty Maggots. They decided to go with this Gully Wash. What do you think of this pick? Good pick, bad pick, Tomato?
I can't even dig the convalescent measure. I think it's an okay pick, honestly. The problem is Gullywash is really the heaven for soldiers, and when you look at Salentes and Peppy, they're not rivaled at all. KN rivals them sometimes alone a bit, it seems to me. Don't want to single out any players, but don't see this happening. Sorry.
Dave, Gully Wash, famously known for Salentes does not lose Gully Wash and all this, but do the soldiers really not hold a candle to these guys? There's KN and I'm forgetting the other soldier. That's how like wait, what? Boojman.
How could you? But Bridgman is French.
Yeah, that's
we just had him
That's the French one.
On the couch.
Geordie. I remember Geordie. Yeah. He's the one who dies a lot. Yes, that's why I can't remember him. But yeah, they're struggling here.
I mean, to be fair, in that first map, they actually out-damaged the Witness Gaming soldiers, but the Witness Gaming soldiers also had Thomas that carried a lot of weight for them. He ended up with way more damage than everyone else on the server. And, you know, it didn't even matter that Sil and Pappy didn't quite do as much damage. They stayed alive and they were alive in the crucial moments and they were able to make the crucial plays. So, I mean, I think you're onto something that, you know, Kayan and Geordie, they can both step up and I think they're both very confident on Gully Wash. But, I mean, it makes sense to pick that map if you're confident, but it just seems throughout all these last 3 weeks, they've tried a bunch of different maps against Witness and nothing has worked so far.
Yeah. So, I mean, Gully Wash, do you think this map is going to be coming down to the mids, or is this map a bit more forgiving, Domato, when it comes to losing?
I feel like I'm so reveling in the depression here already. I love Dirty Maggots 5-0 right now. Honestly, like smacking them in the face, like Pint Gaming revived on mid, rolling it to last.
Okay. You know what? You've intimidated me. I'm so scared. Send it over to the casters, please.
Very much, Turbo Tabs. Equally, we're going on to a new map. A map we haven't seen these two teams play against each other before. Going to Gully Wash.
Yeah.
Do you think Maggots have something?
I'm going to be real. I think it's going to be really hard. Yeah, like, I think it's going to be really, really hard. I think, you know, what are wonderful couch people? Couch folks? Couch dwellers, I think I said the other day.
Yeah, that's good.
I think, as they pointed out, it is very, very difficult when you play against, you know, two of the best soldiers kind of ever, full stop. And even when you look from a raw numbers game, like, you know, Witness plays so well together. There's, you know, there's something to be said for the fact that obviously Thomas gets, like, huge damage individually, right? But it's that kind of, like, synchronized, you know, way of doing things where like Thomas is able to get so much damage because his soldiers make so much space and they take so much position and they force people into like an advantageous position, and then Thomas, you know, also allows them to do so much as well. So it's gonna be a hard one, but I mean, I guess we don't have to wait too much longer to find out because we're going live here on Gully Wash, Witness versus Dirty Maggots.
Dirty Maggots have to find some kind of response to Witness. You can see
Oh,
immediately
slay,
Zams
slay!
sticking up Salentes and reading him like a book. That is the momentum you need if you are the Maggots. And KN in on reverse with the play and just finds the kill onto Lucas. There's a follow-up from Geordie onto Auto, and it is beautiful. And suddenly now, advantage Maggots. It is one Pappy and one Thomas hiding. Can they find anything at all? Thomas in lower is going to get taken down. There's one soldier hiding up above. Pappy is going to drop down on his opponent. They have not spotted him, but the timing is not there. Higgles is so far back, and now a massive, massive advantage here for the Maggots.
This is what you need. On the side of Dirty Maggots, this is what you need. Like, that is such a sick read. That is just like a, no, we know exactly what you're going to do. That is such a way to get into this game. They just need to convert this, and that is way easier said than done. A conversion of this last would put them in such a fantastic position, but they've got a lot to deal with. There is going to be a gun. There is going to be a pyro. It's so difficult getting through the shutter, but if anyone could do it, maybe they can give it a go. Zams walking all the way through, just about managing to get this gun. Decent damage, not combining onto any other of these players just yet. Locking a lot of people in spawn, getting a lot of captured. So much, and they just take this first round away.
Message sent. That is the first time in a very long time that the Maggots have taken a round, and they do it in style. They read the mid completely, and they do not flounder the advantage. They just send it in clean onto the point, and there we go. 1-0 up. That's all it takes. Why didn't they just do that before?
Just do that 5 times, idiot. Dude, it's so easy. But, like, no, it is exactly what you said. They had such a plan for the mid, but also getting that conversion, like having a plan for how you want to do that last push. This wasn't this messy nonsense we've been seeing so much this tournament. This is cool, calm, collected. And we're going into the second mid. Does Witness have an answer? Maybe they do.
It's an early kill there onto KN from Pappy, and that's going to force Geordie to play all the way back, and the Maggots want nothing further to do with the middle fight. So they're going to back off into second. Zams is going to sticky up lower here. make sure no one goes in and does any funny business. It's still going to walk over towards the shutter area, just trying to bait it out. You can see Zam's already watching it. But the aggression now from Witness coming through Big Door. And they have even Ubers, but I think they might want to take a trade here.
Quite possibly, yeah. I feel like there's something to be said for how Dirty Maggots played that mid. They know they're round up right now. They know, you know, the ball is in their court. First frag onto Pappy. That's really nice. But it comes at the cost of Uber being used.
Yeah, Pappy just straight in through choke there, finds the force onto Piggles, and suddenly that advantage that they did, or rather the lack of advantage that Witness had, is just completely out of the water. Witness, big advantage, can send this through choke, and there is no Maggots position at all. They are back on second, back on last.
That... Wan, like, correct me if I'm wrong, that seemed a little bit passive, didn't it? That seemed like, you know, obviously you don't want to get caught by the Uber, but to let them take second for free without any real, you know, answer to anything. Like, they're only now 65%. Like, Uber is coming all the way in. Zam's on the double donks. You gotta love it. It does deny them a decent bit, but that means importantly he's not playing towards point. So once those stickies get dead, that is the end of it. So first player does go down, very calm towards point. Ixie getting quite a lot of cap time. This is surely just gonna fall away from them.
Oh my god, Ixie does so much cap time, but unfortunately it's not quite coalescing quite yet, as Pickles just barely manages to grind out an Uber, but there is no one there. No one to fight this Uber, so Sil can bomb in the post-Uber. The rockets from Pappy are beautiful, and Zams is taken down. No one left on the Maggots to hold, and Witness respond right back. It has only been 4 minutes, but so much action has happened already.
God, I hope the game continues like this. That is such a resounding answer on the side of Witness. That is just powerful, right? The fact that, you know, I feel like the story of that round was Dirty Maggots giving Witness so much respect. They lost one pick on mid, they were like, oh, maybe we back up. And then they got forced, and like, oh, maybe we back up again. But if you give Witness an inch, they will take a mile. You need to snap yourselves out of that.
You have to, of course, you have to play with the utmost respect, but at the same time, you need to counter-aggress. You need to try and take the fights, because otherwise you just lose. It's KN, though, bombing in. Early kill onto Lucas, is going to pay for it with his life. So no red soldiers left on the map for the moment as Zams aggresses so far forward. And unfortunately, there are no kills to be found on the opposing team. So just 2 scouts up left to run Piggles out of second, because they really can't take this fight. But Piggles misses the surf, because Ixie is pelting him, and Thomas is in behind, cleans up 2, and they are just out.
Dude, that is brutal on the side of Thomas. That is like, it is so difficult when you have to make that jump. Like, the tiniest bit of damage will just slam you onto the floor, and as soon as you hit that floor, that's basically it. Af does get cleaned up right at the end here, so not even any annoying little rat plays. And now we're finding ourselves with a, like, Uber disadvantage, player disadvantage. They can't take any position on second. They can't get any much kind of setup. Like, they have enough time for Voxy to get the sentry up. Like, great. Af will have just about time to spawn on Pyro, but you are facing down the barrel that is Witness.
This is a Witness classic as well. They're taking position in lobby. They love to just go in immediately before the setup really can take fully place. So Sentry Gun is going to get shut down, and the Pyro is going to get swapped for a heavy as well in spawn. Once that gun is taken down, Entry swaps over, and now Voxy sitting on heavy, but Zams on the double donks on lower is going to have to find a lot of work as the pressure is coming out, but the Demo Man is just going to fall. It's Ixie in through lower with Pappy, combining for 2, as 1 soldier, 1 Pyro has to do a lot to hold on. They find the first kill, but the health bars aren't quite there. It's still very scary if you are the Maggots, because Witness are poking you from every single angle, and it is Lucas with the brunt of it. So much damage dealt across. Piggles has to pop that.
Oh, that's so sad. Okay, I feel like almost any other team in Europe right now would not have stayed that aggressive for that long. Like, Lucas playing towards that, like, river position, even Auto towards a shutter. Like, they were being that aggressive that entire time, even after literally having failed the push. Getting that force off just means that, like, guess what? They can now just get their Uber and go for it again. Very, very few teams would have stayed that aggressive for that long. And I think this is what puts Witness head and shoulders above the rest.
And so now they have an Uber charge advantage that is also a bit head and shoulders above their opponent. Sentry Gun Pyro up as well, but it is just a level 2. Much easier to spam down, and also Zams taking a decent chunk of damage. Before the push even starts, he's already down to 40 HP. So now the Lucas Sentry Gun destruction takes place, and there's this Demo Man hiding in lower, but he's 40 HP, and it is so hard for him to hold on. Scout surge forward with Sil and Pappy in retreat as well, and that is another round for Witness, completely pressuring the Maggots out of the map.
That is so rough. You could see all of the focus on the side of Dirty Maggots was like, just live that a little bit longer. We can get the Uber, we can be okay. But when your Uber's on the high ground and they're playing on point, like, brother, there ain't a lot you can do. And I feel like Witness, like, they're aware of it. There's not a lot that happens in this game that they're not aware of one way or another. And I think that, yeah, like, they just kind of, they knew what they needed to do and they just did it.
So now early aggression, this time onto Zams. As the Soldier bombs in, doesn't quite find him, and actually Jordy finds himself a very aggressive position in mid, takes down the enemy Demo Man. Pappy is a singular point of health, and so he is not really able to join the fight at all, and you can see Witness are running for the hills. Pappy has managed to find himself a couple packs, and so now he can sit in behind, be a bit of a nuisance. There's one Jordy coming up as a forward spawn right about now. But can Pappy provide the distraction that his team needs? This is the Maggots looking to push forwards, take position on second, but that is Pappy in a 1v1 at 6, and it looks like maybe he's gonna win it out against Jordy. He's so low, both of them.
God.
But
Okay.
Foxy's there to clean it up. So now Maggots pick advantage. Even Ubers, they have potential, maybe not to go for a push, but they can for sure stack this in.
Yeah. And I think, you know, they basically need to, for the sake of the momentum of the game, you don't want to stop kind of actually going for things. You need to keep this game moving, keep things happening, keep Witness kind of guessing what's going on. We do see 2 aggressive players towards water, actually managing to get the gun down. This is really good. A lot of damage already towards Auto. KN playing all the way towards point. The damage is really good. There's still a lot they can do here.
Oh.
Dude, look at these MG Mike rockets all the way underneath. They're not combining onto a frag yet. They really want it, but they just can't quite find an in.
It's so hard on this map. The Witness hold is so strong, but there's no gun up for the moment. Not the end of the world as Ixie now back on the Engineer, but it's going to take some time to build up that gun. In the meantime, Boxy just looking to pressure the point. You can see Syl has one job, and it is sitting up on this high ground and spamming down on the opponent. Sticky's up from Lucas as well as the Soldiers ushered forwards onto the point. The Stickies are dead, and KN is taken down already by the level 1 of Ixie. So, one player sack is all for now. Thomas just sit back now with this Pyro. This sentry gun is so hard to take down.
And there we go. Foxy's going to lose their life as well. So, well, all said and done. This is not going to be Witness Gaming going for a big push out because that would be a little bit psychopathic, I will be honest with you. But opens up opportunities. Maybe Voxy, Sniper, Spy, some kind of off-class. You know, we talked about the Pyro plays in previous games. I can't see it happening just yet, but always there as an option. Bachi going to be coming up cookie cutter. So maybe they're happy enough with what we're with the kind of pressure cooker approach they were doing. Maybe they're happy enough that if they can get this gun down, they can go for some kind of play, you know, because there are opportunities here.
They have to find something, though. This is where sort of the pace of the map has slowed down enough to where we start having to look at this 3-minute round timer. Jordy wants none of it as he just bombs in onto Auto, drops down to just 20 HP, hiding in the dispenser, but the Rockets just barely missed their mark, and Auto just barely staying alive.
Okay. I'm going to say it, though, that is great, though, right? That is actually, like, an avenue was open there. Even going down to 20 HP, oh, yeah, sure, you didn't get the force, right? You didn't get the drop, whatever. But they know that, okay, that actually nearly worked. They're being aggressive. They're taking action. And at some point, they know if they keep doing that, if they keep the pressure going, something will happen. And that's, like, against a Pyro, Sentry, and, like, Auto sitting in the dispenser. So I like this. I like this level of kind of activeness from Dirty Maggots.
So now Jordy on balcony with the spam. Continue to monitor where the opponents are sitting. There's a Soldier hiding right around the corner. Jordy's just going to go for the bomb in onto Auto once again, retreating to the safety of his dispenser. Not going to take a single point of damage. So cleaned up now. It's a double Soldier sack again, failing for the Maggots. And you say that they could just keep going this, but they only have 2 minutes left now. Gonna have to start seeing something a bit more successful. You can see Tomas instantly walking back into spawn, going on to Spy, just making sure no one's sniping.
Yeah, I feel like it's that kind of like low-key diligence that, you know, people don't always realize. They don't always kind of respect just how important it is to just keep doing that, like, okay, I'm going to check for off-classes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, like those jobs that you should do. But in games that are important, in games that matter, you know, you can sometimes just forget this.
So that's an early sticky kill from Lucas rather onto KN. This time not getting anywhere near Auto. Still just going to sit back, and it looks like through both of these Soldier picks, Witness have just been unwilling to go for any kind of push out. So I think now it's a scout and a soldier, perhaps maybe even on the pain train, to look to just force the cap. So now you can force the enemy onto the point instead. The Pyro is sitting there, but doing a decent job. Reflect kill onto Jordy already, forcing back the Demo Man. Now just 50 seconds. I think at some point we are nearing just Jordy has to respawn, come back up, and eventually I think you kind of just have to go for the trade and hope for the best.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those situations where if you go for the trade, what's all important is taking down that gun and just trying to keep your players alive in some kind of position. Maybe you can then get in through Bauk or something like that. Like, it is so important to not lose players to random nonsense, right? It's that kind of thing where, like, you Uber and then your flank needs to just, like, stand still a little bit. Spam a little bit, sure, but just don't try and do everything at once.
So you can see Maggots now setting up for one final play before we go back onto mid. 2 players in under, and I think we're going to see an Uber pop in alongside it. Already popped by Pickles as Aff and Sil both taken down. It's just time onto the cap. And Witness with their pants down are set to 2-2, and Maggots from nothing find a round. I cannot believe that worked.
That is insane. I thought there was no way Witness didn't know that there was 2 under. And if there were 2 under, why would they chase them into lobby, is my question, Wan. That is... What?
I'm surprised there's no stickies on the point. Like, somehow there's just no damage dealt. It had to be a ×4, which means that at least KN also on the pain train. I love that play.
Oh,
shout out to Siegel, obviously, right? But now back on middle, it's early aggression onto Lucas, forced back into an own elbow. That means that there's so much more space here for the Maggots to take. It's a beautiful rocket from Jordy onto Ixie, followed up by KN with another onto Tomas. And Witness is stuffed out of the middle. Lucas looks to push forward, can't press the mark, and it is everyone on Witness falling. Just a single Celentes is up on his own second. And he has a chance to set up a play from up top, but instead he's going to run back to last. And Maggots now driving seat.
Dude, this
they
is
can get advantage again.
This is their moment. They should absolutely capitalize off it. That's such a huge mid. It's not only that first crucial rock on the scout, but I didn't see what it was, but whatever juggled Lucas forward was absolutely perfect. That's just bringing them right into your arms, and now they have like a full Uber advantage. They've got all their players, they're healthy, they are ready to go. Even the last hold isn't fully set up for the side of Witness, so it is go time, baby. We need to get forward. If they get this round on the board, we are going to be looking for a hell of a game.
So Uber popped in straight onto Zams, and the sentry gun needs to be eliminated immediately. As it is now taken down, the Pyro sits in spawn and eats a lot of damage, actually, just barely not dying, as now it's a lot of cap time onto the point. Jordy is playing around it, but the Pyro on the high ground is immediately taken down, as Aff and Boxy are cleaning up Witness. Lucas is stuck on the point, and he's just eliminated Maggots now. Breath of relief, sigh of relief, and a chance at life.
Oh, Dirty Maggots are in it. They are finding momentum. That was really, really well played there. Like you say, the beginning part of the Uber didn't get a lot done, but that's fine because they had time. They knew with Auto dying as he did, it was quite a while before they were going to be getting the Uber, so they could afford to take the position on the top right-hand side, get these players spammed down. And then a second Witness had to drop down onto the point. It was just pure death and destruction. Lucas, he wants to answer back. He wants to go aggressive. This right-hand side, he wants his.
Yeah, and so the counter jumps do come in straight away from the Maggots. It's an early kill, though, but not onto Lucas. Instead, is Jordy taken down, and that is the Maggots immediately canceling their own mid. But Zams is caught out, and now without a demo, the Maggots are in trouble, and you can see them immediately. They cannot fight second. They are running all the way back to their last. Keep Pickles alive and at least have the Uber. They have a round advantage, but it can slip so quickly when you're playing against Witness.
Yeah, and the thing is, playing against Witness, you could see in that situation, there was, you know, a little bit of aggression, okay, right, all good, but it was it was the counter jumps, it was the soldier play, which was so important.
Dude, Witness love this play. They love before you have any chance to set up anything on last. You can see how quickly Lucas is in and spamming down that gun. It doesn't even get built. They know you're on last, and they will just press the issue so hard. And so now Ixie is under the point, but early kill onto Pappy is going to spell the end of the aggression for now.
Yeah, that's a good little start to things. Nice little shot. I feel like, you know, when you do those like immediate shots to kill the sticky, which is like right next to you, I feel like that's always like a tiny little thing, right? Tiny little thing, but at the same time, it's like, feels good.
I play Kovacs.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So now Jordy's going to bomb up here on balcony. Just to dissuade any further aggression. It's a lot of damage, actually, onto Tomas there in main. Doesn't quite find the frag. Will dissuade further aggression for now. I wonder now Witness, right? They have to find an answer to this hold. Pyro is up, on the side of AF, but what can it really do? It's KN holding onto the point, sees one scout, but he's actually taking a lot of damage already. Ixie just pressuring the point, and it's a kill onto Zams before the fight even breaks out. Now, Lucas finds the other kill onto the gun, onto the dispenser, and suddenly Witness are pressuring, squeezing water from Stone here on this hold, forcing the Uber out from nothing. Soldier's still in water, but Auto's 100% in river.
Dude, I'm going to say it again. It's this same thing of like, it's what makes TF2 so interesting as a game. It's the fact that there's so many things you can be doing at the same time. Witness are there and they'll be like, oh, you know, we're going to be like doing some point play. Actually, no, we're not doing point play. We're going to be trying to spam down, get some of these players on the point. Actually, it doesn't matter. We're going for that like force. It's the fact that you're doing all three at once and you are like dynamically changing what you're doing based on what's going to have the most success. And then the second you find success with one, you back up with everything else and you go, okay, Uber advantage is in.
So now, Uber advantage being used straight onto Thomas. Sentry gun taken down immediately, as is at 80% for Pickles. It's an early kill there from Zams onto Thomas with the sticky bombs, as Uber is lost. But now Silentis pressuring in from lower. So much damage as Pappy and Sil combine here onto the point. Counter Uber does come out from Pickles, and it is a lot of low health on the blue team. And they're all stuck in lower as well, so Voxy can come in, clean up Ixie, but there's still two soldiers in water. Pappy taken down though, as both soldiers falling to AF on the Pyro. But Lucas still finds that kill onto Jordy, and that makes re-aggression hard. He is playing this so aggressively.
Okay, a moment just to breathe. This is 20% advantage in the hands of Witness. I mean, if Dirty Maggots build hard, they can take this pretty close, but you've got to be aware that even building hard is a bit of a risk in itself, considering how aggressive Witness does tend to get. So, let's see exactly what's going to happen. It is still going to be about 20%, so Witness can be going. They're going all the way through the shutter. You can see trying to deny things as much as physically possible. The gun just does go down now. The Pyro does get cleaned up as well, but Uber now in the hands of Pickles. They can use at any point, and there we go. Uber does get used. Witness now should be backing all the way. Any frags here, even trading with Jordy, that's really not that bad for Witness. They're playing this high ground, this top right position. This can be so good.
The Heavy, the last defense here on last, as the Stickies are still off on point, but taken down is AF by the Stickies of Lucas. So now with Zams falling, it is just Voxy left to hold on his own. A lot of damage is dealt, and it is just not enough as Witness tires right back up. The pressure is insane.
Yeah, it is so important, that kind of position of forcing people down to the point. It's like that point play, which forces them onto the point, at which time you have your players on the high ground who can just spam down and absolutely nuke them. It's like recognizing that situation is so crucial. But it's difficult on the side of Dirty Maggots. You don't have much of a choice. It's like all the issues are before then. So here we go, 3-3. We've equalized things up again. Lucas once again going aggressive, walking all the way through Stickies, going actually really weak.
Ooh. This is a much worse start here for Witness, as it is a Jordy bomb in onto Auto, but how much damage do they take in return? Maggots are pelted by Lucas as Pappy surges forwards and looks to find everyone. Ixie is on a mission to clean up the remaining combo here. It is just AF and his medic alive, and so many Witness members there to clean them up. And it does not matter if you take down Auto, because the rest of Witness are just on it.
Yeah, they are on it, 100%. It's, you know, I think we've said a few times before, one of the things with Witness is, you know, if one person is doing something, the rest of the team is aware and they will react accordingly. So Ixie on that little bit of a chase, right? Yeah, he's not going to win that entire fight by himself. Doesn't matter, because the rest of the team will be there, ready to kind of follow up with him. KN goes good for the deep bomb. Not really connecting though. Good little bit of damage. Actually, the full damage from Auto. A little bit scary, but ultimately it's going to come to nothing. And after losing Voxy with a...
This is really scary
now. That is really scary.
They're down 2, and Witness have an advantage to boot. Pickle's not healing anyone for the moment, so this advantage kind of ballooning. As Witness now, big advantage. They love these immediate pushes, and they smell blood in the water. Voxy's still not up, and you have to be so careful, because the Uber now comes in straight away onto Lucas and onto Thomas. Juggle just a little bit, and it is a kill onto Pappy, but the sentry gun not quite taken down. Maybe perhaps it's as fast as you would want it, but it is still enough of an angle for Witness to come through. Damage onto the soldier as well, as Thomas just surges forward. So many frags from Lucas as he runs this game on his own. And once again, Witness come out on top.
Oh my god. What a game. What a game. Yeah, you can see they just got picked apart on the second and on last as well. There was just the classic thing of like, you know, you start dragging people towards the point. The second you can get a scout over the point and deal with the defending demo, it's already looking so good. Then physically, they need bodies on the point. And Lucas's stick is absolutely just cleaned up. That is absolutely enormous damage. Lucas once again going towards this right-hand side, playing aggressive, getting fantastic early damage from Zams. He actually can't get in here at all. This is already such a difficult mid for side of Dirty Maggots. Jordy does try and recreate the magic from last mid, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be so difficult.
Lucas is taken down though, and now Witness are stuck in their own big door. They don't have the height advantage, so they need to wait for the soldiers to bomb up. But so much punishment instantly rains down on Pappy. The Maggots just not in position on mid anymore. They choose to give it up. So even Ubers are acquired here, but it's not the advantageous position you wanted. 7.5 minutes left, and you're down a round. Witness can be more than content to just sit back and let you lose slowly. But even Ubers means that Pappy's going to go for a speed shot in onto the point. Doesn't quite find much of anything onto Piggles. That's a free pick. I feel like the Maggots, they're going to want to spring on this.
Yeah, and they should. They 100% should. They're 7 minutes in.
Jordy!
Oh, what a great little bomb, completely unaware on the side of Witness Gaming. That is the easiest force of Jordy's life, and that is fantastic for them.
This is a massive advantage now for the Maggots. You can see Witness already sitting back, but Gully Wash Middle is one of those points that you have to be a bit careful of when you push out. So Lucas going to set up stickies here. There's a lot of room, potential for Witness to cause havoc onto the enemy lines. You can see the damage that you take trying to push forwards, and actually an early kill onto KN as now Sams is coming through but is not finding the pipes. So all on AF to find kills onto the enemy Witness members. That is Silenta's taken down as well. But in the post Uber, Lucas finds Piggles, Pappy finds Voxy, and it is a very low health AF on the point. Just Sams left alive as the bomb comes in trying to salvage onto Auto and doesn't quite find the rockets as Jordy. So now Auto's left alive. Zams is that Uber advantage push. Watches his team crumble around him. Just KN alive.
Okay. If you're on the side of Dirty Maggots right now, this is do or die. This is basically an entire Uber disadvantage. They're going to have so much difficulty setting up on last. They're just only now getting Zams. If Witness just go immediately, I don't know what the Maggots are going to do.
Yeah, the Uber just comes straight in onto Lucas. Sentry gun now shot down. We are playing at match point here as the cap is already coming out, and there's a lot of damage dealt by Lucas, who just sends everything forwards. Zam's taken down immediately by Tomas, who rushes forwards as the Heavy does a lot of damage, but it is so very low on either side as Pappy is playing in through lower. There is Piggles up alive and healing his Heavy, and Lucas has to do it all himself. Once again, it is Silentis in water finding the kill, traded by Voxy, but Pappy can now combine with the rest of his team, but taken down by this Heavy who stands stalwart. Until Lucas takes him out, he is still alive. And I cannot believe he did so much damage, but the Maggots are just barely holding on. A chance at life, once again, 100% advantage, but they have to make it work. There's a spy up on last.
They know. That is such a good little read.
Oh, no.
No,
No,
don't do it like this. He decloaks on point, he's getting the cap, no one's there! No one can do anything, the taunt!
Even he shot him, and then he left.
They knew! He knew! He saw! He knew!
They shot him, and then he decided to leave. He was like, no. Like,
you can't even blame lag, dude, you're on land!
He shot him, and then he left. Just ran out.
One-legged squat.
Just ran away. He was spamming secret, and he was like,
Nah, you're right. You're good. Well, these things happen. These things happen.
Spamming. He was spamming. He had him dead to rights. He was like, it's a very nice heads-up spy play from Tomas, I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Very good spy timing. But he just left.
I don't want to say, buddy.
That's so deflating.
Yeah.
After everything we went through on that map, it was so close for so long. To have it just end?
Yeah.
Why a misplay like that?
It's
so
brutal.
weird, right? Because you see the length that this team has to go through to try and get the win versus Witness. They start off so hot. They read them like a book. They knew exactly what they were going to do. But unfortunately, after that first round, you see Witness instantly adjusted. And unfortunately, the Maggots, they just do not have an answer for that Lucas running up onto their own side mid and just destroying them by himself.
No, yeah, I think there's a lot to be said there. I love how Witness had the reaction as well, right? Like, Lucas went aggressive, so then then both the soldiers on the side of the Maggots like jumped onto their side, so the counter jump came in from the Witness soldiers, and it was just like they knew the reaction.
That's a heartbreaking way to lose it at the end, but you see the man on your screen right there. The best of all time for a reason. Can I say it? Is it too early?
Go on. You can say it.
Yeah, I can say it. Who cares? Best European player of all time. I think maybe GOAT's a bit out of reach still. There's a guy over in America who's known a fair bit, but pretty close. I think there's some logs on your screen there, allegedly. I would love to see a Lucas DPM, because I'm sure it's very high. TurboTabs, can you please show me those?
I mean, I don't really have the power to show logs like that, but I can give you my logs in the head. It's like I can count how many rat plays there were in the game. There were a fair few, weren't there? There was the spy back cap. There was some pain trace stacking, Domato. There was the old I'll Uber in close at these doors. Sightcam actually capping the last point. Lots of kind of sneaky plays here on this Gully Wash, Dave.
Yeah, there was quite a few. There was also a lot of... I mean, what I was most interested in was kind of...
And remember,
we've seen so many times in a row now that the Dirty Maggots have been struggling, but... I mean, it's a little bit more competitive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot more competitive this time round, but maybe this is, it's nice to see some of the journey kind of made by Dirty Maggots and they're getting ever so closer. And keep in mind, this isn't the only time they're going to see potentially Testimonianza di Gioco.
No, let them pronounce it.
Okay, you've spoiled the surprise.
No, that's unfair. No.
You've spoiled the surprise. Yes, welcome back to the couch. Welcome back again, Pappy. Welcome back again, Ixie. You guys might as well just have a parking spot here on the couch because you keep coming and winning. Jesus. All right, so Pappy, walk me through this. You pick Bagel as your first map. Reasons? Why?
We like Bagel, and we played a few scrims before Prem playoffs. We think they're not that strong on Bagel.
Okay.
And then we played Prem finals on Bagel, and maybe upper bracket on Bagel as well. I know that was Viaduct. We wanted to play a Koth. We didn't really play Koth today, so
okay.
Wanted to get a Koth in, and Bagel was a good pick.
So, Ixie, there's no sort of kind of gibbing yourselves at this LAN right now. You're not kind of thinking, we'll take it easy on the boys. We'll just throw them a map here or two. Are you guys like being deadly serious now throughout all your gameplay, or is there still a bit of trolling?
I mean, we gave them 3 rounds. But no, I'm joking.
Okay.
No, I mean, we're obviously trying. Like every LAN, we always try to win. So.
All right, fair enough. So
I was just going to jump and say, I think the second you stop trying 100% is when you actually just like full explode and lose. So you can't let a little bit of the troll come in.
Now, maybe I'm just watching way too many Dirty Maggot games versus Witness games, but I was looking at those games and Dirty Maggots seem a bit better than what they're used to when you're playing up against them. Does that make you a little bit worried? Is there any sort of like kind of well, this might be a problem come grand finals?
No, not really. I think we just messed up some gully mids, some gully last holds, and then like one of the rounds was like a trade, 10 seconds on the clock, and we didn't block. It's my fault. So it's like one round's bad, and then we lose a couple mids. Like gully, the scoreline can ramp up when you lose mids because you get spawn camped or they're full ad. It's not the easiest to hold on this ad, so I'm not particularly worried.
Ixie, break it down to a plebeian like me. Like, how valuable is it to have those sort of extra bans and picks? Well, you're not going to get extra picks, but you get the extra bans going into the grand final because you did so well in this upper bracket. Is it a powerful thing in TF2, or is it not that big of a deal?
I mean, yeah, it is.
Okay,
because let's just imagine you have a map that you really don't want to play.
Yep.
You can just ban it.
Yeah.
Or if you know that the enemy is like some weird, they're just bad on one map, you just pick that into them.
Yeah, who would have a team that they can't? Sorry, who would have a map that they can't play as a team? That would never be us.
Never.
Don't look at our pick ban.
I mean, it's nicer this way. It could have been like NA, where they just give you a map for free for winning the upper bracket.
Yeah, that is insane.
That is. I bring it up every single time there's an upper bracket game. It drives me mental. But
yeah, like upper bracket's not big enough advantage already. Like, it's got to be like 80% win rate from upper bracket.
I'd imagine you guys also appreciate the little break you get as well, because you get to chill.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's like two stories I think that come out of LAN. If the team that wins upper bracket final wins the grand final, people say, oh, the rest is so important. And if the team from lower bracket final wins, then people say, oh, they just rode the momentum. And
momentum.
It's really good to win lower bracket
As if
final.
like the person who won the upper bracket doesn't have any momentum at all.
So I think it really just depends on the final result, because whatever happens, people like spin the narrative that way, like one's more important. Like if I'm completely honest, I think upper bracket is a huge, okay, not huge, but it's a big advantage. Like probably like an extra 5-10% on your win chance.
I have got one negative about it.
Yeah.
Mixie, let me know. When you've won the upper bracket and all these players are getting knocked out, all these teams are getting knocked out and they're getting drunk as the LAN goes, you're running out of scrim buddies there. Where are you going to get your scrims from, huh?
We don't scrim.
You don't scrim.
Not a LAN.
Not a LAN, ever.
No.
You've not scrimmed a single time.
We have in the past, but I think it just makes you more tired. So
Oh.
like you should prep before, and then when you show up, you should just like chill, warm up, play some MG EDM.
So there is literally no negative then to losing this upper bracket from...
I mean, yeah, you could say maybe like not having a warm up scrim is negative, but
Yeah.
we do that a lot, so I think we're quite comfortable.
Speaking about narrative, by the way, we had 200% of Witness Gaming narrative. I was told I'm not allowed to leak inside comms, for example, from Dirty Maggots. There was one, I'm not going to say who it was. They said, do you have to watch out for a spy? No, it's Witness Gaming. They only play boring classes.
Pickles, that was Pickles.
There was
That was 100% Pickles.
Yes, it was. But I want at least to hear, for example, from Ixi, if you can even make that judgment. Just on this line, is 4Fans better? Is Dirty Maggots better? Is Pint Gaming better?
I mean, Pint Gaming has been very good at this LAN.
Or are they the Witness Gaming sort of specialists? Or
No, they've had good results too from against every team. As to say who's better between Dirty Maggots and 4Fans, well, we'll have to see in the lower bracket.
You got to see Pint first.
Well, yeah, true. We've got to see Pint
versus
4Fans.
4Fans. It could be close. I mean, I
Could be
think our
close.
hardest game was Pint, honestly. Like, I don't think it was casted, but we had a golden cap and a 3-2. Very close game. So I think they could upset one of these teams.
Do you think that's a play style difference in terms of their play style gives you more problems than the other teams?
I mean, maybe. I think we probably need to take the game a bit more serious as well. Like, when we're playing these lands, you don't really know when you should like lock in, because you don't really want to like get super focused too early. If you focus too early, then like you use all your energy, and it's like, oh, we have to come and do this again tomorrow. So I don't think we played well in that upper bracket game, but they are also very good. So it's like I don't want to discredit them, but we also probably weren't at 100%.
So if you had to put money on it though, who do you think you're going to see in the grand final? Because obviously your place is definitely on lock now. You're going to see this team, but who is likely opponents now? 4Fans, obviously they're improving as the LAN goes on, and obviously you've played against Dirty Maggots. They're also showing signs of like punching up, and all tournament Pint Gaming is like shown up as well. So really, you've got 3 people, you know, kind of biting at your ankles. Who's the worst biter?
What do you think, Marco?
I think it's going to be Dirty Maggots.
Yeah, I think if I had to make a bet, it would probably be Dirty Maggots. But I think like I believe Pint can do something. I think they can win like a series or 2. I wouldn't be too surprised.
All right, well, you heard it here first. If you need to bet money on it and you want
No,
a bit
don't
of
do that.
inside scoop,
Gambling is bad.
You've got
And you can
the
even get
Happy
recourse.
Sailor approval. Head on over to Manco Store, sell all your assets, get all that cash dollar, and invest it into this bet. But yeah, obviously we have the games ended the day, so you guys can chill and relax and go to the bar and support the LAN.
€8 for a blue bonk. Come on.
Yeah, well, it's but for those euros for a good cause, Pappy.
Yeah, true. Sorry.
Cause. They're going straight into your pocket anyway. What do you mean?
I think the B is better.
Oh,
because it's €4 and it's quite good. But
yeah, well, if you're looking for a bargain, there's beers to be had as well.
And a Mars bar.
And a Mars bar.
I think they got Snickers as well.
Yeah, they've got merchandise as well.
They got crisps and.
You're doing a better job than I am.
I can't remember. The bartender's really funny though. I saw Pickle speaking to him.
Yeah, that is free.
Guy,
that is
that
free.
Guy was just screaming. He was having a good time.
Yeah. And what else can you do to support?
I mean,
the
everyone
thing?
literally just did your job. Tomorrow we have lower bracket final, 4Fans vs Pint Gaming coming up. Manco Store is our sponsor.
Yeah.
Pub quiz coming up,
Yeah.
and you
Ooh.
can be
Yeah,
as
you
good
could
as
win these,
you can
Pappy.
be as good as Witness Gaming.
Right
Maybe
behind you,
sometimes
Ixie.
because I think even you use keyboards. You can win a
So
keyboard.
you thought, oh, I can only win the tournament. No, you can prize these precious prizes out of their hands.
Yeah, wait a second. This is a mouse. Peppy touched it. So
It's
a
worth
mouse,
more now.
a mouse touched
It has
by
holes in
Peppy.
it.
Yeah, so you know it's good.
Is that a CPU fan or something?
That's a cooler. It's a Be Quiet cooler. So now you can actually hear Thomas telling you what you're doing wrong, Gully Wash, Pappy.
Hey, it wasn't me.
What you called the
Wasn't
soldier
me.
wrong on the underneath. You said like, oh no, I killed him,
No.
and you're like, which soldier, though, Pappy?
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. All right, okay, let's wrap it up here. We'll see you guys at the pub quiz if you're here at the event. If you're not here at the event, we'll see you at Manco Store using our affiliate link. Otherwise, I've been TurboTabs. With me has been Pappy, Domato, Ixie, and Dave on the couch. We'll see you on day 3 for more of our ÜBERFEST 2025.
Chelsea.
Control point has been captured. Alert. The control point is being contested.